I know you will be exonerated. A president who is a lawyer. President who was supposed to have graduated law school. Prejudices the investigation. So are you surprised when the Economic and Organized Crime Office says they will not investigate the crime? Are you surprised? Because the president has prejudiced it already. They are afraid.
They have only postponed it. They will be compelled to investigate.
Oh, one day to be investigated. Now, what's he say? It will be. We will revisit where the basket was. Whether it was Ghana must go, we will revisit where the money was. We will go and count the money to make sure that nobody has taken a cent, because it's not their money. They are buying sicker. Like a very wise old man told me when I was appointed as executive secretary of Free Zones, told me, say, I won't mention his name. Very, very prominent Ghanaian citizen, very respected. One of the greatest political titans of our time gave me that advice. Unfortunately, he didn't advise Akufo-Addo and his gang of brigands and buccaneers, because they don't even take advice.
Maybe they didn't listen.
Oh, do they listen? These super two people, do they listen? So let me end here by simply saying, Ghanaians, you need a reset. And the person who is going to begin that reset is President John Dramani Mahama. He has promised and outlined what he is going to do in 120 days of coming to power. Because the criminals, the brigands, the buccaneers, the highway robbers, and the usurpers have completely destroyed your country. Not only have they taken your bank account to pay for what Ken Ofori-Atta has done, they have put many of you out of jobs, and now they have poisoned your water. They have absolutely destroyed your environment, and the regional chairman of Ashanti region, aka Wontumi of Prempeh College, sits in this radio studio, and shows you gold bars after destroying the river. Going to mine in the Nimri forest. I'm not saying it. It is the ministry that said that he went to mine in the forest reserve. You know, the Nimri forest is the source of the river Tano, right? The Barikesi Dam in Kumasi takes its water from the river Tano. So for what shall it profit you if you go and poison the source of the water, come and show us gold bars, and then you go and drink the water that comes on the Barikesi Dam? What are you doing to yourself? We have people mining in the Etiwa Forest Reserve. The Etiwa Forest Reserve is the source of the River Birim and the source of the Densu River. The whole of Western Accra drink water from the Densu River, because it is the Densu River that feeds the Weja Dam, right? From the Koforidua intake. So now we've moved from law. I'm teaching you engineering. The Birim empties into the Pra, 116 kilometers southwest at Adesu. So they poison the water in the Birim, and then it poisons the Pra River. Then the people of Cape Coast drink it, and they get kidney infections. Not only kidney infections, liver infections. One fine day, you wake up in the morning, you don't have two, you have one. Some people wake up with nothing at all. This is what they have done to our country. On 7 December, boot them the hell out. Boot them out in significant numbers, significant majority. Don't let the EC tell you that John Mahama didn't win the election. John Mahama has already, to all intents and purposes, won this election. Let's elect him, let's inaugurate him, and let him investigate every single thing that these people have done. From assets, some of the assets ended up in Liberia, to whatever it is that they have done will be investigated. We put a fine-tooth comb through everything they have done. The same standard that they set for us. I went to Yoko 34 times. We apply the same standard, nothing will change. And like I said, for me, I am unrepentant because of what I went through. I am demanding that the same accountability that we were asked to account for our tenure, NPP officials and apparatchiks should account for their tenure. You have put David Asante. Let my vote count. You're supposed to be an independent. Let my vote count. Let my vote approve. What Dr. Pesawai didn't tell you is that David Asante stood for parliamentary election in Nkoko. Even though he lost, there were machinations to remove the current Nkoko MP. If he hadn't threatened to go independent, in fact, at one point, David Asante was acclaimed as the MPP parliamentary candidate for Nkoko. Why is he superintending the printing of ballot papers? Why is he superintending the printing of ballot papers?
Party people printing ballot papers, party people in the judicial system.
I mean, what kind of sick people run this country? David Asante printing ballot papers. Seriously? Now it will not be let my vote count, it will be let me print ballot papers.
Let my papers count.
Let my paper count. So I can print. Let me print papers. Charlie.
Thank you. I need to take a short break. We'll take a short break. When we come back, Dr. Percy will conclude on that conversation for us on the Mother World Talk Shows. Give us a moment.
The land of freedom, he's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He's the Redeemer. He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He's the Redeemer.
Ghana. Yes, Massa.
By using formula 133.
Can you expatiate?
Say, this simply means 1 job, 3 shifts, 3 people. That is the Mahama 24-hour economy policy. Under this policy, businesses will be given tax incentives, cheaper electricity, financial support, and security support services to encourage them to work 24/7 by adopting 3 work shifts of 8 hours each. This will triple job opportunities in the country. This policy will boost production, increase productivity, and generate well-paying jobs in all participating businesses and public organizations.
Excellent. The 24-hour policy will be a game changer.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
He has labored, he has suffered to lead his people into the land of freedom. He's the Redeemer.
Welcome back to the Mother World Talk Shows, Alaji and Alaji, live from the studios, study for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah studios of Pan-African Television. And of course, we are also live on Radio Gold. We are live on social media. The page is Pan-African Television. We'll listen to Dr. Percy shortly. This Prince Henry Koforidou says, I was amazed by the ruling of the Supreme Court concerning the vacant seats declared by Speaker Bagbin. But when I remembered the same Supreme Court has ruled that birth certificate can be used as proof of citizenship, I just read Proverbs 29:2 and cried. This Supreme Court under the Nana Bawumia-led government are very predictable and very dangerous for our democracy. The future is pregnant. That's Prince Harry in Koforidou. This is coming from Habib, who says, good morning. Today our Supreme Court has become a wing of the MPP. We'll remember what happened to James J. Chikwesin, how the Supreme Court told us he can't represent Asin North. When he
TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
So that is why we do this exhibition of the provisional register. It's for everyone to go. His or her name is in the register.
Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. You have a fair pot. There's no pot. Go that way. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yes. I was looking for you. Where were you guys? I looked up here. Yes.
Paul, your machine. Okay, the fire.
near riser to be fashion. Come anywhere. The way I'm in the near riser. We are worrying this. Yeah, me if you should. They want it to be started. The you and I'm the shadow. Yeah, true. You have to take it. That's speakers. Mr. Speaker. We said, if you can be there and film, it is not our wahala. The 10 people can be here and film. Me, the first day we set this thing, me, GH, like Metro didn't know them. We did it. We know now we did the thing. We give the list to Masha. The next day, I can somebody go, I can't talk anything. The next day now, I not come early. I can't talk anything. I not come tight. Now, if you want to do this, no, not serious. Masha said, you can fight. Then you go to him, but he will come first. He will come and I came and somebody has occupied my place. I never said anything. I just went back on the stage. Hello. For what? That's all. There's no space there. Forget about it. Can you understand me? Why there? I need to care about me. I need to care about me.
Thank you very much for staying with us. You're watching GBC News. My name is Darrell Alantego. This is the special and live broadcast from Parliament, where today, in the history of Ghanaian democracy and Ghanaian politics, we have two majorities and a speaker, and a third arm, which is the Supreme Court, seeking somehow to direct affairs in Parliament. And people find or call that problematic. It is actually the tension we currently experiencing countrywide. I'm going to go on the phone to speak to lawyer Kwesi Boama to help us make sense of all of this and what possibly we can expect to be the way forward. Good morning, lawyer Boama, for joining us.
Good morning, Alan.
Thank you very much, Lawyer Boama, for your time. Lawyer Boama, first of all, you have been watching or listening, perhaps monitoring events since last Thursday to this morning. What so far has been your impressions?
Thank you very much, Alan. I think that we have an inherent situation of separation of powers and then check and balances within the three arms of government, as you may want to call it. And each one of them serves as check and balance on the other. And so we realize that none of these three arms has absolute power. It's cut across. The executive has to be checked by Parliament. Parliament has to also be checked by the judiciary. The judiciary has also to be checked one way or the other by Parliament. And so there is nothing like a particular arm of government having absolute power to operate. Even though the whole concept of separation of powers, as espoused by Montesquieu, is not really enshrined nor consumed. I stated that there will be separation of powers. But by virtue of the provisions and the various actors within these three arms clearly make a case that we are under that sense of separation of powers. You know, what has happened is very simple. And the Constitution gives anyone, whether artificial or natural person, to go to court, and the Supreme Court, to seek for some form of declaration or relief when the person feels agree that a particular provision of the Constitution has been infringed upon, or certain acts or omissions of some people or somebody is not in line with the Constitution. And so Honorable Attorney Markin invoked the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court under Article 130, seeking for of declaration that the action by the Speaker of Parliament to declare 4 seats vacant is manifestly unconstitutional. But then the issue that has got this whole misunderstanding and somewhat constitutional crisis is the decision of the Supreme Court to stay the orders or the decision of the Speaker of Parliament pending the determination of the matter before it. That is whether the Speaker acted constitutionally or otherwise. And I spoke to your colleague the other day. As a matter of fact, I did state that I do not know of any law, of any rules of court that gives power to the Supreme Court to stay an already made decision or an order of Parliament. So that is my point. And all that I know about stay of execution is the temporary suspension of a court judgment. And there is not a court judgment. And so this is where the confusion is coming from. The general notion, which can be erroneous, that the Supreme Court has been biased over the period, has really actuated this whole confusion in Parliament.
Right.
And so now Parliament is also seeking to say that they are not subject to such orders of the Supreme Court. But that cannot be true. Because Article 1, we operate under the supremacy of the Constitution. We, unlike the British system or the UK system, we believe that the Constitution is the source of the powers of the various actors of the Constitution.
Yeah.
That is the executive, the legislature, and judiciary.
Right. Okay.
And then the same Constitution has given powers to the Supreme Court to declare actions and inactions of these various actors, whether constitutional or otherwise. And so now the difficulty I have had, which I still stand by, is that the manner at which the Supreme Court was able to issue that stay of execution concerning an order that didn't come from the court.
Right. Like interesting you mentioned that, but does that then call into question a certain legality or jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to either direct or stay any operations or business of Parliament?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. We, as a system, Ghanaian judicial system, we practice this adversarial kind of system, whereby somebody must invoke or issue a writ of any jurisdiction of a court. And that is what has happened.
Right.
But what is causing this confusion is the manner at which Supreme Court was able to stay that decision of Parliament. And that is where the confusion is coming from. But as a matter of fact, anybody who is acting based on any provision of the Constitution and the person acts contrary to it, maybe the interpretation the person has professed to is erroneous, then the original jurisdiction can be invoked. So whatever opinion market did is in order, because somebody must take that step.
Right.
And that step has been taken.
Right.
But the ramification of such an interlocutory order, such as staying the decision of a non-judicial body, like Parliament, so to speak, is what has brought this confusion.
And will the Speaker be right, as some have called on him, to perhaps ignore that order or directive by the court and go ahead with his job as the head of or the leader of Parliament? And if he may be wrong, what could possibly be the repercussions if he sidesteps that order?
Now, the Constitution has made a provision concerning anybody attempting to subvert the Constitution.
Yeah.
And the Constitution even gives power to you and I to even deal with that person. And to the extent that we will be criminally absolved of any act towards making sure that the Constitution is circumscribed and protected. And so, to my mind, I think cool heads must prevail.
All right.
Even if the decision has been made erroneously, but the fact that the Supreme Court has that power in terms of constitutional interpretation and enforcement and everything there is to it, even if they have acted erroneously, even if that is the case, I think that they should not allow, for the time being, looking at the fact that we are far approaching election period, and the fact that this particular matter will be soon decided. Because now that it is decided, or it comes out that the act of the speaker is unconstitutional, it amounts to the same thing. It means that these people must be reinstated or their seats have not been vacated. So I really think that it is about time we allowed cool heads to prevail, and so that we won't create any constitutional crisis at this juncture of our political life. We are approaching election time, and we need to exercise maximum restraint. The various actors must judge to find a lasting solution to avoid instances of constitutional crisis.
Let me take you back once more to the subject or the question of legality of the Supreme Court's order, especially where it sought to stay Parliament's proceeding on whatever order has proceeded from the Speaker. Now, if Parliament or the Speaker's office, for that matter, decides that, well, in view of the separation of powers, we are a law unto ourselves, and for that matter, we cannot take directives from the Supreme Court, how will that enhance or foster a certain cooperation between the both sides on the floor of the House?
That is why I did indicate earlier that we are at a crossroad.
Right.
Yes, a decision might have been done erroneously. But the point is that we are likely to enter into a constitutional crisis.
Okay.
When a body is supposed to adhere to the orders of the Supreme Court decide not to do so. And so you can imagine the precedent that will be set. And so now it appears, as if the provisions of the Constitution are not being adhered to, are being breached liberally, because there is an order. So even and then the most unfortunate thing is that the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of such matters, and there is nowhere else anybody can go. So I really think that they should allow them, for the time being, to decide the substantive matter.
Right. For those of us who are students of precedent, will this, if the Speaker should obey and stay execution of his ruling since last Thursday, what will this particular directive from the Supreme Court become in terms of reference to precedents, so that in future a party or a speaker can refer to this particular directive and say, in view of that, I am either directing this way or that way? Will that become a bad precedent for us in future?
Alan, the matter is that whichever way you look at it, in as much as these rules or laws are not available to stay in the orders of Parliament, the Supreme Court can equally decide to come up with decisions paying care, meaning that not based on any law.
Okay.
But it is not a good practice. So, at the end of the day, the body who has been entrusted with such responsibility or jurisdiction is the Supreme Court.
Right.
And so, even if the error has been made, to my mind, which I think so, at the same time, that error can become law tomorrow.
Right.
Because even if the drafters of the Constitution, when they are done with it, it would take the Supreme Court to interpret it.
Yes.
Sometimes, out of policy, public policy reason, they can offer an extremely benevolent interpretation to consider various factors prevailing in our country. And so when it comes to the issue of court cannot be a decision, whether you agree or not. As a matter of fact, I went to court yesterday, the personal one. I didn't agree with the decision of one of the High Court judges. But I have no option. That's what, whether it was based on law or otherwise or whatever, the decision has been made. And the argument some people will make is that, yes, there are no laws. But then at the same time, can you also say that nothing says that they can, in terms of law, give them the power to stay an order of parliament? They can equally also do that to create it to become a law. So more or less, they are the final arbiter of what it takes in terms of law.
Right.
So the precedent that will be set wouldn't be a good one. If the orders of the Supreme Court should be obeyed. And clearly we are drifting away from what our Constitution states in Article 1. That the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Yes.
And all other actors and all other laws are subordinate to state.
Right. Lawyer Boama, I guess this point has been arrived at as a direct result of a certain operation of parliamentary standing orders as well as different party constitutions. A viewer has just sent this particular question, and let me run that by you and see how best you can help us understand or make meaning of it. In invoking the constitution of the New Patriotic Party, who seem to suffer if they should go ahead, or who will suffer the loss of 3 seats, has said the operative word in the forfeiture of membership within the NPP constitution is automatically. A member who conducts himself or herself in a certain way automatically triggers forfeiture of their membership of the party. And that is what perhaps has led us to this juncture. Now, does automatic in this context mean wait for a directive from the party, or automatic means automatic and therefore requires no triggering, intentional or accidental?
Alan, all other laws, like I said earlier, are subject to the provisions of the Constitution.
Okay.
And in this particular juncture, the provision in question, the impeding provision now, is Article 97(1). G.
Yeah.
It is very clear that an MP who leaves his party, more like crossing carpet.
Yeah.
That is, the party that brought him to power, he leave that party to become an independent party or to cross carpet to another party. The essence of this particular provision is to ensure that the mandate that has been given by the electorate based on the statute of that political party is kept and is not traded by the whims and caprices of that individual MP.
Okay.
And I have maintained on your network that I do not subscribe to those who say that the futuristic plans or the future plans of MPs who have not relinquished their current mandate. But if you read all the commentary concerning that particular provision, it is geared towards avoiding one-party state system.
Sure.
Whereby members of parliament in parliament can, from each party, can cross to each other, or they can easily be bought or manipulated. So when your mandate has been given to you, the mandate might be intact. You have no business whatsoever crossing it. The fact that I've said that 2024, I am going to contest with a different ticket. Is it the same as saying that today I have relinquished my money given to me in parliament? The emphasis here is on the current tenure, current tenure of that particular MP. It is not by any future tenure. So when the MP decides that I will not, as a matter of fact, be with the MPP coming this next election, something that is in the future cannot be related to the current now, as they say. So until the person says that, yes, I'm reneging on that mandate in parliament, I don't do business with NDC. But here is the case. Clearly, the memorandum sent to parliament by Honorable Afenyo Markins will clearly state that these MPs have not said that they are not doing business, they are relinquishing their mandate given to them on the ticket of the MP. They are not saying that. And so, as a matter of fact, if you have this interpretation, then obviously the the application that have been done is erroneous or interpretation. Okay. But the Speaker is erroneous. And I am saying that the Constitution gives the power, the jurisdiction to only the High Court. The High Court to determine issues of the validity of an election of an MP or whether or not an MP has vacated his or her seat.
Right.
And what it means is that the same MP ought to be given a fair hearing. And so it doesn't lie in the motion of any member of parliament or whatever to decide such a matter. And same does not lie within the particular political party's manifesto or what the constitution or whatever you may want to call it. If we are talking about the national constitution, and in the event that a seat has been declared to be vacant, in this case by a high court or by the death of an MP, the constitution makes it a case for the clerk of parliament to notify the electoral commission. So the issue of the speaker coming into this whole matter, for me, I do not share that view. The speaker does not wield that power. Neither can any subservient rule or law of a political party over the constitutional provision. So that is my view on this matter.
Now, does it therefore mean that perhaps the speaker can be accused of usurping the powers of the Supreme Court by declaring a seat vacant, or perhaps the High Court?
Yes, that is why Honorable Antonio Marquez has gone to the Supreme Court, invoking the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to interpret and enforce the two Constitution. So if Article 2.1, any person deems an act of any person to be inconsistent with any provision of the Constitution, or even an omission, failure to act, the person can invoke the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Okay. And that is what Antonio Marquez has. The ramification of that particular action is this kind of how we are having now. Right. That is coming out as a result of the stay of execution, which is very novel, which is very new to some of us, as to whether or not. But then, as I explained earlier, it is the Supreme Court. We say that the judge, the law lies in the bosom of the judge. But at the end of the day, what is even not law today, tomorrow can become law.
Sure.
But as to whether it's a good law, it's a matter for all of us to conclude based on how we say it.
Right. Let me bring you to this. I know there will be a the business conference between the leadership of Parliament and the Speaker before they come to the floor. Can we expect that at that conference there will be some disagreements which will then entrench positions so that when they return to the floor, we would have nothing change?
There is no other body again to nullify this. It's the same Supreme Court. So if anybody is minded to challenge this decision, I think the right place is to go back to the Supreme Court. But for the time being, the third decision is enforceable and it must be enforced. Other than that, we are entering into a situation of a constitutional crisis. So cool heads must prevail on this matter. The parties must judge. We have less than 2 months or so. I don't know whether more than 2 months. To go into an election. And now, all that we need, and even if these seats have been declared vacant, it's less than 3 months to election. There cannot be any by-election whatsoever. And so I think that they should just come together as two mature units or bodies so that we respect them. That's why we have entrusted them with the power to make decisions on our behalf. We really want to see them fighting. We really want to see them in a very unpleasant situation in Parliament. So I'm just praying that all of them that will come together and find a solution to this. But I think that the order must be obeyed. Other than that, there will be a constitutional crisis. And the consequences that we cannot bear.
Right. Can the Speaker, therefore, going forward, be expected to play the role of a father who will call the both houses to order and say, well, I made that declaration or I put out that information on the basis of what is currently ongoing, I take back or I withdraw. And so let's go on as nothing has happened, and let you two parties go and work out how you're dealing with your members who are either defecting or seeking to rejoin.
Exactly what my point is. And you and I share the same sentiment, the same view. At this point, we need cool head. We need mature mind. We need to be able to do this without any kind of confusion or fight between the parties. We need to be able to come to that kind of consensus building. And that has been the hallmark of the parliamentary business all this while.
Yeah.
So I think that we must just not enter into getting into an, very difficult position that we cannot meet each other halfway or find a common ground. I really think that we don't need this time. We don't need this at the time, this time of our political life.
Right. It's been wonderful speaking to you, Lawyer Kwesi Boama. It's great speaking to you. I don't think we can expect any more than perhaps you have said. Cool heads must prevail. The law can sometimes make nonsense of itself, as some would have us think. But yes, that is what it is. So we're grateful for your time, Lawyer Boama, and we will call on you once again if the need arises. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Alan. Nice talking to you too. Bye.
Fantastic speaking to you, Lawyer Boama. So that was the voice of Lawyer Kwesi Boama, who has helped us so far to understand some of the things currently ongoing, the position of the law, the interpretation of thereof, and who has the power to interpret as to whether or not the Supreme Court can be seen to stay in the operations of Parliament, and whether that is in contravention of what the meaning of the separation of powers are. Really, from last Thursday, we've had to deal with a lot of legal questions, and the legal back and forth alone is enough to tell us to tread cautiously as we seek to bring a certain finality to the current two majorities and the Speaker. The Speaker of Parliament, in concluding his presentation or addressing the House, remarked, though, that the House is duly and so informed, that some call a certain passing of information, not a direct ruling or an order. Some has also said that in itself has incited a certain understanding within and among the NDC rank and file to think that they currently hold a certain majority. That has triggered a certain confusion. Some call it mischievous confusion. Well, whatever meaning you make of it, that is allowed within the meaning of the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. I'll take a break from here, and when I come back, I'll go back on the phone and get some more meaning to what we're doing currently. Thank you very much. Keep watching GBC News. My name is Darrell Alantego. Here I take a break. Thank you very much for staying with us. You're watching this special broadcast from the precinct of Parliament, where since last Thursday, a directive, some call it a ruling, some also call it an order from the Speaker of Parliament creating a certain near constitutional crisis, i.e. we had to go to Supreme Court for a certain interpretation. I have on the phone to also help us make meaning of all of this, Mr. Kakra A. Samoa, to help us make sense of the whole, order directive brouhaha. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Samoa.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, what has been your observation since last Thursday when the news broke of a new majority in this country?
It's interesting and surprising, and even in another sense, it's alarming. It's interesting that because we are started long ago when we started the constitutional rule in 1990 and started back. And then we are people, as if we want to create nation, we want to fight others, we want to use our state institution to impose our will on them. But I find that extremely opportune. I think that the law is quite clear. When it comes to Parliament, what happens to Parliament is the domain of us. And in the Constitution, no institution or person interfere in the domain of Parliament. It should have stayed there. Because after the meeting by Speaker Patin on Thursday,
Lawyer Samoa, please help us. Lawyer Samoa, if you can hear me, kindly reposition yourself. We're having a difficulty getting you speaking clearly to us so we can understand you. If you kindly indulge us. I also mentioned earlier, I lost sight of your office or your portfolio as a senior lawyer. I apologize for not addressing you accordingly.
Don't worry about it.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I hope I'm a bit clearer.
Yes, I can clearly hear you now.
Okay. As I said, when Speaker Patin gave his ruling on Thursday, the members of Parliament who disagree with us had a remedy sitting in Parliament.
Mm-hmm.
They could have filed a motion challenging the ruling of the Speaker.
Okay.
Of course, they had a political difficulty because once the Speaker has ruled them as a minority, it meant that they were fighting that particular bill to challenge the will of the Speaker from a position of weakness. But it is a weakness of only by one vote. Now, why am I advising that they ought to abuse them? On 6th January 2021, the NDC was not in the majority. Neither was the NPP in the majority.
Thank you.
And yet the NDC won the battle to secure the position of the Speaker of Parliament. So the people have governed their supporters and secured some votes from the other side to challenge successfully the ruling of the Speaker concerning the vacation of the seat of the 4 MPs who had changed their status since they entered Parliament in 2017. They didn't do that. They rather ran to the Supreme Court, which I have been a lawyer for a very long time, but 3 decades or more. The Supreme Court actually attempted the same day and gave a ruling. In a moment after that. Now, once you do that, a court risks getting the people to lose trust in it. Because we know that there are cases that have been sent in the Supreme Court which are equally important to the people of Ghana. They want the resolution of those cases. The Supreme Court has not heard those cases. And yet they are able to listen to Honorable Opinion Market the same day and give you a written ruling. Those practices harm our democratic government. And that is what I'm extremely disturbed at. And I hope that the Speaker, who is holding the gavel now, will resolve this matter in a way that will promote our democracy, strengthen our institutions, and make us all feel safe in this republic.
All right. Lawyer Samoa, a certain interesting development just coming through from information I'm receiving here has it that before I come to what the Speaker has asked his lawyers to do, let me quickly put this forward that information just reaching us, the Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alban, Right Honourable Speaker Bagbing, has requested the Ghana Armed Forces to come and conduct a bomb sweeping of the chamber for proceedings to start in the chamber. The House is currently sitting at the Grand Arena of the Accra International Conference Centre. This request has been necessitated by announcements of the Speaker during proceedings of Thursday, October 17, 2024, in response to a statement by the Minority Leader calling on the Speaker to declare seats of 4 members of Parliament vacant in line with Articles 97(1)(g) and (h) of the Constitution and the public commentaries that follows. Are we slowly walking ourselves into dangerous waters given the way we're dealing with these matters?
To come and do what has been specified in what you did, then I don't see anything wrong. Because as I said earlier on, what happens in Parliament is the domain of Parliament.
Okay.
And the domain of Parliament and the purpose of Parliament is led by the Speaker.
Okay, another one that's interesting to think, and whether that is even doable, that I am getting information that the Speaker has just asked his lawyers to test the decision of the Supreme Court directing Parliament to stay execution of the Speaker's orders. How feasible and how doable is this act?
No, any rule or order at any court in the country. If you disagree, you can apply for that rule or order to the state. And I think that is the fact that the Speaker has chosen to do. Now, if those silence and difficulty, as you and I speak, it operates automatically as a state of the original order of the Supreme Court. Please, do you understand what I say?
Yes, I get you.
Okay, so that is it.
Now, let's look at the kind of precedent this subject matter will leave with us going forward. Will that be one that would make it difficult in the future for a Speaker of Parliament to perhaps direct the House accordingly if a certain vacancy arises, and whether or not it'll be...
I don't think so. I think Mr. Bagbing is a man of strong character with a wonderful breadth of knowledge and experience in parliamentary practice. I don't think anybody can follow him for any future from carrying out their duties as Speaker of Parliament. Members have been elected by everybody in this country.
Wonderful. That's the voice of lawyer Kakre Samwa. Lawyer Isamwa, we would be very grateful if you'd come back to us if the need arises going forward as we monitor the situations in Parliament and also try to make a meaning of all of it. Really grateful speaking to you. Thank you so very much for availing yourself to help us understand all of this. Earlier on, as the members of Parliament arrive in Parliament to conduct the day's business or to commence the day's business, there was a certain interactions, recordings, and we have some of them to share with you, and that of the majority then until last Thursday leader Honorable Afenyo Marking, and he mentioned his admiration for this man, Dr. Dominic Ayine, then a former Deputy Attorney General of the Republic of Ghana. Let's take a listen to these recordings as they were carried out today.
That there was a pending suit at the Supreme Court, which pending suit was to seek certain interpretation of Article 97. In fact, Mr. Speaker himself acknowledged that on the floor of the House. As a result of his decision, the majority caucus expressed a disagreement with his decision and gave a clear indication that the matter will be pursued further at the Supreme Court. So on Friday, another process was filed by me, and the Supreme Court, in a unanimous decision, determined the matter and ruled, among others, that 1, Speaker's interpretation of the law was wrongful, and that the Supreme Court was staying his decision pending the final determination of the case. In other words, his earlier decision to the effect that those 4 MPs, that is MP for Fomina, MP for Aguna West, MP for Suhum, and Amenfi Central had vacated their seats, was nullified. In essence, we are law-abiding. We have heard that our colleagues say they disagree with the Supreme Court. They've been using unprintable words on the Supreme Court. On Sunday, the minority leader, my respected colleague, Dr. Forson, led the minority caucus in a press conference whereupon they told Ghanaians that today they will come and occupy our seats by their own proclamation. MPP, our tradition, is a law. Our forebearers always use order.
You must go to court to have the order. Trying to score ante in our view should stay.
Okay, so the speaker has communicated to you that
No. There has been no official communication from Mr. Speaker's lawyers. But we, the majority caucus, the NDC majority caucus, have information to that effect. Of the Supreme Court, that order is a nullity. It has no constitutional basis because first, Mr. Speaker's ruling is not a quasi-judicial order, neither is it a judgment of a court of competent jurisdiction to be set aside, to be stayed. Excellent. You cannot stay, the ruling of, the Speaker of Parliament, which is merely a statement that guides Parliament in the conduct of his business. You cannot stay it.
That the Supreme Court got it wrong.
The Supreme Court got it wrong, totally wrong. So the ruling of the Supreme Court has no legs to stand on. That's what I mean by a void order.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
As you're watching BBC News, my name is Darrell Alantego. This is a special.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
This country has had to deal with a certain constitutional conundrum, and we're yet to find a headway. Some believe cool heads prevailing will eventually land us on a soft landing where all of, the fears, the anxiety, the apprehensions, the tensions, that some call it mischief, will be put to the side and will forge ahead. I am going to go on the phone and invite on to help us understand, especially the question of the constitutionality on the back of the separation of powers of the orders of the Supreme Court. And we're going to speak to a lawyer and a historian, Anoche Frimpong. Lawyer Anoche Frimpong, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome.
Yeah, you're also welcome, and thank you.
So before I come to my substantive question, Lawyer Frimpong, you've been in this country since last Thursday. What's been your view so far, or your impression so far, of what has transpired from last Thursday?
Well, for me, I believe that it's part of the growth of democracy with reference to what has happened in Parliament. And then, in the case of the Supreme Court, that is the judiciary, it's also part of the development of the law. Because you know that the law grows based on precedent. And when we talk about precedent, we are talking about judgments, orders, rulings, interpretations, all emanating from the superior court of judicature, at the apex of which is the Supreme Court. And so if in the constitutional development, we can have a situation whereby midway before the end of the parliamentary term, certain people could vacate their seat, triggering an action from the Speaker of Parliament, which is something that I believe is novel. Novel because we had a first Parliament, the first Republican Parliament. Nothing like that happened because under that constitution, anybody who wanted to change their mind on the floor of Parliament could do so at any time by just walking from where he was seated to the other end and then raising the hand to notify the Speaker that I have crossed paths. So please register me now as a member of this new party. Now that constitution died in 1966. The 1969 constitution frowned upon cross-carpeting, that its life was truncated in less than 3 years. The 1979 to the first, from 79 to 31 December 1981. By the grace of the Almighty God, this constitution has lasted for more than 30 years. As a result, we have had an opportunity of constitutional democracy growing to fruition. And once it grows, these are some of the things that we see. Now, in the case of the Supreme Court, whatever emanates from the House of Parliament will reverberate everywhere and end up at the Supreme Court to be settled. So what is happening there is not straight. The only reason why the two sides are battling it between themselves is simply because it's a novelty, and it's now that it's happening. If the 1960 Constitution, and for that matter 69 or 79, had not broken down unceremoniously, we believe this thing could have happened earlier, so that today it will be no news. So I am happy with the development. And then also, I'm happy with why the NDC is saying it is now the majority. It only shows that they are just humans working in a human institution. And what do I mean by that? Somebody yesterday being addressed as minority leader now wants to be addressed as a majority leader. Somebody being addressed as an ordinary MP now wants to be given a certain title. That shows their level of ego, and it shows they are only human. And one thing that you and I, as a result of the happenings, we have to know is that there is one person at the moment who can bring peace to the country before the Supreme Court gives its verdict. And that person It's not the entity called NDC, but the person called Mr. Van Baben. Why do I say that? It's very simple. The NDC caucus is saying that they would not respect what the Supreme Court has said. Indeed, I believe that in their heart, they know their constitution haven't clothed the Supreme Court with law enforcement power. Which power Parliament hasn't got, the executive hasn't got. They know that well. But because of ego, when they make this statement, it does not end the matter, it only starts the matter. Because they say that they are going to respect what Mr. Abambabe has said. If they give respect to Mr. Abambabe, then they are still operating within the law. Mr. Abambabe will have to notify them that as part of our own standing orders and procedures in Parliament, I am your head, and I would want to notify you to give respect to whatever the Supreme Court has said. And I believe when he makes this order, because they have made their intentions evidently clear that they will not listen to anybody apart from the Speaker, they would abide by that. Then there will be peace, and then there will be sanity in the House, and then the original minority leader will be a minority leader. The existing majority leader will continue to be a majority leader because of the indirect respect given to the self-execution. I say indirect because they directly do not want to respect it, but they directly want to respect whatever the Speaker says. So the Speaker, being a senior lawyer himself and a very experienced politician, should just give them the appropriate order so that there will be sanity between now and when the Supreme Court will speak. Thank you.
Wouldn't the Speaker calling on them to change their position as it is, or as it were, amount the Speaker then admitting inadvertently that perhaps he got it wrong?
No, I believe he understood you very well and clearly. The Speaker, as of now, should not be any person seen to be bending towards the side of the NDC. The moment the Speaker does that, definitely you would know that it would amount to a disrespect of the Supreme Court order. And that would also amount to contempt of court. As to whether it is possible to cite him for contempt, be a new development in our law, and I believe it's better. It's better than a coup d'etat, it's better than the gun, it's better than anything violent. After at the end of the day, we are going to listen to 5 human beings make orders, and ultimately nobody will be able to flout it. What is happening is only egoistic. But back to your question, I believe that all of us, including senior citizens, behind the scenes, pastors, imams, whatever, should talk to just one person about Babel, to ask the NPP caucus to return to the House, and then ask the NDC caucus to resume their seats at the minority seat. And I believe that the future would commend Mr. Abambabe for having been able to stand in the middle as a disinterested
if you can hear me, bear with me a minute. Lawyer Frimpong,
whatever the Supreme Court
please
has
bear with me if you can hear me, Lawyer Frimpong. We're going to cross over to Parliament and join proceedings as it currently prevails. There seems to be a certain movement showing the entrance or the appearance of the Speaker. So let's quickly cross over to Parliament. Stay with us. You're watching GBC News. My name is Darola Lantego. This is a special broadcast from Parliament.
Fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we will take item 3 on the order paper. Honorable members, National Pledge. Pursuant to Order 69, we shall proceed to recite the National Pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and honor my motherland. I pledge myself with all my might. Thank you so much. Please resume your seat. Honorable members, I want to vary the order of business, and we will take next item 6. Item 6 on the order paper, which is correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. We shall commence with the correction of the votes and proceedings of the 3rd sitting dated Thursday, 17th October 2024. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honourable Member.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, item number 5 on page 9. Mr. Speaker, the statement made by the Honourable Minority, the Honourable Atufosi, Mr. Speaker, was in respect of the fact that 4 members of Parliament whose names have been listed have breached Article 97(1)(g) and (h). It was not a mere allegation, Mr. Speaker. So the appearance of who were alleged to have been in breach, I believe that it does not reflect the true statement made by the member, because it was based on the statement that the Speaker proceeded to make, to give information that you gave to the House. The Speaker further, in indicating the names of the honourable members so named, their current situations and circumstances were clearly stated in the motion paper, so that, for instance, the first name, Peter Yaopachi Aka, the NDC member for Amenfi Central, and now an independent candidate. Mr. Speaker, so the statement contained these clear facts, and therefore it's important that they reflect in the proceedings as captured for purposes of correction. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Medina.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to draw your attention to the same item, the paragraph 5, the ending statement, which is majority caucus in inverted commas. Mr. Speaker, I think the true intention will be reflected there when we say that the minority caucus staged a walkout instead of a majority caucus in inverted commas. So if the correction can be made to reflect what was there. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member Bolsa Saf. Is that okay? Yes, from the distance I can't see. Honourable Member for, you are all right? Thank you, thank you. Table office, kindly take note of the comments made by the members. Please cross-check from the records and capture what is on the record of the House. Please, page 10. Page 11. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the third sitting, dated Thursday, 17th October 2024, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, I don't have a copy of any of the official report. So we'll proceed now to item 5, formal communication by the Speaker. Honorable members, as you may recall, on Thursday, I informed the House, pursuant to Standing Order 18 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, on the occurrence of vacancies in the House in relation to 4 honorable members. Yesterday, I received a process from the Supreme Court, which is a ruling from the Supreme Court pursuant to an ex parte application directing Parliament to recognize and allow the 4 affected members of Parliament to duly represent their constituents and conduct full scope of duties of their offices as members of Parliament, pending the final determination of a suit filed by Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Markin. By Article 102 of the Constitution, 1992, and Order 64.1 of the Standing Orders of Parliament, I note that we currently have a quorum to transact business, but not to take decisions. I want to read the said Article 102 of the Constitution. It reads, a quorum of Parliament, apart from the person presiding, shall be 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. As presently constituted, the numbers definitely is far above 1/3 of the members of Parliament. But by Article 104, the numbers are not sufficient for us to take decisions. And I'll quote Article 104. Article 104.1 says, except as otherwise provided in this Constitution, matters in Parliament shall be determined by the votes of the majority of members present and voting, with at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Honorable members, we don't have at least half of all the members of Parliament present. Consequently, in view of the current circumstances, the fact that there is a question on the composition and constitution of Parliament, and having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in Parliament, I will proceed to, in accordance with Standing Orders 59, adjourn the House indefinitely. That is sine die. I want to quote Standing Orders 59.1. It says, the Speaker may, in consultation with leadership, suspend a meeting of the House indefinitely or for a period determined by the Speaker, having regard to the public interest and the exigencies of the state of affairs in the country. Honorable members, I have consulted leadership and I am exercising my discretion to decide to suspend the meeting of the House indefinitely. The House is accordingly adjourned sine die.
Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin there as you
There's nobody there. Let's go. I knew it. No, but I knew it was.
So if you are watching us, this is the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation's coverage of the sitting of Parliament for today, a historic day in the life of the 8th Parliament, where both caucuses maintained their assertion that they were in the majority of the chamber. The Speaker of Parliament came in not long ago and in the course of the proceedings made the House know that in the light of the ongoing wranglings, the House would have to adjourn sine die, as in the House would have to adjourn until further notice. This is in the light of Article this is in line with Article 103 and 104 of the Constitution.
Welcome back once again. Thank you very much for staying with us. You're still watching GBC News. My name is Darrell Alantego. This is a special broadcast from the House of Parliament monitoring proceedings as they unfair. And currently, not too long ago, the Speaker of Parliament came into the chamber, called out for the both sides to join him so the business of the day could start. We monitored and realized there was only the one side of the house occupied, in which case the meaning will be that one house or one part of the house has walked out. Referring to Standing Order 59 of the House, the Speaker informed the House that although they...
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Okay, abusia for ya kam sapem to be akase but one ye go so ya we some doko ya de ma wo na abusia ene ya yam fast dan bi ema fera tissue ye ba ne ya ba be din komo ebisia wura Anthony Akwe ye ne be din komo afade yakoso parliament ye bambo mu nsam ehu ana okay ene me ne kan ne kakra fera tissue abusia bomadi apa bi na fada abodabo gaga nkwachi na me mienu pena wa ye de kan fera tissue abusia bomadi apa bi na fada abodabo ani makeup ne ade no emfifa sound ne da bomadi apa bi na fa paper abofa no nso sa wo pe tissue ya papa ya de be siese no kama sa de be ya ensansan bia ne colors ensan we de na ye flora ya de o matum ena ye papa very motonalized. Very emotionalized. Just a moton, ne burofo. Enti abusa delta paper me father on my dia bed so. Ya from me to be. I was 0243 033 033 0243 033 033. And enough for tissue was say a number 1. And I'm a tasses in powder so when you dear diane. Emedian e can say a year de. Me some tasses in powder and no. What do you do?
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra.
Immigration ni bia yarea. Jese o free baby owo. Omo Palugu. Omo Nandom. Omo Volta. Omo Central. Bono Western Enchi. Se o yarea. Jese o free ho. No aba hospital. Na se wo ni sika no. Omo scan the baby or no akope medical attention. But omo ni scan oba froka about immigration headquarters. Omo hospital ho. Uwia, omo hwe uwia bills no ko boss no DG wo. Eko DG wa director general ho a. Bosume so no mo betua ka na o mate afrim. I don't the immigration service for no. A free bear last 2 weeks. Me phone we me nine. So you ask the question why? It's either say person that say nipa nembre ana say dianya nanado dianya ke Ghana fu of Akandapa ke Ghana for ti ka Ghana for the first but ye wo ye catch say Ghana the enim ye ho nti enye ye ho bone. And that is why sometimes the NDC approach in 2008 after winning election, I agree that look, we can live in circles like you do me, I do you. So Kofonum unlawfully ejeli chikatanum na tamils nije also buy unlawfully they start putting people behind bars and all that. However, onipa MPP ni onini diagro na wa nchire na dia ya pa onim nyansa se okunti no onjai yes ade na ode aye no uye ni bi mane ye ne ya ansa na banitim se se ade we na ya me ne menye bio intisa enka the kind gesture mails no yi na di no. However, you know, so the other bad side is that and chichire wo man because you just embolden people. O guys say mails name mahama yire wo mo ene nkrofo mu di bone omu di oman we bone e wo kofo apenso ene omu jeli wo mo a wo fe se nka kufo adu no be say me engage MPP for social media pa and woni wo question omu di ka ebusa adenti na 8 years na mobile no went me anfo obi antum muntimi nyehwe. So it has emboldened them to steal, to do anything anyhow, and they are fine. They don't care. Immigration story, no, immigration service. Enche, you documents be from more edachremo. Last week, na meko reported Professor Kenatefwa Emma OSP, and we are still waiting for the OSP. A audit query, and Ocean Yama a word documents no. It's so amazing. A bayon mama. But my main two and through to a special day, special Wednesday, because Empire Egra. Ambassador Victor Smith will be in the studio and alongside his brother Alaji Zinari. And also be joining our studio I say. Then my co pilot, Listo and Apoku. But quick one no Baumiano Tunyumbi and said the Debiana Listo Ekano. Yeah, come. Protesters move into central London. Baby, I don't know. Almost tabu ni pamiensa. You see, ye mua de Ghana and ye penia. Almost tabu ni patrepe. Adia esi wa London. Yati kroma 2 months ni nipa 8 ayira. The president decided to say ya 212 Trump ason obe send no a sympathy a message ya 212 any citizens so 8 It's so sad, including NDC women organizer Tema West. Why 2 months ni? NDC women or constituency women organizer Tema West. Why 2 months ni? And I have asked John Mahama to make a statement on it. And this phone fee. You are going to the people to seek their mandate. And sometimes I ask myself, to one year to Mahama say Bobiana me who here to Bobiana Kai in Intino. Yewra Sedun Katianum say party in government don't care, so you don't care. The only thing you know is that let me go to the people and seek their mandate. The people you want to protect. The people you are telling them, promising them that vote for me and I'll protect you. And this is a test that Enipa ate a year within 2 weeks, 2 months. Because we don't cherish life. Onipa life and ye bibini Onipa life. Bibini on funny real life. Why? A MVP national chairman ni bibi ayira. A NDC national chairman and bibi ayira. Yes, and you won't be able to. So they don't care. Yes. Say you won't busu for kabe. And sometimes when I sit back, I get sad. And when you have a president, you see a kuobi, America. No akwajide yaba chebi ababeye George Floyd Ghana for 8 ayira also on faho oka tell me say me friend his excellency. What is excellent about his behavior that I should call this reckless president his excellency, that I should respect him, that I should call him honorable? What is honorable about his behavior towards me, the Ghanaian citizen? And the first time doesn't mean I should keep quiet. It can be me, it can be my sister, it can be one of my family members. At that point, what will I do? What will I say? What's the yes, a contractor need to dino. And father chintu yes. Any part 8 any country, any developed country will not take this. I'm telling you. Kasamrika street menya. But the IGP doesn't care. The military commander doesn't care. Upon paper on fahon and yana sem when you gold bar. Muamaka nina gewe on fahon the interior ministry here quality untiminante no interior minister or chiakwa no chiakwa anajo no any boy say shira trance omo ye matwofo na atu ogu omo no ma meeting e kwaye ombefa so awi abem we untimi nya hwe o tom paso a ye piano no ato kum o sori a ye pagya no kum akote we primary untimi nya hwe. We need active men, people who are on the ground. Yeah, last 3 weeks drivers too near chomuti ye nima de kro obi anka hwe nkyere ye the 1 month na training detectives e wa tesa no 1 month you take them to north and they no bet me detect nothing. Come here, dear Koso. Here, dear Koso. I've had a papa who sang Kumati, no, a papa who sang my hair, one of the honor. Ghanaians advised to stay indoors by 7 p.m. Yes. And Ibra Ba were London. Yes, we did the president at them. Some from Main Street, giving them the chance, the Prime Minister Sukroma, Obiba Shinasum. Omonomi basabasa chaya yo. And basabasa nom dia chichiri wo mkro. And so your leader now betena so a wo sha hu ye. Yeah, wo sha hu ye because onim say kai nkrofo we say but ye had there already president atem, already minister atem. Oh yes. That's the kind of behavior we are in. Me ba cho ma menwe ayi MVP for to nyumbi. Na nyon meba ma ayi Uncle Victor Smith. Mebama Uncle Victor Smith. Video idiom here copy. I beg you. Me here copy pa. It's very important. Mebama MVP lady no also no. Boma me. Bomia soundtracks nyina I say ye ho kire ye. Bomia ba be yi. Baumia ba ebe minim se Ghana for atia Baumia ba ebe a campaign like an opposition leader, because when you're intel, me the Ghanaian citizen, and the first time we will be OSP, and we are still waiting for the OSP, a audit query, and it starts to go to the people. Me the Ghanaians, it starts to Penia, Saturday Yaba, my so Nascova. I a campaign like an opposition leader, because when you're intel from Kenya, they are saying a route to Yeno, and Yenise is so sad. Then catch so all right, so we have so many things to talk about today, and today is Wednesday, and we have two strong soldiers in the house. Ambassador Victor Smith, Ghana's former High Commissioner UK, Ambassador Alhaji Said Sinari, National Chairman, Zongo Working Committee, NDC. Pedro, Memamunya Kwaba.
Yeah, Joso.
Alhaji. Wassalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Pacho, bibi aboko die.
Boko demi.
Angavoto, ayi your friends tamale no o buy.
Ewe. Ije hopa
Pinti.
So humi o.
Me buy but me shemwa me baby Uncle Victor Diafa. But tamale signal on the net it will say.
Me encouraging, but I don't use those numbers. Say me you know. See idea, what we refer to as retail campaigning. Ghana for, in order not to let them get disappointed in politicians generally, you need to now engage people and convince people why they should vote for you, because it's as if they are beginning to say things like "Munyamuye the same." Some people say that. Okay. Anybody who says that is an MPP person. Obviously, we say not banned fairly, but the alternative is us, NDC. But also brand or the same paintbrush brushing in here say well politicians are Munya and
Why? I don't think
and because if you're a Juma obeye a member omunso Ghana for the donor or most of them enyan kosobi wo mabrabom no more who say almost we citizens in a 2 minute share politicians
like what?
No. I mean providing for their welfare in the sense of the enabling environment for them to make progress. Say me create that enabling environment now as a government. That's a wushu to me a bit say 24-hour economy in
yeah,
we'll get more people employed in the 3 shifts. Alternative without that one, the only one shift you call from 9 to 5 yapon will be a coffee machines near dundum But the 24-hour economy will give you the opportunity to engage another lotter, almost in a ejuma, almost bakomano, and a third one. So you create that environment.
Angevito, sa nyama we ya NDC nkomo ya mudino, enye mere talk.
No, certainly not. Why would they just talk? Because to say they hold it accountable, no. Omo mere promises, omo din trouble and trouble mu because omo to me aye. Into who go abamu, you too many shows. Now why hear all those promises apart from manifesto? You have tried to convince the people. The mayor say na once we tumpon or wabrabum. Nasa wo ba to papa so say dia nkofu aye. Ye memo mo adwuma ye kofa napko ba ye napko bi mu bi nam this year. E ka wo ho omo to atwene omo other things. The point is that when you assure people nasa money too many shows, you must deliver. Otherwise you must go. For me, in future, all leaders, especially the president, or lead any party, the two missions are. As you amend the constitution, it is important that we amend the constitution to allow the people's representatives to question the president every other week or every month.
But how them come over? Obi busa me say, Adentina all this while. You have failed to amend the constitution and you have best suit the ordinary citizen. I think the NDC and the MPP are playing games with us.
We're not.
That is the answer I gave.
You know, we did a constitutional review,
and what happened?
My point is that it hasn't been implemented.
Why?
I don't know, because I wasn't the one running the show, but I know that thing took place under Professor Mills, because there are a few things that he didn't find comfortable until he put that committee in place. And on my report, I'm sure it's still sitting somewhere. I mean, I'm not.
The Mahama administration failed to implement it. The Kufuado Baumia too, they have failed to. Well, so it's like everybody is running away from something.
No. But still, the review, is still on the cards. That we have to review it because people have complained, for instance, that they give too much power to the executive. People have complained. The executive have complained. That one, I know that from Professor Mills. Say, you should train and start saying that you must pick all your ministers from our majority from Parliament. I don't think he was very comfortable with that one. He thought that there are people who may not be partisan, but they are solid people that he can use to achieve the end now.
Yes.
But his hands were tied because of the constitution. Until some of those areas were looked at as to why they were not implemented. I don't know why they haven't been implemented now. But I still think it's not too late. I see a more thing now. Media the best they share in constitution. Emma leaders, they will set up as to make sure, like they do in Britain, but it's a different system where the Prime Minister goes for question time. You go before the people's representatives and they'll grill you. That is the kind of thing. Yes, sir. Tension about down because they will ask the president to answer questions on behalf of the people who have given you the power. A very important, but it has to be looked at in the constitution.
No, but
the president.
Even with that, you are saying a very difficult kakra.
Why?
Because leader bia leader bia mpe a critical thinker to come before him and ask him questions.
No, but if it's in the constitution,
Akufo-Addo will never give me the opportunity because enyama mebu se Akufo-Addo no. Nyankofo wa joy and I say what untumi FM and I say Peace FM, they won't dare ask.
Man, say media per se. Over to a press conference, and the president can choose not to answer. But when he goes before the people's representative, Parliament, if they bring the president there, these are the people's representatives, those who are giving you the power. And the law says you must appear before them.
The opponents to have opportunity to ask questions.
No problem. Why not? They are MPs.
That is what. So
what I'm trying to say that you are talking about yourself. I thought you are a media person. You're not a member of Parliament.
But
if
you
were
a situation, you been executive no public that we want to ask you critical questions.
I know the president. The president in your media interview.
That is what I'm telling.
But I don't know. They try to overplay games. I'm saying, Parliament there, any press conference, if he chooses not to respond to a question, he can run away from the question. Akufo-Addo, I think I remember, did 1 or 2 B throughout the, and now, he business question of the ministers, he said they should answer. John Mahama never calls his ministers because we are too and we understand the system now he's running. So when you ask him any question, or better try to obey you because he understands what he's managing. Then if you don't understand what you are managing, I know my friend for ministers there, Kabibichi saying, one edit to me nations, one hour point to. And what I'm saying is that constitutional review is one of the things that will give us the opportunity to grill the leader. Now, it reduces the tension that at least he's asked questions. But see, look at where we've ended up. Look at where we've ended up. When even the majority in Parliament wanted to remove the finance minister because all move from and then they reverse their position. Because NDC should have joined their forces with them and to vote out a vote of no confidence in the government. But of course, within the constitution, you need vote of no confidence. And I know you find shame. Almost said there's impeachment of the president, but that is pushing it too far. But the vote of no confidence is that you are running the country down. Stop. We have to stop the nonsense, and then we'll regroup and then take the country forward. And to see a giant nonsense, no.
But Alaji Snari, Alaji, when you issues that me sabe, munamo moye mrantia se ye na muchini pa like you move. By na dia ja akra 6 p.m. then you day inside. Cool, but yeah, mrantia into the movie, and especially. When I go back to my village, Asante Mampong, me one of the essentially MPP through and through, when they see me, they ask me critical questions about NDC, and that is why I'm very critical. Because look, I don't want to wake up one day, then people will accuse me that Bobiene boy and the NDC number power to destroy the country, because today. Some people like Sifa Kaya any Adomochinuma, I'll bow my head in shame. And Kwakuba Konom, I'll bow my head in shame, say, met me a boy, I'm what best say on mine. Drew this level. Me, I can't stand it. Me ferry, me Ghanaian free on mine. Me go pebe biatete. Now, do you think the NDC can do something different positively from the current situation?
Well, we can.
And now you just want power.
No, it's not about the power, but the issue, like just what Victor just said, and I completely agree with him in terms of the reforms and all that. But, we as a party, and I'll say this to that,
good.
We've learnt our lessons. To cut the long story short, we've learnt our big lessons, and there's a lot that we're going to correct at the end of the day when we come back to power. And it's the power that we need. We need to. This election is, for me, I always say it's a do and die affair. And Ghanaians will not forgive the NDC if we should lose this election. It's a must-win elections for the NDC. Because look at the mess, Bobby, you yourself,
Yeah, Alaji, but winning an election.
But I'm saying that, Bobby, look, if you compare the track record of the NDC to that of the MPP, we are far better.
We agree. We agree. Right now, the ordinary youth,
we've learnt our lessons. So by moving forward, we're going to correct so many things. You understand what I'm trying to say? We're going to correct it. Definitely. There's no two ways about it. I mean, look at what John did in 4 years compared to where this
Alaji, the infrastructure issues, we agree.
Yes, apart from the infrastructure and everything.
Yes, we agree. Now look, me, where I sit, me person me who speed in our youth development.
Yes.
Me person me who say employment air cost. Me person me who say politicians living opulent lifestyle form. So because when you tell me you need when you talk about roads, I give you my taxes in the roads me permit because you are obliged to do it.
Yes.
When you talk about hospitals, say youth no, they don't want to listen to those things. What they want to listen, can you create
They should
a situation for me?
They should give the NDC.
But that's exactly what I just said. Enabling the environment.
Yes.
For people to make progress.
They should give us another chance and we'll transform Ghana for the better for them, for the youth of this country. I'm telling you the truth. Otherwise, this country is sold already. I'm what on.
Yes, but at
least we are going to be better, far better. We're going to reset, definitely with the leadership that we have, JM. Definitely, Ghanaians. I'm appealing to our brothers and sisters. They should. I'm sure me, Papa. They should look at us very well because we are the only alternative that will make Mother Ghana better. For the youth.
But Alaji said, "One young writer, look, there
was a meeting that I attended. This youth meeting, Banana Boys and all that kind of thing. And one of them were telling me that, look, Alaji, if some of our ministers misbehave, we are going to march over there and beat the shit out of that minister and kick him out of the office. I said, yes, you have the right to do that. Why not? If really he's messing up, I actually supported that at the end of the day because you are there to serve the people. You understand what I'm trying to say? So for me, I'll tell our Ghanaian people, look, give JM the second chance. Let him come back. Let him repair the damage that this wicked, evil government has imposed on the people of
Alaji, you need problem be to give you the mandate.
Yes.
To be honest,
yes.
Me Uncle Victor Makachi on several occasions. Yes. Me Bobiansa, Senka me convinced me trimu say the MPP 8 years they have done better than Mills Mahama. Me, I don't. No. I won't waste my time. No, I don't. I'm not like that. Me, I'm not a hypocrite.
But you just look at.
So we know we are going to give you the mandate.
Yes.
My fear
Inshallah.
And my worry
is
that look, are we not going to see the same tortoise walk?
No. It won't be the same. It wouldn't be the same.
That is our problem.
I'm telling you, I'm putting my career on the line. If it should dare happen, I will resign from active politics. I'm telling you this.
Are you sure?
I swear to the Almighty Allah that if it dare happens, I will resign from active politics. I am telling you, Midonyami. Victor, Alumali. I swear, I'm telling you. I say if it should dare happen again, I will resign from active politics. I won't do politics again.
So which means you are confident you guys are going to build Ghana?
Oh yes, definitely. My brothers and sisters, definitely. They should give us that chance. Look, this country is in a mess, my brother. This country, you know it already. Look at the debt that we have in this country today. In their almost 8 years, they borrowed $42 billion. $42 billion. Compared to us, we borrowed from Nkrumah's time up to 2017. It was 8 billion. 42 billion. It's not joke.
42 billion.
Dollars.
I heard. That's
how much they borrowed. That's how much they borrowed.
So blah 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 blah.
That's how much they borrowed. Oh no.
Your states, agencies, and
they have borrowed 42 billion. $42 billion.
And we are looking for 3 billion from China.
Exactly. So you tell me, what have they done? Tell me. There's nothing to show. Maybe a few projects left and right, but it's family and friends, my brothers. If we don't change this leadership, I swear,
anyway,
and we'll kick this Bamia and Akufo-Addo government, wallahi tallahi, Ghanaians will not forgive us. We don't hear me.
Anyway, when I made the minimum share because see, I'm sure after NDC 4 years, 8 years, maybe I'm on the mob bonko cry to more of them will be a meshamo. Yeah, Mranti and I support to
Oh,
Mranti and Robert Boye. My point is, and America no. Me were bad boy. Anytime I'm in be too quiet, be Drew Airport. Now, my cousin John Mahama na ye we are. Or my MPP ni. From Santiago now, so obviously
no problem with you. And I want to
so anytime you be drew a airport be no be home so your mama na see we after there na say oni of makwai was school no ba bia no a otumi busa me how is your mama ni dia can trim because ordinary hu bibi and I'm proud of that. I don't want the NDC to win. Come and mess up, manya. Then now, even if I'm sitting in a Land Cruiser, I will not be happy.
Bobby, just a week ago, look, we rushed one of our relatives to the military hospital.
Yeah.
It was full. They couldn't admit the person, the family member. And we had to rush the patient to the bank hospital. Can you imagine that if the bank hospital was not there? At that particular, he had stroke at that particular time. You know, stroke patients, when you have that stroke, within 24 hours, if you have the treatment,
but
you come back. Yes, you come back. And he came back. Within 24 hours, he was okay. So you can just imagine if that hospital was not there, if we had not put up, what's it called, the Rich Hospital, UGMC and all that kind of thing, what would have happened to Ghana today?
Okay, so young your main conversation so and me wa article bi me pacho get here and today I'm a doma mutie on Citizen TV and YouTube, on WhatsApp platforms, on the West End FM ewo Elembele and I think so Elmina and Benya FM across the globe ya moti and Kenya no. You didn't come about election 2024, the red flags, the dangers, then why a need for Ghana for better at the AMA NDC, and that is why we have these two strong men in the studio. Uncle Victor Etro article be. And so baby I will be on me pese umawadwene eba article no so ohun Brian Champon video bi, and based on that video and a man no issue to that article, and maybe I will just take 1 or 2, 3 paragraphs, and since he is in the studio, then we will allow him now on BBM. So you have this on our Facebook, YouTube page. Victor Smith writes, the threats of those loud-mouthed lunatics in the MPP will be dealt with on election day. So that's the caption for his write-up. And I'll just take time and go through, like maybe as I said, 1 or 2, 3 paragraphs. Some loudmouths within the MPP are screaming from rooftops that they'll win the elections of December 7th by, quote, any means, unquote. Their favorite saying, quote, we will break the 8, unquote, we have the men, etc. We are not unaware of the preparations they are making towards the agenda. We know they are lunatics, in quote, who do not care about the peace and stability of Ghana and are prepared to plunge Ghana into chaos after they have misgoverned the country for 8 years. We in the NDC believe that there still exists in the Ghana Armed Forces and the Ghana Police very serious professional men and women who are very focused on what they are trained to do and will not stand by and allow some lunatics to misconduct themselves before, during, and after December 7th elections. And it goes on and on and on and on. And you're going to see Brian Champon on a MPP campaign platform calling the bluff. That
of the vote. Mundi East region now 65% of the vote. Now a Juma MPP applying no iron. No metwaso. Now make walk out. Because can what you want election I have a column Mama will be a real Mama will be Angelis or a Bamasi will be and this is for Pearl MPP will win in 2024 battle. Now me tonight I'm to say election you have a column. About any about to know. 5 MPP and the first year we need election 2024. Never faso. 5 years we never faso. 5 years we never faso.
Odini showmanship. Uncle Victor, Yashaba studio be me mamunyina kwaba, but what tre article be F4.
It is not the first time wakata sa. Kai kwewu okabibi sa.
Pacho yanko
kwewu okabibi wo kwewu say they will not hand over power to us.
Yes.
Now I wonder, it's not a minister for agric. Now for me it borders on it to trust him.
Why?
Because abam we digana fonya. Boni o di Ghana how to ton asase ye onu kra na okoto hotel be fa okuju da black or step in ah harass ya na ife dey mo back off no just say ye ton Ghana Japadenia e Japadie book no they are implementing every in it.
They are telling us fabrication.
President said NDC for my tractors and
what's my name?
And say and no achieve youth for about the statement.
Yeah.
Some more yemfa paint brush no and brush all achim for chebi mafia and ya achim mafia the chebi ba omo ya kakra bi o ba ku bi ko yes we ko fe no goji ya goji yes all true book na omo pi say oka ho na mo trust ade phone.
Oh, okay.
Now you have implemented all these things na ye kan president wunim who be so we share e bi amatina me do troya the former OSP or did document no and ade ko che JJ asemo kan who say or the command na JJ confront to a president no JJ he won't take kindly to such tribal bigotry that kind of behavior.
We better refresh your mind on that.
And that particular Martin say or the document a Japadie and other documents or the coach JJ no JJ the confront the president no JJ be catch and say president the buefuno onu Martin because onu no appointing as a OSP na ka bibi was bring it to me na ban say no come Rollins I see 1 week later Rollins was dead. Now Martin's position as a nipa na me the document no come on the corridors onu wa me try then I don't say for Ejuma you are the mother serpent of corruption and them person you president na block your case or a clearing agent now. These are some of the evidence OSP that you appointed and swore in or the documents based on by investigation being there. She said, what kataso? And also his decision was that I mean to me no. So that is the bit that Martin wrote. But what is important? Brian Champon, his utterances, very provocative. Well, because a politics campaign you see some of the preparations now so
like what
in my paper I said we are not unaware they are training some boys and some of them were NDC people Oma Kobiaba.
Oh yeah, sure.
I just generation say me they won't say me NDC me moja will try to
I know but
I worked with Jerry Rawlings and I will know some of those boys.
Yes, but in this situation Obiaka say a drew election time say ya Obiaka de ope. Tina me busa that.
The main can say we are not unaware and we yada and hoso. They catch one say women focus sisi no Ghana e kwan aban otiade so aye kufa doni bawomia aban e kwan omo de Ghana for afaso no ento ye aye wicked enti the fight we are fighting now NDC Mahama coming back here is to save this country and to say a boy Ghana for it is not NDC MPP anymore it is Ghana against MPP for become they talk to us. Now they go for the Ambomoding. Oh, I'm what party no.
But we also be any different.
I know quite the president will unity by now. So if it was possible to sack his vice president and go up permanent. Because to say who vision but just when you to me no. Now we are vice president to President Akufo-Addo no. Want to mean to Fupa. The deputy want to mean to Fupa. What kind of president, what kind of leader are you? In any case, Bawumia Gaza, ne papa, I am this ni. Ne papa, I know my doctor do for of one Bank of Ghana.
Really?
As assistant manager, not as a director.
I see.
As assistant manager. Ne papa no a chairman of Council of State under Rawlings. Bawumia, Alhaji Bawumia. And your father don't buy no America, what could you do na? I'm going to buy it. he might have a PhD. A PhD without experience is nothing. He hasn't even tried it in implementation and see how it works out. And he may be a PhD in the top economics in Nigeria. Where did he work? To the extent say he did 2 million Ghana. Nipa forward Jumanum Obubu Emrani Yaso MPP. Ni shame. You are not NDC, you're not MPP. There are rules and their constitution that will allow you to be brought in, but to be brought in and made a running mate, I've seen another video, but maybe you don't have that video. One MPP guy said, how can he say Oba Najumu Pono, he will implement and it will save Ghana? Then the Pakundi said, only Nana Kufa, one to Yankan General Andre Ghana, MPP Neo, also Oya Man Bonipa, one Bomodi Amagana for. Say if he knows it, but he doesn't know it. So only ma Nkotinaho Emma Ufoyata supposedly working under you because you are the for example economic management team chairman.
Yeah.
One to me and can't president say, so let me take this guy on.
Some of the theories is that Omumbuno or Kansema Omuntie.
Why should that be? And then he should have resigned. If he was a man, he should have just said, I'm not going to be part of this.
Was he not in charge of the economical?
No, he was just there in name. He was there in name. I'm sure Ohu across Salutuno. I'm sure because Farata deals directly with the president.
So you know, idea. And I know Ansasari, a lawyer Penny Ansasari was here, and he's claiming that as about me, you try nation because a Kufadu Mumbuno. Or my man acquire man and Yajuma. So what do you have a whole big
what?
Lawyer?
Oh,
legal,
I beg.
Like
I beg. They be lawyer. I know him so well.
He's a big.
I know him so well. The lawyers not making decisions in here.
It will be the same group that.
It's not the same people.
No, but if you have such a person, that's an idea.
Or young people need, and it's all say young about where we are. Win him. 8 years nature mukono unu nipa omewu omo suffer yare kidney issues omo ntumi nya rena e na de no omewu ko because of bad governance. Na yes and try the same person no kan ho na ponu so ka ho bi. They sat in cabinet all these 8 years. They mutumi nya Ghana. Why should Ghanaians give you the power again? Why? They think Ghanaians are stupid? It will not happen. It will not happen if they force their way using any communist inferior tactics. The best thing they won't like it. They will not. They will run and leave their shoes. So if they try to use force,
why do you think so?
Almost moves to be an idea, but because they tried Ayawaso, you were talking about some of these killings.
Yeah.
And nobody does anything after Techima up to today when you report to know. Have they found out who killed who?
Nobody.
And so there are some of the people are emboldened. We will break the 8. We will break our bones. You won't break the 8. Not, I told you in our statement that there are serious professionals who are focused on the job for which they've been trained to do. Serious security personnel, police and army. On to me in Kase, because he's the commander-in-chief, he will instruct for any foolish thing to be done in Ghana. Rawlings used to call it positive defiance. Positive defiance. We must stupid orders are. You have to be defied. We must stupid orders. You can go shooting for her. The police and the professionals should say no. We cannot do that to our own kith and kin because Ochinebinu Ubakwabe Kakambi. And seriously, they have failed to perform. Over in the last days of President Kufuor, he doesn't say much because he doesn't have responses. But Umiana Mebeka say, "Oh, you whiskey no." I'm sure President in his quiet moment you say that I didn't know you were that useless in his quiet moments, but you didn't perform. And in any case, who says for that time in a man too much power? Why didn't you tell me? Because you are my vice. You can have a meeting and you can tell me the way the country is going.
No, but so
I need to stop it.
Oforiata so ye bibi na say bibi Koswa. Ekufado is part of Oforiata's plan.
I am saying
it's a family agenda.
I'm saying that Chebi Mafia.
How can one person fight a family agenda?
No. The family, why? Is the family the whole Ghana? No. What I'm trying to say, the Baumia, if I'm appointed vice president, if I was appointed president, it doesn't matter whether it's Rawlings, and Rawlings, I told you my peace of mind at some times. It could be anybody. What the air called Decha? I need to speak up. I need to tell you and give you reasons why direction I walk on. This is how a serious citizen of this country, a patriotic citizen, must behave. You must speak the truth and let the person say that minimum age maybe. That's okay. You can't kill me, so I go home. People will respect you. But it's too late for him in the day. Too late. He should stop going around campaigning because he's not able to answer the questions now. Exchange rate now go from 4 to 16. Ask him, can you explain it? We're a PhD in economics. Tell us why we've gone from here to here. He is not digital or he's lost, but you see, because they made him, Okakufado fought to make him his running mate, and he became vice president in the circumstance. When you say he owes it to Nana Akufo-Addo and the MPP to work hard, and I worked hard, and it's, I just go home. This is where we are now. This is the country. The fight is Ghana versus the MPP. It is not NDC again. We are the bigger opposition party, but political parties fight for the people of Ghana. In this case, it's Ghana, which is led by NDC, against this obnoxious regime.
And Governor Mafo said now the NDC is so weak.
It's not true.
Mikrom on several occasions, especially in Kumasi. You want a dom ewo Kumasi and my men scaling it down. On say Kumasi, say for Kumasi a Ashanti and Northerners, a crew. Because now you can't claim say Kumasi has had phone. No. You for, and you know the linkage between Ashantis and Dagombas and Gonjas and Moshis. I mean, I stayed with Sasala and Kusasi people. But the questioner, Yeni and Masan Fubusan say, Bobby, into your sure say end this Fubet me a buying home buying. A buyer Cotono. Because they believe that they voted for you in 2020. Then you allow somebody to just snatch the victory away. And now that person is telling them in the Ashanti region that Omba Bomo Fesika Amamwa Jane, and they win this election through force. And then Mama Busa said they believe NDC is weak. The leader, John Mahama,
who is saying this?
What's the other Bakumi?
That
is the notion out there. That is the notion out there.
They will receive the shock of their life.
How are you going to deal with these things that Ghana for informal and Shimu say Mubet we are protecting ya buy a koto. Me bo be the at all cost. But when it comes to decisions in protecting the ballot, I don't come in.
But we've learned some lessons, as Alaji was telling you. We've learned lessons of our mistakes, and we have planned seriously. We will not expose, tell the world about our plans, but we will teach them a lesson they will never forget. Everything's in place, but they can't. They are looking, but they can't find it. But we are coming. We are coming at them.
Bobby, you realize that Ghanaians, like what Nkrumah said. Nkrumah said Ghanaians, we are like camels. We trek very slowly, but the day that we get angry, nobody can control the camel. And I foresee this thing coming. And we all know very well that the MPP, they have plans to rig these elections. Well, that's a fact. They have plans. Oh, yes, they want to rig the elections. So I'm telling my NDC folks today that if you say you love the NDC and you say you love John Dramani Mahama, every single body should contribute his quota. Elections, like we all say, Victor, agree with me, he knows it from experience. Elections are won at the polling stations at the coalition centers. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, if you get it right at the polling stations, something can go wrong at the coalition center. They can do some dangbeshi there and they can change figures. So
with the free coalition center
from polling station.
From polling stations to coalition center.
Exactly.
Okay.
Things can happen at the coalition center. So I'm telling my NDC folks. I remember we had the orientation that we had for our Zongo folks, some few weeks ago, about a month and a half ago. I told General that I said, General, look, this blueprint that I have, I think it will work better, but we cannot pay the folks because it's going to be very, very expensive.
Come closer.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very expensive for that particular project. I say that in every police station, the NDC has a branch.
Okay.
So in every branch, we don't have less than 100 people in every branch. So let's recruit 20 people in every single police station. 20 volunteers, those who want to volunteer for the sake of the NDC and for the sake of GM. Now, if you have these 20 people times the number of police stations, assuming you have 200 police stations, that comes to what, 4,000 people. You can even have more than that. Can you imagine that this 4,000, if they match themselves to the coalition center, oh my God! Even if the army commander should give directive that they can't. They will be forced to declare the actual results. They'll be forced to. That is my blueprint. Look, it's as simple as that. Look, you can have everything right. You can have the best candidate. You can have the best chairman. You can have the best MPs. You can have the best of the best. But elections are won on the D-Day. So the D-Day, if you don't police your police stations and you don't go and police your coalition centers, we are going to be in trouble. This election is a must-win election for the NDC. Look, internationally, as we say, opinion polls, we are leading about 54-55%. Locally too, the same thing. But like I said, for me, I don't work with this. Me, I work on the D-Day. The D-Day is how to protect the police stations and go ahead and protect the coalition center. If we have this, look, if we have this 20 times the number of polling police stations, I bet you this is a done deal for John Dramani.
But Alaji, I sort of back to Uncle Victor.
Yes.
And even with Uncle Victor, because a very serious conversation that the ordinary Ghanaian Minka send these supporters, because these supporters are almost both say on beto amam they are there, but the ordinary Ghanaian wants to feel safe, like and Krofa made me home kobo. Now, Alaji scenario, you are dealing with police service. Then they decided to bring in deputy operations, deputy IG in charge of operations, which is Yohunu, right?
Yeah.
Now, everybody is struggling to see Yohunu's identity. Some of the police members feel say Omudi Yohunuaba for a special project. Others believe it's because so if we say Dampare is refusing recently, is refusing to take orders from Gabinum and Asantime Dia Tunum, and that is why they have brought in Yohunu. Yohunu ni nkrophobia dim komonso ono titikeda. So sister na emenya, then they changed the military command, brought in Opon Pepra, and Opon Pepra is a die-hard MPP person, always against. Opon Pepra has stayed in the system. That's what we have heard. That Opon Pepra has stayed in the system and a die-hard MPP person. You know, you can't tell. Now, as we speak now, Menotias is here. They are training detectives at Tesano, and this morning I was with them. And Sana Meba has said. And the idea is that they want to pile up the police service because figures say Ben say lose your police service, but they need to close up. Then now when you go to immigration office at school, Asimfosu, and I want to so up. So Bobby, how are you going to deal with these things?
But let me tell you something. Like I was just saying earlier, I swear, that's why I say, if we do it right in the NDC, this is a done deal for us or for John Dramani Mahama. I don't care what they do. Whether the MPP go ahead and even go and bring their commander from the USSS carrier or whatever to come and man their command post here, it wouldn't work. Look, let them change whoever they want to change, IGP or army commander or whatever. At the end of the day, I swear, if NDC does what we do best, is to come out in our numbers and protect the ballot box, protect the coalition centers. I swear, Medojami, let them bring the army. Let them come in their thousands. It will be Bruce Lee there. I'm telling you the truth. It will be chaos. Nobody is going to take it. People are fed up. You want to win the election, win it genuinely. Let everything very transparent. They know very well that they're not going to win the elections. The NPP know that. They know. As we sit here today, they know. They have their drawing board and everything. Like I said, they don't want to rig the election. But it wouldn't happen. We are not going to allow that to happen. I mean, if it's just like you open your doors for a thief man to come and steal your goods or whatever in your shop or whatever, are you going to allow that? No. We're going to close our doors. You understand what I'm trying to say? But NDC, we should work very hard. This election, we've not won it yet. You understand what I'm trying to say? So nobody should say this election is a done deal. No. We need to work towards it. We need to charge our supporters. Charge them seriously. That the day nobody should sleep. Nobody should sleep that day. Everybody should be there at the police stations and the coalition center. I swear we'll carry the day. Bobby, I swear, I'm telling you the truth. If we do this, look, it will put fear in the government. They are afraid already. They know. Charlie, why? Are we cowards or what? That day it will never happen. Bobby, I swear, I'm telling you the honest truth. I know. I'm always on the ground. You know, as an organizer or whatever. I'm always in touch with the people, so I know what I'm talking about. Ghanaians will not take it. This country, Ghanaians will not take this nonsense, this rigging. Oh, let them try it. I'll not say anything.
I'll come back to you, Uncle Victor.
Yeah.
By Champon or Easton, and one now free. What can't they weigh me? Yeah, they are Asantri Janke Becca, so Unia
say.
Sir, from Eastern region, from the same place. What I say when anybody didn't come up that like look, you ain't penning for you need to see a driver or minor echo baby and you say echo. What try that engagement with my opponent, knowing that this is what they want to do.
Now, a Japade Buguno. It's everything on my agenda is contained in there. For how many years you and I have known about this book?
Way back.
And then Ochihi or say he doesn't know anything about the book. But meanwhile, your photograph is on the book back of that document. It has been like that forever. And the content of that document, you know, very damaging. Borders on treason. It's a state capture, no, a treason. The people of Ghana should wake up to that realization. Say, and conform per se, omufa Ghana no mum. A small family, Dankwa's descendants. Who's the OJB Dankwa? Seriously, he had wanted to become president, but he couldn't become president under Kwame Nkrumah. Why the descendants are trying to think that it is their right to become the custodians of Ghana? It's a joke. And me advise me ma or Chin say, if you don't know anything about it, then we are saying to you the content of that document is very indicting for the president especially. That they know about it from what Martin Amidu said. That JJ took the document to him. For him to say that it was written by NDC or his detractors, no. He should get the police or the investigative bodies to investigate this matter as to who wrote that book. Young Ghana, if the police and the other investigative bodies are patriotic enough, they should wake up, because agenda is very diabolical. It's a small clique of people. Look at what they have done in this short 8 years. You messed up our economy as a country, and you try to take over the levels of the governance, the financial, the judicial. You know, you are just trying to control. And in the document, they do mention there, your core opposition power who can still remotely control Ghana, as it were. Most of them, I'm disappointed I didn't confront Gabi at one point. It's a book, no. And I'm sure he started from Dankwa Institute.
Really?
Yeah. They know it, but on him say, in can say eliki. I didn't eliki. This is very serious matter. President no or a lawyer on him say they no, it borders on treason. Ghana, we don't want this kind of thing. Most of them mo conquer wars. Asantefo crying, they should all vote one way on for NDC Mahama to take out this obnoxious arrangement. They should all vote for Mahama, because agenda don't mo cry and say more Asantefo no ya bomu or war. Ebansena, we are living in your shadows. What kind of talk is that? In this day and age, modern Ghana, the tribal characters. What is the agenda? President Kufuor, you are 80. Oh, no, there are terrible things in there. They mentioned some bank or or bank or something like this. You didn't say Dachim something. I can book.
Yeah,
it's like Dachim something.
Yeah.
The future of.
But almost should be bank be
well, almost Ochebi Wangasa. Okay. I'm sure there's something like that there.
Yeah.
And this is for Omodachi. Hey, this small clique of tribalists. What is this game about? And because Adeneli, the president is terrified of, say, you will conduct any investigation, because if they conduct an investigation, he may be implicated.
But I don't know Babontemimi who are their way around
20
proud to 2016 more and Oina Jekum ete ho kyerɛ me Oina Jekum Ashanti region ote ho bibi ho sa ho kyerɛ me. Then in 2017 and Omame some snipers of it say ade ankrofo because the ankrofo say ka ho asem and I'm saying ni bi no so no Maribuadu
London
omo cousin no and de bibi sa emma no and ono so and kyerɛ me. But now my question is why now? Why 2024 now almost responding with what you are saying?
Well, because we are heading towards election, no. Almost I didn't know a teacher now Asantefono are waking up to it. That's what I'm saying. I'm calling on them. NDC, this is a big opportunity to save this country. We should present it to the people of Ashanti region. We should present it to them that the indigenes, a small group in Chebi, they want to, walk all over you. They were supposed to push about President Kufuor's people, That's why they chucked Alan. And I'm sure that's why Alan stopped. Because Omu's agenda, a small agenda. That is why Alan probably left MPP. But you see, if Asantefour want to keep MPP, they got to get rid of this current MPP that as led by Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, Napo. Napo de Omu Yusun Keke. I'm sure he's hoping that one day will be the president.
Yeah.
As a Santini.
Yeah.
He was just thrown in to show some balance. The same way they brought Bawumia to do this game. In their document, almost say they just bring in other people from other tribes who then will not make them, it's so obvious, say Omukra agenda. But agenda is that of JB Dankwa's descendants. All those mafia guys are JB Dankwa's boys, or relatives from for repaying fee and Abza or for repaying fee. But a serious matter is the one I'm talking. I get passionate. I
can see.
Me are chimney, but me fit heavy, and I mean come mafia. You can't do this to this country. 30 million people after all these years, 60-something years in independence, will bring this bogus vision. Then you can walk off Sebi walk off a ceremony say. Oh, so that the people won't think that
a small screen.
Minka be mean sure.
Tell me.
Make it be actual.
Tell me.
Yes, say. And I know that for a fact. But me mboni pako catch anything. Yepe a assembly. This municipal assembly. I was a Bwakwa North. So you say Hona maybe constituent. Now there was a between Kukurentumi and Tafo. Somebody. Now I decided not to mention that somebody.
Yeah, I know.
Or your penny power. Or see Tafo. I the younger municipal about the onion Tafo going to go.
Really?
And that is dangerous for them to make that comment. Kukurentumi there achim for the honey yegu. I don't think. But Tafo no a business district It's the same constituency. In the headquarters in the municipal I say onion Tafo going to go. And people were shocked.
Really?
It was in a meeting. At the right time, I'll mention the name at the right time. And the Otia Obu say, hey, Obiati Nitro. But then, you see, this should tell
but Uncle Victor, I didn't know me possess that mindset. I document it. I implement it. Why?
it wasn't meant to be known by you and I. You should them in a try idea. It's a blueprint, it's a document. You be follow through. And say your phone cabinet, your phone your for the day. Gabi Ochidako will go to the president. He told me he's the last person the president sees before he goes to sleep.
I just use your microphone here. He told you.
He told me. So obviously the cover, he was in charge of Dankwa Institute.
Yeah.
So obviously, Yakoya cabinet and then you say there's some government or a British citizen.
Bobby, did you come across that video that Bomia went just recently
to where?
Akwapim.
Akwapim North.
Yes.
No, Ebri.
It was Ebri.
The chief was talking something. Yeah.
When
say Akwapim North.
Akwapim North.
No. Ebri Kahon. Akwapim North. No, Ekropondiko.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And Anuni in Samom Echiro Hono.
The man calls himself a Muslim. Yeah. And what they did there is un-Islamic. If I was the one there, I would have just walked out. With the libation and all that kind of thing. It's un-Islamic. You don't do it.
No, but vice president.
He didn't pour that thing.
Oh, he was there. He was clapping his hands.
But your vice president.
No, vice president. But I'm saying.
And he's vice president for all traditions, vice president for all cultures, vice president for all religions.
He knows it. But for me, look, I've always been telling our Ghanaian people, look.
You're Muslim clerical.
Although.
Yes, I understand.
Although we look, although John is a Christian, but he has a Muslim heart in him, and we have a vice president who is a Muslim, but he doesn't have a Muslim heart in him. I'm telling you the truth. Wallahi, look, do you know that John can recite the Quran?
Yes. But and I make I say, but since he's the vice president,
but it was his party that went there. It wasn't the state, so it's different.
But so he's there. He was there as a vice president.
No, he was there as a candidate. He's not a proper Muslim. I'm telling you the truth. And if he thinks that he can play the Muslim card, he lied bad. It wouldn't work. Look, we will win. We have plans. We will win every single Zongo community in Ghana by 85-90%.
You're doing a special thing about many Uncle Victor Smith baby sister. Uncle Victor.
Me too.
Me messages. More raising issues about Simon Trauma or Enviamo for the second time. Momo Embulimo Ebu. Now you are dealing with a whole government. Yeah, Seminsuro Namenka and our democratic dispensation, they are one of the British administration we have ever seen or experienced. So how do you deal with such group? They claim some are Democrats, but they unleash terror.
Before we come to power, or when we're in power?
Before you come to power.
And then make sure say they may think say they are in charge and they will do anything and everything, just like Brian Champo is saying. Whatever means they will hang on to the power. Let me catch on and say, we are focused. We need to protect this country. We need to rescue the country from where they are taking us. Complete ditch, the economy, the stealing of lands, everything that they've done. We need to rescue this country. But in so doing, you catch on say, and there are serious professionals, I keep saying, serious professionals within the Ghana Armed Forces. Workers and who can be, I wanted to correct it. That was your view anyway.
Yes.
To do with the CDS.
Yes.
He's not a, we work with, right, the CDS. He was one time the head of 64 Battalion.
Upon Pepra. Yeah,
he was one time 64 Battalion.
And he fell out with you guys.
Was it?
He fell out with you guys.
Falling out with us. Who's saying all those things? He hasn't.
Okay.
He's a CDS now. You know who is the army commander now?
ADC.
He's called Owona. You know who it is?
Owona.
He was the ADC to Akufo-Addo from the beginning. Or the army command Namano. Of course, army for the move troops. But you see, any idea, any sensible Ghanaian will attempt at this election to move troops to, as it were, force the old administration to remain. Embasso, the people will vote, and I'm begging Ashantis. The guys don't mean well. Akufo-Addo is not an NPP person. Akufo-Addo and his small clique of mafiosos, Sankofono, Adrim Bonino Mukutano, they want to hold Ghana. You fire no mum. You understand what that means?
Yeah.
Yeah. You fire no more, just saying.
Yeah, capture.
State capture, part of it, you're capturing. And then they would rule from their, if I was saying, hideaways in south of France, places in Mokwakwa, any Guyana and other places. They are doing all that. You have business or how they're moving monies and everything. So many things are happening in our country under this administration. Under this administration,
so many things says, like as you rightly mentioned upon paper, and Obiti say you know, for instance. So you will say you know was a kid.
No, my point is that what does that come in? They are professionals. And if he was a kid, he became a professional. Are they soldiers and military? Look, there are rules that guide these people.
They did it to you guys in 2020. And that is why people are showing concern that the kind of security changes they are doing, how are you going to deal with it?
You know the kind of people who did what they did in 2020.
Tell us.
Maybe they didn't come up with some of the names of the people.
Tell us.
Who led some of these things, okay?
Yeah.
The Americans say maybe short of mentioning people's names.
Yeah.
The national security and one or two people whose name came up anyway during the after the ayahuasca thing and all the nonsense that happened. Some of them, they had their names Azugu and all those people. And, their names came up, but it was a national security operation, and they wanted the Ghana Armed Forces to release uniforms for that purpose. And the guy in charge of the ordnance depot refused. The military is the now and those people they used were retired soldiers and who were part of their MPP agenda. But before when the national security told them to release the commander said he would not. They removed him and brought their own person. Then they released our uniform to them. Those khaki uniform that they wore and the let's call it desert something. That was for that operation. Now, so
one my typical example. So in this situation, what do you do as a party?
So I'm cautioning them. It's not a party thing. So I warn you that there are professionals in the Ghana Armed Forces who are thinking straight. They don't want to ditch Ghana. If I went back in time, another information that I had.
Yeah.
Kufuor's time, 2008.
Yeah.
When they saw they were losing, JB Danko was CDS. CDS JB Danko.
Yeah, I'm kind of.
They had wanted General Obing. I don't know whether he's still alive. General Obing was the CDS at that moment. They wanted him to play a certain game, and Obing was not interested, so he resigned. When he resigned, they brought a friend saying JB Dankwa, and then JB Dankwa, when they saw that they were losing the election, they decided to move troops. But he was CDS. And the army commander, a friend Odote.
Yeah, Odote.
He told him, I don't try it. That's the point I'm trying to make here. I said, don't try it. He told the CDS. Because on the move troops, you can't move troops. Only command the Sekasa, 2 brigade and also 1 brigade commanders. And then the COs. The unit commanders, I don't know. Then they will take the orders. So it comes from the army commander, not from the CDS. So that is why they stopped it. Because 2008, they were going to use force to reverse the decision on this Atamils thing. No, all these things are happening, okay? What I'm saying is that we've learned some lessons from the past. It is not NDC who's going to do that. But there are people within the Ghana Armed Forces and Ghana Police who are waiting for them to do something silly. After you messed up this country the way you have, I didn't tell you to say more crying. I'm a transcribium. I didn't kind of for you who any cost right now. They are going around campaigning. They think they are giving people money and where is the money coming from? I'm telling everybody who is offered money, take. This is Ghana's money. They are stealing so that the brewer J and Tutiano.
Now, one concern a man for raise is after Ayawaso incident, prior to 2020, these are some of the statements Amuye said never again. Then it happened in 2020. And 2020 they killed 8.
Ayawaso no. I know they said something like it was a dress rehearsal. We knew it, but no, my point is that we ourselves, you don't expect NDC, we don't have weapons, we don't have it to fight anybody. Ghana for peace, ye tuabano ma mo. To protect vote.
Yeah, that is what I'm.
You see, it shouldn't happen again. And of course, like Alaji is saying, no, we should be learning lessons from our only Obia said the only 3 years you will never learn lessons from the mistakes. So when they carried out the 2008,
2020,
8 people now,
yeah.
So also these people are ready to even kill to take power. Really? They should try it again.
Exactly.
They should try it again this time.
It wouldn't work.
They'll be crushed in without it. No, because you have messed up the country. You didn't do well for Ghana. They know it themselves. Why? Why do you rob this country? Then you have a blueprint that you implement so you can control the country. They should think. I don't know about, I'm a Hawam big time. If they like, they should come and defend it. But they don't want to defend it. Reason being is who defend it just what I would try. I didn't can be cry. Me say Ochihini, Miamihin, I will chebi. On fast Nunko police say investigate that is all I'm asking him to do. If he has the courage, Country police say they put my photograph on the back of a document. It doesn't speak well for Ghana. It doesn't represent me. Yeah, it doesn't represent me. I have nothing to do with it. They've used my photograph. I'm concerned. And to me investigate ni ehuni patrol boku no. Nana utiemia catch a police for say them investigate. They won't do it. They won't do it. There's fear. I didn't leak here by way. I'm a dream porn bonia mo pese mo di Ghana. Na sentiment me pamucho. Me nya santini. But don't vote for these people. The Omumbumo, they've been trying to fight. Ochehin is equal to Asantehini and all that. This is from time immemorial. I don't want to go down argue about chieftaincy, but everybody knows how prominent Asantehini is the world over. You are not that prominent like Asantehini, but they seem to always want to say that I don't see a king. Whatever is going on is their business. But Asantefo, I say Munana or Hini. Or he poor to say Otumfo. No say Ngofo said Omokono. When Omokono, that chromo didn't need to form. And you just wake up to that realization.
I'll come back to you. Alaji, you're the Zongos. Yes. You're the Zongos. And messages are meaning no every a year or month for almost 80 that okay, so Mumienu, you are giving Ghana some hope, some reassurance that all is not lost. That Yewonkophobia, when it comes to the crunch, because somebody like Uncle Victor will go through various systems. So we'll be who one government, second one, third one, fourth one are all experience. And you have seen it as well. But the Zongos, because they tell them, and Samira, they claim, is making inroads and with the Zongos and the Fulani bases and all that. Meaning some more that reporter. How?
Well, what's it called? Samira she's a Fulani, yes. And you know the Fulani tribe, you have them in different groups, you know that.
Oh, I see.
Oh, yes. There are different. Oh, yeah. I even have some small Fulani blood in me.
Oh, okay.
But I'm a pure Mushima, but I have a small Fulani blood in me.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying that, look, at the end of the day, Bobby, I have to be very honest with you. Look, we always say the Zongo is NDC and the NDC is Zongo. They have forever remained so committed to the cause of the NDC from Jerry's time. You understand what I'm saying? We've done so much for them. They know.
And
you know, things. I mean, now look, things are getting worse. Like what they are feeling the pinch. You understand what I'm saying? The Zongo people go to Nima, go to Newtown, Fadama, and all that.
So point out some of the issues.
The issues are economical issues, my brother. No money in their pockets. Electricity they cannot buy. Water bills. Loan to get loans from the bank, for instance, is about 35% or so, isn't it, Victor?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so things are very, very hard for them. Very, very difficult.
But they are building AstroTurf.
Oh, my brother.
Football pitches for them.
Oh, my brother. What is are they going to eat that? Tell me, are they going to eat it, Bobby?
You're not talking about the phones. 1 CD phone.
The 1 CD phone. Look, Bobby.
No, because they are on target.
Oh, Bobby.
Enter Zongos with football pitches. And you know what? Our Zongo boys, they like football.
Our people are not stupid, though. Zongo for they are not stupid, though. Look, they will go there with all the monies. Look, do you know how many imams they took for Hajj the last time? This last Hajj. Yes.
Last one, yeah.
The last one.
Mm-hmm.
They took slightly over 100 imams. Some of them were NDCs, but they went. Thinking that they will pray for the MPP, they pray for the NDC. I'm telling you this in confidence. They think that by them doing, they think that they can buy them. They cannot buy them at the end of the day. It wouldn't work. The people, look, this time is shine your eyes. So, do you get what I'm trying to say? People know. They know how difficult the country is.
Another scenario.
Yes.
And yet, you said they're more overconfident.
No, we're not. No. Look, Bobby, I said in the beginning, no, we're not overconfident. Well, look,
because
we are working in the Zongo community
deliberately,
day and night.
When you be deliberately,
so
or say, made the Nipa 100 beko Hajj.
Yes.
100 people.
Yes.
Imams.
Yes.
Okay. So 100 no. Say even onyamu 70. These 70. Bet me a convince you on followers. You have 30.
Bobby.
This is a dangerous plan.
Bobby, we know their plans. We're on the ground, Bobby. It's not everything that we're going to spill here. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? We have a very serious blueprint for the Zongo community, and we are working on it. You understand what I'm trying to say? We are visiting our imams, we are visiting our people in the Zongo community, we are visiting the villages and all that kind of thing. We have a lot of work. We have 4 months more to go to the D-Day. And believe me, look, come December 7th, you go out there and go and check every single Zongo community, and I'm telling you this, we will not get less than between 85 to 90% in the Zongo communities.
Yeah, can Southern Zongo and Northern Zongo
the same. Almost the same. But look,
because
for Zongo, you see, Bobby, Zongo. When you say who is a Zongo, you understand what I'm trying to say? Zongos are people from other ethnic, what is called groups, or from other ethnic regions. They're from the Zongo. When you go to Nima, it's not only the Pepe people that are there.
Yes.
There are Igbes who are Zongos.
They are there.
The
Oti people are there.
Exactly. So everybody's a Zongo.
But don't say Omoka.
But it's only that we are majority.
But in the northern Zango and southern Zango, what is the meaning?
Oh, the same thing. They're the same people.
Because we are getting some figures here, which is showing that the southern Zongo, while the northern Zango is declining.
Where did they get it
in terms of numbers?
No, I don't think that is true. I don't know where you're getting this from. I don't think so. And we're very strong. Look, I mean, you saw what happened when we launched our campaign. Look, when we launched our campaign in the northern region, Bobby, look, it was a very good day for the NDC. They were not rented crowds. So, you understand what I'm trying to say? They were people from the metro, Tamale, just central Tamale, not this type of Bomia rented crowds that they go and bring them all over the country and they come and fill up the pitch or whatever. No, not at all. I don't know where you're getting that figure from, but I think it's a wrong figure. It's wrong. We are strong. Believe me, we are not declining. We only declined a very small percentage. That was from 2000. But we've maintained that 85%, 87% in the Zongo communities, and we're going to do better this time. This time around, we're going to do better.
The issue about this year is about message, policies. And then
they want development at the end of the day. What comes into their pockets too? You understand what I'm trying to say? If the hardship is eased for them, They'll be very happy. Look at, for instance, the Hajj fares, for instance, 75,000 Ghana cedis. Look, 75,000 Ghana cedis.
750 million.
750 million.
Oh no, it's not true.
I'm telling you, Bobby, Hajj, I've been an ambassador. My second term as an ambassador was to Saudi Arabia. The first was to Egypt. I know the cost. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So when I looked at the figure, the 75 or 750 million Ghana cedi, I was shocked, because it should have been half the cost. I know what it takes. I know how much they pay for the accommodation, how much the airfares are charged, and all that kind of thing. That is what one promise that GM made and said, when it comes to power, we will reduce the Hajj fares. Definitely will reduce the Hajj fares. And I'm saying this to Dr. Bawumia, you are as a Muslim. GM said, when we come back to power, we will add up another Muslim holiday for the Muslim community, for the Muslim people of this great country of ours. You, as the vice president, what have you done for the Muslim community? Zero. He hasn't done nothing. If you want to add up even a holiday for the Muslim community, you are in power. Why don't you do it? You should try and do it for them. At least it will go a long way for him. So for me, I say at the end of the day, whether MPP likes it or not, the Zongo community, whether they have their Fulani second lady or not or whatever, it wouldn't work. Look, the Fulanis, look, them eyes shine now. It's not like the Fulanis those days. So they know what is wrong, they know what is right. Believe me, those
they are businessmen.
Oh yes, those surprise her. I'm telling you, Samira should be shocked of her life. Even here in her own ethnic group, she'll be shocked of her life that she will lose those strongholds. I'm telling you this. I know what I'm talking about. We've been there with, communicated with them. We're in touch with them and all that kind of thing. 24/7. We'll win the Zongo communities. Take my word.
Sure.
Oh, banker to banker.
Sure.
I am telling you. Begin.
Mercy back live at Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. We are here Wednesday afternoon. One Chris Jamfi Boatin says, Bobie, what Uncle Victor and his friends should understand is that the Akufo-Addo-led MPP does not play conventional politics. They are very bloody wicked and will use all arsenals to win the election. Okay, so this is coming from a concerned citizen. Vivian Upon is watching us live. Says, all right, Bobie and your crew, kudos, thank you. Another listener says, look, we don't want to listen to any NDC member who go out there and calm down the youth. No. There's the time to ginger us. Kudos to Uncle Victor. Okay, so we have one listener here, but Messi back in the studio. But before that, Mame Enkai will say CM Jiska achade star 413 hash star 413 hash Bomodia na ene Wednesday ejo die ne kodidi. So obo star 413 hash no obon se edo beko so obe follow process no nti edo beko sa kodru ba bia udi a obetia ne kunkron na che se bibi ababa betum se auto 5 cedis a raffle, so you can win 500 Ghana cedis, 1,000 Ghana cedis, 10 million and now 5 million. God I heard you now when you're 5 million Charlie, at least when him say and as I say so there Ghana and quite country yenye a salary nye weekly and so every weekend the piano people are buying light, paying water bills, going to the market to buy stuffs. And I tell for the past 2 days, me say omo ebo se social media there tomatoes bo aba form. So when you promise me that offer budget akwa PFG idea ni nyina say seasonal crop products ni be year free, then as people we are not waiting for tomato season. When to me anye some way time across the country yet tomatoes. So obviously say tomatoes ebo ba for more you know, no big deal. Where we want to see the success is when any tomatoes harvest time. But you bet me tomatoes, yeah, ne born a from. That is what the ordinary Ghanaian is talking about. Anyway, and we say a star 413 hash. Me pacho say me first winner bar. Na wami awani ayo amame. Top chocolate men cancer Ghana for say. What they year chocolate spread. A year de fa brudum aba. Na enkwada na pepa. Na no so de ye. Enti sa de ma akoda anopa odisa wonya energy. Na oko school dem ekosua de ma ne ho toro. Enti no se yenka enkyere Ghana for say. Top chocolate differs. Esan a chocolate spread omedi abenti. Oma ye no in different forms. Na say crowd oma ye bi ti say toothpaste no. Enti akoda no o de edit to broad so manu a. Eya no mo ni jipa. Afei o say top chocolate 3-in-1 chocolate drink ya wo de aba. Ye no so na no so na de say. Enya asem kuma. Na de wom ne say wonhia asikyire na wonhia milk. Woma ye bibia de afra woti ano a wona wosene no de onhia ne nso hye ose from 0243 033 033 onsa betumi aka womo ni titru ne mu a mopese mutu no dodo na mode ko eye adwaman so Royal Chapter Property Group Limited say afa yenka nche mu a mote ben teacher mante ene mu a mopensa ase wo teacher mante eben insawam Neba teacher mante and sase dia a Royal Chapter Property Group Limited. Womana edi first. Omo etiti asase no 70 by 100, 35 by 100. Ene de kika ho ne bo ne da fam pa. Ope 2 and answer 3 expandable bedroom houses. Ewo teacher manta ombetumi ama obi. Ni tua no bosumi nsia na watua eye outright cash price e de ato. Di aka no no mama eye payment plan. Now the trianing kakra umpe we na apede nsuo anyinama hoden wo matwetwa eyeka akwai ato kama tinye sa afi no bidu kowuram bia ni mesre wada o se fa ombe shema. All right, for 0256515862. Now quick comment from Alonga. Osman says Bobie, what Alaji is saying is true. The Fulani people in the whole community at Nana Krum said they are not voting for Baumia. I am a Fulani and I live around Nana Krum. Okay, so I don't know where Nana Krum is, but this is from Alonga Osmari. All right, so thank you, Alonga. We have other text messages coming in, but Uncle Victor, yeah, cover your last part. We are talking about bread and butter issues. JM ene mwa kavu moniema yenu se nche mobe lanche mo manifesto, but sesia hochre ya Ghana ni en etim CCA yetie hope message edi efrimo mi yebebu na mi pese mete asema ebe mama nso. Okay, so obi ekura mi future mu a obeboa na mi future and say, and these are some of the things that I'm for person or multi more message to Ghanaians. More message to Ghanaians.
Your policy, you started, 24-hour policy, no? Yeah. It is meant to give opportunity to Emebu especially. So we're trying to get private sector companies, okay, to sign on to that type of because we will give them incentives. Okay. Reduce taxes, okay, good security, and a few others, so they can engage more youth in employment. Because it doesn't make sense. In fact, only because it's not sustainable. And the woman it feels like a man or a woman, depending on what job it is. Say unya emma obi set up factory. Nasa na jukwa omo say knitting po na deba omo ye emma mu something fitting the man na ngiti. Nasa wo even hundreds o factory ebi ejuma no pa ebi ejuma anajo And you see that everybody gets money. He gets paid good money. And okofia na ho diaba. Utie say proprietors on car. Anka we join kwa yen ye. They do say because why a week. But when you pays you well, now that 24-hour aha nkofwe. Omo be je homo de they on the buy no. Me bodin is omo don go Independence Square no.
Mobile phone.
Debi Napco. Omo the case omo dey bring so. They don't think through. These people, I tell you something. What they say, they don't think through things. Nana Akufo-Addo, UK interview UK. I don't know whether Al Jazeera and BBC hard talk. You be sign SHS.
On Shaka. Hard talk Shaka.
You be sign about SHS.
Yeah, they call Shaka. Yeah.
They think you just throw things into the they don't think through it. Is it doable? And you be sign to say, okay. Nipa he didn't even know how many people. He would catch the put a budget showing numbers and how doable it is now. Ni business Sikahi was a one country and go for Ghana for first. He was running away from the issue. Who your president wet your sorter and now a leader hoping to become a president at the time. You should have been clear. Who calls our interview and say your flagship policy right now. Go and interview John Mahama about 24-hour economy. He knows it is his flagship policy. I'm a Ghana for TUC for I did the and it makes sense. If you give me a job, I won't bother you again. See, I Nipa WhatsApp messages. Send me Momo. They made a case. You saw me here on the phone. I was sending money to people.
Right now.
Little monies, yes. 20 but you see, Umo being Koda will come so. We are Badrimba, we are Nyamisronia. That's a woman beside say, and Nemindidia, and so Unya Bromano. You should do something. Not borrow scrap me that ball for and there, but it doesn't mean I can do it all the time. Damn. So if I give you a job, it makes sense. And I'll tell you a classic case. When I was in Czech Republic, one guy he sent a message there, me no umbra Czech Republic. No, I had young camera for me ambassador. Also, but so be do over no over here. Might be over Germany. Let me see that. I don't do things like that. In any case, what are you doing? How do you survive? I say no, or yeah, snail farm. But in the man, let me say no. I know what I'll do. So I call Maslock. Say Mumwasa assume see we mommy. You have a small loan. No much know how to do the thing properly. Me say up to today ni pakunda masi. Wamba abrocheno ni farm na yekese. Onyeska.
Oh my she.
Because this is exactly what you tell the people. Give them a job, private sector. And that is the hope we are giving to the youth of Ghana. Then make kasebe more football pitch and scabbard on the ball. Workers over fight. Just no. Give me a job. Say me 100% me bobola. Park na dey obako ball. But he give you a job. Uko ye money ye tia okaye. Uko fie. Waba uya koma. Wumba ko school. Uba yari wato edro. Wunko patch out. They be able to cap in hand, begging people to give you money. It is going on. It is worse now under this administration. They may be a man for bisa. Don't
the figures are very horrible.
They may be they're asking for money. You see, I don't blame them. Only be on bad day.
But I say when the finance minister on town hall, they know they have the statistics, the figures on unemployment. He touched on inflation. That inflation normally say 15% we are incompetent. Now they are praying airborne say by the close of December they are back to 15%. They are around 22. Even Data Bank, new research and Abeka say.
But why should somebody believe these people?
But my point is they couldn't tell us. Say finance minister and Tian Kanche say you bet me reduce youth unemployment to this level.
He cannot. And he cannot. Where these people they've lied their way to power and hang on to this moment. Ghanaians should wake up to that one. That these are not trustworthy people, especially their leader. Dr. Baumia, I never knew, sir, Papa no looking like an angel. To me, in summer and muscle. Who say it's not doable. So don't promise what it cannot happen. John Mahama can't just me bar with the exchange rate number 16 about 4. He has never said that to anybody. then you almost didn't trouble say or Kokan or Bolga say obey another region. I don't know whether you've heard it.
Almost call
Bokunaba.
Yeah.
Today he explained it. I never said that to the man. Obisai, let me catch you and say there are processes, constitutional processes.
Yes.
That you have to go through.
Yes.
You know, not quite. At the end of the day, they said that a committee and everything. You know, they can shoot it down. Until just or the petition back from penny for what Sacro say, and then you put the processes in place. He never said that. Meanwhile, the maniacs at Jubilee House, Oma Trobibi, Amaya publicly said, Dromahama said about Bama region. Some of these things, Ghana, these people don't care about this country. Vice President Baumia, Mayor Nopanka, Mayor Hero, May Jai Ejuman, the main Yabu, Mamukopem candidate. How?
Obey me.
Well, it's up to him. I mean, in a developed country, people quit. And what going to say? You just walk. Why? Can you force the issue? No. But he thinks he owes it to Nana Akufo-Addo. Say, on or handpick whether I say Oforiatta no introduce you. Now, why your vice president? Why force the issue? No, why your vice president? And to just say he's just trying to hang on, but it will not work. It will not work if they have diabolical plans na make and you munjai because you are ready. Ghana fire ready.
Ghana fire ready. Uncle Victor Smith, Ambassador Victor Smith. Alaji answer na bekono. So we are talking about jobs. Then the state security. Yenim say NDC ye ejuma. What is the assurance?
Look, Bobby, the assurance is just as simple as this. If the NDC, if they say they love John Dramani Mahama or the people of this country, whether you are an NDC member or not, go out there on the 7th December 2024 and vote massively for John Dramani Mahama. If they don't, then this country will go into shambles, will be finished totally. As you know, this country is completely bankrupt. Do you know that?
Just a gukra, I say a poto.
I can't say a poto. Ya bata, ya ruby. How someone will say ya ruby, come on, money. Ya bata kra, Bobby. I'm telling you, that's why I'm telling our folks, our NDC people, look, Ghanaians will not forgive us if we don't win this election. It's a must win. Oh yes, we know that. I am telling you, and I'm saying it live here on Accra FM, that Ghanaians will not forgive us if we don't win this election. It's a must win election, and we need to put and close those gaps. Like I said earlier.
I thought someone him.
No, your name. Okay. Your name.
We are doing it for Ghana, not for NDC.
Not for NDC.
Okay.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
No.
We need to shine our eyes. We need to be very extremely vigilant on the D-Day.
Okay.
It's the D-Day that will give us the victory. I'm telling you the truth. If we are able, like I said earlier, I said the 20 times the number of what? Police stations, match them to the coalition center. We'll get the results for John Dramani Mahama at the end of the day. We'll win. I'm telling you the truth. Wallahi tallahi. We will match these people boot by boot in every single police station across the country. Of our Ashanti region, I don't want to tell you what plans we have for Ashanti region because that will arm them, but we'll surprise them. The figures that they think that they were going to get in Ashanti region last time, 1.7 million, they'll be shocked. Let the D-Day come. Like I said earlier, and my brother Victor said, we've learned our lessons. We've gone through our, what is it called, the drawing board. And we're going to correct our mistakes in the past and make sure that victory comes on our way come December 7, 2024. It's a must-win election. But there's no excuse. There is no excuse that we're going to give. It's a must-win elections. So we are ready. We are ready to assist and to help whoever, especially John Dramani Mahama to be president come December 7th. That's my take.
We are ready. Baby, I am a day our conversation when you say Ghanaians will never forgive
exactly
you guys.
Exactly.
In fact, some of us will never forgive you guys.
Exactly.
Because I've been consistent with Akufo-Addo's behavior.
I know.
From 2008, me free Hello FM big drag cry. The first day I saw him, something just told me that this guy is coming to destroy this country. From Asempa FM, even my colleagues anti-Maseda, and I kept on telling them at multimedia that look, there is something coming. Who too much, and we should do everything to stop it.
We should.
Ebinom feel say Didier Keke. Recently, Madame Vakushia me say, hey Bobie, even NDC went to opposition still. No, I'm saying no. The issue is not about the NDC. The issue is that even say NDC Gukrana, my thinking about Akufo-Addo will never change. Because I believe he deliberately decided to come and destroy this country.
Oh yeah, it is.
Inti, the Amokacha Atronona, yes, say, do us a favor. More decisions last hour here. Yeah, they debate me again here, on the D-Day, decisions ni free moments. Se momo anye choboya. Me watch the nyame na make me ababe choboy. And se mudi ehwama yentimi mfa nchemo da.
SIC Abu because of who? Because of Ofureta.
Why?
Enterprise insurance afa bibia. That's taking everything.
No, my mouth just 3 minutes. Explain to us.
No,
what is the issue?
SIC is collapsed.
What is the issue?
Everywhere you go, even the government institution, they'll tell you go and insure your insurance through enterprise insurance. Meanwhile, look at before how SIC was performing. Most of the government institutions.
So
look at the government vehicles. Go to Ministry of Health and all that kind of thing. They've insured them enterprise insurance, not SIC.
So we need more of enterprise insurance.
That's overrated. So you can just imagine, my brother, they are there to loot, share, loot, chop, and we have to stop.
I want as a mom.
It has gone. Everybody knows it. That's why look, Ghanaians, like I said, Nkrumah said, Ghanaians they trek slowly, but you never take them for granted. When the camel gets angry, you can never control it, and this is exactly what is going to happen at the end of the day.
Alaji,
thank you.
Yeah, that's me brace here to Safro. Wama Ghana for any Ghana for say.
Vampire my pa.
Yes, you so.
Vampire my pa.
Yes, you so. You go super. I can Victor. Yeah, that's me brace. Ghana for some damase. And no mujidi say.
Young woman masi.
Yate.
Young woman masi.
Yate.
I think we should really rescue Ghana. Forget about no, it's not NDC again. It's rescue Ghana. Thank God for that document should tell us volumes. Yeah. And so I'm almost saying, look, I want president to come out again and defend the paper, or bring a Gabi or anybody to come and defend document. Say it is a good document that will help Ghana. You should come and tell us. After you've implemented everything in that document. It doesn't make sense. And the president knows it. He knows it that Martin said Jerry Rawlings took it to him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
you. And the money are bon como. Yeah, must be brave. But mon farmer tell me do you into say mammy and yes, we have it. We have it here. We have it here. Pacho mon fatua say mammy now.
Corruption. We also the president, the mother serpent of corruption.
But
I'll finish it.
Yes, but wouldn't be okay. So this is Marty Amidu's quote. War ne articles. One of his articles. One of our friend epistles. So this is the quote, and I quote from Martin Amidu. Quote: I gave copies of the Ejapa report and other matters related to corruption and the Akufo-Addo government to Chairman Rawlings. He promised talking over it with the president and get back. He called me a week after and said he spoke to the president and that they are discussing the way forward. Rawlings said the president was not happy. I discussed or gave copies of the report to him, but I shouldn't worry about that. Another week later, Rawlings is a dead man. If the man I confided in has died, what am I to do alone in the swarm of corrupt beasts? I have resigned. unquote. And this one is coming from Martin Amidu. So sad.
Can you imagine?
So
they brought Ghana so low, man. People can even refer to government or president as beasts. They brought it upon themselves.
But I mean, sure, I do answer Amwakuba. Amwakuba said something similar to this, and let me show you. Ansana more free studio.
Sure.
Amwakuba mentioned Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. Also, Oma movie from a cabal to criminal gang. Yeah, they have become a criminal. They have become a criminal gang. It's like a criminal organization, and they are perpetuating organized crime, and even their party member who is yes, Dr. Amwakuba. In fact, he's one of the founding members, and he's so worried. And on the TV3 and have interview, please quickly, may production crew help me and do this and Penifoyam Omuso. Sorry, Ako. And when you have your own party founder,
but if NDC is successful, it's a Ghana day. So please, I'll remove some of the politics out of it. I know what has happened. You know that the very government that is supposed to hold this country together has become not just a Ponzi scheme, a criminal.
Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Parliament no sa ko no ene mo wan NDC here minia nyamia shad party we papa.
All right, thank you my man fan order call.
Commander 1.
Yes sir.
Commander, good afternoon.
Good afternoon sir.
Capito Sabato Nesa wa Kanye Town.
Pacho Yenko.
Commander, why you be anyami shrao? Why say dey MPP for your calm we catch you say. Sorry to say, Omadini Eswa. Where your small team, MPVQ no abandon for 2025, inshallah. Only I mean to salute you.
Okay, you found another caller. Hello.
Oh, Papa baby. Oh, Mama Bako. Oh, Papa baby. Bobby, me say, I ain't na even kwa benyani.
Even yango.
Unim na me say ye bo nsem ama speaker Emeka, no matter what happens, this current members of parliament we have, the current split in parliament has done us more good than harm. And found on molasses. But the America said, so the Kaya, Nanado first term in office, 2017 or more them, every parliament, they entered parliament with what? 169. All because of the 7 parliament. 169 no mudin kwasi asem ekofa japade ni nyama bebre yem ase nya matiamid na ka se ejapa no ebo a anka ba no man fa ye good na makwa yewe so no man Ghanaians more good than harm na mame mbop bagbe about for the third time you see na after no markings after 90 people who say he has led them astray. Who said before the shot Supreme Court the ruling Abba? So for them, they are not going to sit down, but they are going to the offices and they are waiting to what speaker will say. Muko share speaker on the office. Both leaders. Also Bianco resuming the seat. After the seat, no. Obviously, the seat say, oh, Omako court. So that be better not to be casted. But also, what you said. He entered parliament in 93 since his inception of 1992 constitution. And he knows all the technicality. About you know. Parliament may start with what? 1/3. 1/3 meant 1 MP. We need half of parliament to take a decision. and Parliament rules need to check it. So one that's Nazi, the Nazi, Mister, you are out of order. The chamber. Who's that for money maker? Oh, what's your market? You have your wire. The beer doing something will be all
right, thank you.
You have the court. We also have the speaker. Who have the technicalities?
May that say live in Accra 100.5 Citizen Show. Memfa a call a bill. All right, so let's do this a very quick one. And per ye research kakra ye. And yama nanke wo parliament pende for parliamentary approvals. One. Omu 2 judges biya. Na make us omu 2 judges are now yakwaye say on the streets. It's like let's pack the court and use the court to do whatever criminal activities to legitimize any criminal activities. So when even a judge the judge call for approval, everybody assumed that Akufo-Addo, because obviously they have been appointing party members to the Supreme Court and to other judicial levels. So one, no more trying to approve a year 2 judges. No atiakem 2 na World Bank grant here about $250 million omo twen age e akwa ye campaign enya dia Akufo-Addo gisika no dia bo ma we hu bra. He is a criminal, a thief. The president is a thief. He has been stealing us for 8 solid years. On any vice president into omun kwa jisika in free World Bank wo emfa ma me ye adwuma bia omo de be ye campaign covid ska omo ko jeye is on record enya me na America MPP fo a omo ba on tape yate omo ne eya yesi ye cheche covid ska no in 2020 ede ma eye party executives, constituency executives to run a campaign in the $250 million we know Uncle J emfa me hwe omu be wies ka no edi eye grant odo man ni din kwa akwaji free ababa bedi approval ama enye hwe obiko nipa no kwaji a oman no nya ho mfaso wa ankwaji a mfaso bia ni so. Then the third one na omo twen for approval omo about companies be under 1D 1F yeah omo twen say omo ebenya approval na omo akọ Exim Bank na one so. And you see those companies are their own companies. TME baby bia will be an TME sa companies no omo Akufo-Addo number omianoma companies omo eno omo de nkrofo dia for me ye no so omo de ko first carefree Exim Bank no mo de ababa be ye campaign ye no approval no ankoso a I mean emfaso bia ni so ya approve a sika na ye de so omo se mamom de abe campaign. Then another year no omo twen ECG VRA Bui authority major ye no so issues no ye no so hang ho ye no so hang ho Ghana ni bia wotie mi bia no emwa se be ya asa de no omuntimi nye eye krono. And just to short change VRA ECG Bui authority workers adia omo baba be ya no they are going to create further unemployment adia bangomia ani Akufo-Addo pese omo maybe expenditure for first quarter 2025. That is where a beer even with that, when they come and talk about the expenditure, look, they will go and take the money. Sikano kobe bia. Now 2025 no krano as to whether say omu nya first quarter no kra no omu abu oman no no omu de akwa first iska no nti ye no non starter ye no bibi keke ye fa ya no ntonche so at least ye nim say ade ba ko ye important World Bank ska no ye no omu pe while the NDC is looking forward say omu betimi a reset the e-levy reset betting tax they are looking forward to get World Bank grant. No ma beche, no mune omon krofo ache di. Di bia ye PR. Ene di keka ho. So omon timi anye bibia. Enye approval na ma we no enye big deal bia. So let's move on. But answer na me basono. I want you to watch this. Afenyo eka bibi. And it's something we have been talking about. Ene afenyo no agiatum. Say Ghana near on Nam Street mu entimi nidi eye emprensa. Afenyo marking. You see, onyame wakwaye ofaso expose nipa o. Onyame okwaye ofaso expose nipa. When you run a country for 8 years, then after 8 years you know that Ghana ni ba entimi nidi 3 times a day. Then there is a problem. Inti afenyo be fesika kwa mankrofo bodua nefa to aba. Why? Onim say we deny your dignity as a human being. So betimi adidi emprensa no we deny enti obe punish no. Sa dia jiska ne bodua. Ubodua now they are two abama. Young got after marking, and today almost working out ne interaction with the media and after your marking and making that a revelation. A man for Adrema so make you Adre and a so keke. Tie after your marking. And they know Omunim so much say or minor.
Hereby informed that we will not give that lawless platform that NDC is seeking. We will not give them that platform. We will not give them that theater they so aggressively seek. This to disrupt democracy and to destroy our nation. We know there are innocent people out there, innocent Ghanaians going about their business, innocent Ghanaians in the academia, innocent Ghanaians who are struggling to get 3 square meals on the table for their families. We care about them. We understand that there is politics, but we must do it in a civil manner. We believe that the appropriate thing is to quietly yield to them and wait upon Mr. Speaker. After all, the ruling was directed at Parliament and the Speaker, not an individual MP. Yesterday, the bailiff of the Supreme Court served Parliament of Ghana through the legal directorate. The director of the legal department received the ruling of the court. So, in other words, Mr. Speaker is on constructive notice. Or maybe I should say actual notice.
Entimi enidi a year 3 meal square a day. This is Afenyo marking. This is Afenyo marking. Enya in America. This is Afenyo marking. Okay. Why Afenyo marking Ejna Parliament are complaining at Ghana and me enidi a year miensa a day. Baumia is in voter region. Osa o sisifia osinya me asira no ena ahye Ghana fo ni eneya o Afenyo gina Parliament say Ghana ni entimi nidi 3 times na Baumia ejina voter region nyame na shirayen na shiwo. How? Ghana near want me needy 3 times, you know. You are telling that Ghanaian so nyame eshiraw would ought to be didi. Yeah. Would ought to be didi. Ourselves in this nipa we be catch will say at one point Boza says Fenyo Markin has never been the same since last Thursday after Bagman ruling. Fenyo Markin, who is the head of the economic management team, now on also catch say no. And yes, Anna, at Yamina, extra or mono MPP for, and a Ghana for, and a Ghana for a Casa. And it's really sad. Anyway, so quick one. Young one, hear some of the incidents. See Parliament. Ora Agboja. Confrontation with some military presence. Parliament and quick one. Let's go and check. Ora Agboja.
Of democracy. That an angle of the defense minister at that time denied knowledge about that. The interior minister. So were they miscreants who entered the chamber? But some of them were people who were working with the president. We saw them. No. Oh, Marshall said he brought them. Yes. You understand? Some of the people who molested us in the chamber, we see them in picture and videos working with the president all the time. One of them is retired now. The justice does not expire. On the floor, the defense. Yes. You understand? Some of the people who molested us in the chamber, we see them in picture and videos working with the president all the time. One of on the floor of democracy. That and then guess what? The defense minister at that time denied knowledge about that. The interior minister denied knowledge. So were they miscreants who entered the chamber? But some of them were people who were working with the president. We saw them. No. Oh, Marshall said he brought them. Yes. You understand? Some of the people who molested us in the chamber, we see them in picture and videos. That and then guess what? The defense.
And so we'll try and get back to Dr. Mwakohine na yaneno abedi nkomo kakra. All right, so Honto will join us this afternoon. We have Mensa Thompson also will join us. Slomo Usu will join us. Then Liso Nana Kusipoku also will join us. Okay, so quick one. Doc Kafra Tekoye. Nami with the current state of Ashanti region, a boost to Mumora as NDC members.
And because any member before is on academy. And they soon at the adjournment CMPP party, the NDC supporters. I am very excited and happy. And for I already see a bomb by home by. And it's a booster for your campaign. I am the Kianakin. And since NDC is winning this election and nothing is stopping that victory. And they say the Ashanti region, a club, campaign and no mood with our what dear mapa. And so crowd. Figures offensive south around the same figures and also reasonable Santiago south around the same figures. Over seats was sentimental just a few and a governor as a chair the whole constituency. And I keep saying save whole constituency. If Obiana there was a change over there, Ashanti region and the current state of affairs. We're going to make sure we flip a lot of the seats. And not just the seats. We're going to flip it was in 2004. When 76.97%. Like if what comes next in 2016. When 76.27%. And it's a Bakwani Apache Miensa. Anyone to me say on whether 85%, 80%. You actually do not or not. And I'm hearing them say, my percentage of Ashanti is around 66, 67%. And even with that 66, 67%, no, almost a share with Alan and LGBTI and something close to 67% in Ashanti region. And almost 80, 85 normal can. And the figures do not even stick to it. So far, I'm best ever. You never cross even 77%, let alone for Napoli about me to come and cross 80%, 86. 85%. And that already we are prepared for this election. You need that one abano yes but because we are ready to make sure His Excellency John Mahama wins and wins from Ashanti. It's better as if he many abo be.
Boamoda. Boamoda. Oh, if Kins ni MPP for no. Omo act to say enkwara papa asho mutacho no omo jimi. No omo jimi. Sana on niema omo ye no because said we no. This is the right thing. But because time we wouldn't kwase asema ho ma no papa tolerate. Oso so no na wudi na wachi no twatwaji wonti no. Wo de wusu be jimi edi kwase asem sa.
Analysis baby. And sometimes
or kwakodi enchirimu.
no, but I think the issue lies with whether almost independent, no. It takes effect from the next element, or it takes effect from now.
Okay, from 2020. I'm saying Aburoso. Going independent means you have forfeited your membership MPP. Anyway, the ruling New Patriotic Party had in the constitution. Yeah, omujina so 2020 ni say o file nomination say wo ko independent na nkasa kwa when you free party.
All right, I will come back. Ambassador Hina Akwaba.
Me Josu Anyado.
Over minim said the Supreme Court and Abang Babin sitting today. I hope so follow you and
me
over eto say
need to come check embrani minimum brano na dumedia ya dinu ya brabo ba ya bo nia ehunu ani yimo no nyene nya nia minimum ye that accuracy defend Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. What kind of no? Baby, do over. A church. A year, sir, I'm working through a dear Mabusamu. Commamming can be a mamu. Ye war a cool academy and son. Ubia a dinner line. Ye were the executive, ye were the parliament, and ye were the judiciary. Opa the fourth estate become the media, but ye can't among yourself to here. There were the judiciary, parliament, and the executive, headed by the president, the executive president. And the minimum will be
of a budget. Where your position we me. Oh, my analysis being here, I say a line breaking. So let's see if you bet me as a friend Ebiwa. Anyway, on to Aquaba. But none so.
Kwabena, asema na mekenti.
But Obeka cho say you no your own party.
Okay, enti based on wo party no constitution no a wugina so no. Eno na omo twere MPP had requested that Speaker Mike Okwe invoke Article 97, Section 1G of the 1902 Constitution, okay, which mandates that an MP vacate their seat if they leave the party. So they
after
were elected.
quoting their party,
yes,
article,
based on party, no.
The Article 97, which is the Constitution.
Yes.
Yes. To buttress their party's position. All right.
Not just a Mike Okwe. Okay.
Okay. Over. Okay. We
Yo.
Pacho yanko.
Nina to say. Kasa bi wo ha wo ka no twi mu a enye ye wo ku ahodo akese ye emmen ka bi amamu a omudi mu akotin pa ni edi kan the president, the executive president akufo na dan etosu mienu and the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana emanim for alapagin no dan and the judiciary the Chief Justice, Mr. Token down. Star Quackety and saying, Ubia would be here. A year, Mrashe Kratak is here the national constitution. No, actually, said, we were too many, we were too many, we were too many. It is a semi banny, as I said, there a fool Akasian saying, Ubia who will need to be. Now, Atima Basi here near Alambagin, yen speak. So, say, President Niwa, Vice President Uniwa, the next important person, and then the Speaker of Parliament, and sanity that is up. Now, say, who funny say, Omen, the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, you know, Parliament, and eventually, passing the law to uphold Constitution. Now, if you want me question. And same be a course of Parliament. Actually, say, sir, a quine Parliament in no way mood as you can want a charity to that is that. The same be bad, and one again as well. Now, Edika Parliament. Now, more Catalan maybe can say the previous Parliament. Now, my automatically do your seat in Parliament. Because only a member of the party no woman a man will call. I don't know my Gina Swa. Or the Epua Asemona a year your wife. Asemo buy no or the boy. Saying Nayakai. Some rules and regulations. And now Alamba when so agina so say on can say NDC for nko an I be what say emrahye bedwafo no emu nan ayo ma dwen say omu nyina emfa ma party no e go ba Parliament nia amanse mi aba ne say sɛ ɛkɔyɛ sɛ dodoɔ no a ɔmo so nyina ɛmfa ma party ne di kan anaasɛ mmienu sɛ ɔmo kɔyɛ MPP fo a ɛnka ɛwɔ sɛne asɛm no yɛbɛka no sɛ ɔmo kɔyɛ NDC foɔ nso so a nea meka ɛnka ɛwɔ sɛnea asɛm no yɛbɛka no ɛne sɛ wei no nipa nan no emu mmiɛnsa ɛyɛ MPP foɔ enti na ama biribiara ako atia MPP foɔ no sɛ ɔmo kɔyɛ NDC foɔ ɛna emu mmiɛnsa ɛna ɔmo sɛ ɔmo nyinaa ma NDC a ɛnka MPP foɔ kɔ bɛka sɛ sɛ kɔ ɔmo nyɛ majority kora aka ho ɛkɔ ɔmo nka hwee na wei ako atia ɔmo ne nti no ama NDC minority group no abɛyɛ majority no nti ɛna ɔmo ahura gyina menyɛ mmerɛnim ni na ɔbaakofoɔ ɛde asɛm kɔ Supreme Court na da no a kɔfɛ bebree akasa ho da no a ɛsɛ expert mode menyɛ lɔyɛ ni bi aseɛ na Supreme Court agyina so apɛ nipa amuyabua san nea ɔka no ɛkorɛ eti nea badmin ɔyɛ biara no onyae na asɛm no ankasa a ɔde baayɛ no yɛka wie ansa ɛna ebehu nipa yɛ oge ho a wɔnti aseɛ bibusa sɛ sɛnka majority no a nipa nan no a ɔmo yɛ ɔmo adwene sɛ ɔmo bɛfiri ɔmo party ne mu no ɔmo kɔyɛ NDC fo a nnara west no emu mmiɛnsa ɛyɛ NDC fo baako pɛ na NPP eti sɛ ɔhwɛ ekuntafuo no a na kyerɛ sɛ NPP foɔ no will become the majority, will continue to be the majority party in Parliament. And come back no more. Oh, now you ain't no maybe. And no more ever bobano. You ain't here. As some of the bebano, and get some kitwa. Say the executive and the judiciary. Omiye omagiri say. A coin be asun. Ombeshe say a year a Kufuado, the brand of NPP. A Belcoso Eddie Omeso. Now, Omama Bewumia, Abe President. Make a wish and Kenya, Masuma Bebia, 1957. I said, I guess in Papa. It's a minimum. Ghana for in the majority. Do you know? I imagine say, a Kufuado ne na man you call his brand of NPP. Omo enyadia, omo ebeto aba, afiaba no edi ama na ama for suntie. Ena a Kufuado, ene oforipani fu enso ayi omo adwene se ni tie biara. A coin be out no. Wakam will be on fat to me no and ma do Mahama. I say, in other words, Mahama will win cry no. Oh, Mahama. One fat, sir, to me, in settle the man on. On Fema. Opposite say, I come for the Ghana, Nidia. For penny fee Ghana Nidia. I just say, can we? Asante forget your Bemukra. Ya can't live the Mutimati. Sir, a Japadia Kratanua, a better memua. You can't, a Bimuntiati. A Chilepe say, a Kufuado, only open the penny fee. Before say, a coin be asono. Asante for our party moon. So my be said, almost time I beg you to be the few moments. In Sine, in Sikina, the coin be asono. On better say, the Umia, a baby press. It stands there, or no, and now obey me. I should say, Titiwani will be a person Koliko. On no one of me at the segment Yamao. It will be brave. And Yeka a Kufuado. One a pump one almost a year pa. Yes, sir. And a Ghana for your penal. And yes, sir, now one way be kind. And you make your go from a demand Ghana for our Ghana bay about. Kwame Nkrumah be the mono. And yes, I'm a Kwame Nkrumah. And yes, I'm a still many. Once you say, Pama, you come for. On my bed today, Kufu share my 24. From some else, one share my 24. I took a 4 by no more than you ma. Tribe will be a day and a navy. Now, Ghana for economy and now Bonia a Kufuado. One day, Chebi a year of full penny fear for Kakrano. 1 year on what deal may you what dear. And no mamma ye be brave. But was a criminal. And only evil people can do that. Now, almost I catch there and say, send me a GBI, you pill, William Mama Hammer, me, Ubado, me for 2 minutes, I am net and manage. Obu and saying, we check Ubado penny. Obu and saying, a dear no Nima, you will be in him. Dear Ben, or why you will be in here. I want to be taken up when I've been for, I hear for the number him for penny. Akisosumu for Kura Muslimi. Ufe woman in any matter. Say, Ghana for you want this or Betuama, John Mahama. Or for that matter, it be Kapana one, a Kradonko, and now what's that one? On for to me, no amount with that. Minimum dear, but Mahama dear, what can you pay? You obey beyond Mama. The second to me, or no, a good one for me.
Of Mammy Musa, Wunya, Alban Babin, ne approaching the in a minute, et will say,
we give any answer. One who said, can be kind of separation of powers. Now, so, minimum interpretation, assembly, what after you marching, what they call Supreme Court. Expert motion, and somebody will. The Supreme Court begin one. Say, and I'm saying now, ye pass me, and just say humanity. And now, me did say, near Speaker Bagby, no, near me near Bagby, why no, a unicorn. Meaning is or you're not going to say, oh, people call Pattern Ponoma, Minty, near Mayana, here, Emma, ye, Abba, Ghana. Or say, a manua when you have Supreme Court warning tea. Or suspended Parliament, Senate, nothing for indefinitely. Happy ball. We need so watching a dear not be a Codano Sunday, yeah, Debbie, as I said, we sang a prayer parliament. The answer so, better me up to a baby and son, Parliament hope for the Banu. What friend at the more I agree. Minty, now be giddy sending wire. The Quanso.
Okay,
you get to Tanachi.
Offer. Etai Alban Babinage offer a Accra from the Citizen Show Ghana for you. That's be brave.
You make me that now. Wait, I mean for a TV. If I show 1 minute, let me tie program by me teach me something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Akufuado mami opiche bi. And I will be at na enye Korea.
Abomusu.
Akufuado mami on free bi. Asante eni achem ye ka bi te. Oba onyi oba fi na onka ho. Akufuado mami ofiri abomusu. Ena oba wale okulpani fi. Eni ewo no ni mami. Ena o mami. Enam tena ye bi dankwa. Eni Akufuado former president no eye namfu. Ye wale o mami ndi ma Akufuado. Odu fekopon. Akuapim. O ba fi akuapim. O mami fi abomusu. Ifiche bi. You know correct.
Mate, over there, that's it.
You, my name is Nita.
I mean, all right. You're Ambassador Ohina Jikum, member of Council of Elders, Ashanti Region, back in the studio. Nana, sorry, but very very interesting something. What they send a Kwame Kwachina the beto. Page in the social that we read it for people. But tell us.
Okay, they are not me read no.
Yeah.
Okay, and tina me come na kwa kwesi say MPP na ka say gina mo constitution so. And wo mo tria de koma then Speaker of Parliament, Professor Michael Ronokwea. Ya wa you osofo say. Wo mo constitution nie. Enipa bi gina mu koye say MPP MPC wo modify party no rules and regulations, party no constitution. No. Then Speaker no so enyina Parliament emraso na on declare omunso seat ne vacant. Then Speaker Michael Kwe enyina Parliament emraso yes our Parliament emrano was so invoke Article 97.
So which means it's the same thing.
Enti no e na backben waye enti backben backben waye de kwabna backben waye de e na waye ya wo ko Supreme Court.
Yes, Imam Morrison says he was here for
MPP. One mass as if on post to post, you say, why draw, why sending the decision so independent.
Now, when you say will be independent, they affect him. To more Supreme Court to acquire day.
More Supreme Court acquire day. And then Supreme Court judges, no so no so tenas no so or mama this, injunction ruling no so crown.
No, when you say, who bet me. The best way is say go and talk to your people no so mo independent because see amate say omone suhum
enso e kasa
e meeting mu MPP phone bi o suhum send me message see as they in a meeting omo say e ka bi a wabo bia omo betua amano and Canada Japan and brand champon and LED say omako pesca. So if you know you can do this,
because Cynthia Morrison kwabra almost frustrating you so legal means you this stopping no say na be ya won timi as an independent candidate
and anye ye ban committee na kasa
kwa so na court ya injunction mkwaje de to no so no last week as last week mu wono no say injunction no court for so ide aboagu enti omu ni choice say on be engage no and I say my engage no so one enti say de kwabena wo kan Speaker wo fa na de Supreme Court do de Supreme Court ko pay uni ana wo say o de kwa kwaye de
so I mean you have an option to sit down with your own people almost independent yes sir then you refuse to adapt that option but open takashi even with Parliament and Supreme Court no still obey to takashi now if you say you go back to them to talk to them
because kwabena na omun care so mbe kwa omun ko because omun nim say bi na afa no makensi ye no omunim de wo omanim okay ya set presidents ni biato 2020 BCE about bag me better so obeye we have the men we have the people e Supreme Court ye be ko ho on be ruin our favor
na
e be make sure say the Supreme Court be kan ye de be ye adwuma
na Kagana nke be ko
but sebe Ghana ne emre bi ni pepe ni o
Nabi Nankana Kagana nke be ko
upo bi ya popo wani a kire no a Ghana ni e ho na ni emre no enye bi ni
Ghana ye nyina be ko on my way
na omo mindset nyina no eti that option no mu take nyina ye frustrate omo ye ma omo nko ye don be court be take league ya amfa no mu ko Supreme Court enne no amfa no enti omu ni option bi aso be engage wo.
Nana, thank you so much for joining us in the studio live on Accra 100.5. My men starting engaging with my panel members, and the only person in here right now Sami Onto. Sami Akwaba. Okay, so I think we just need to go straight to business, and the issue is about Parliament, Supreme Court, back to Parliament, Urban Babin, kwata Ubianko fee. And I think yes, the Supreme Court must have 10 days to rule.
No. They gave Parliament 7 days to file the appearance.
The appearance, which they have entered.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Appearance.
So as
for the stay of execution, a perpetuity, just like a bra Supreme Court to the free say.
Be decided.
So mu free say
well, say Parliament Juma, may I don't lose anything. The ordinary Ghanaian don't lose anything. They can almost. But
it's not about doing anything. It's like the name majority na free MPP force no. I call mo pa. Na Supreme Court Chief Justice free say obetime rescue MPP. And into ordinance better so.
But we see they need now they have $250 million to pass. They need majority to pass.
Anyway,
what I say, there are so many even ECG or more per year they need so to them they lose. Maybe I don't lose anything. Who got you $250 million? Yeah, only bear campaign. And this one young got you to 2 promo. Say I'm got them movie. Where does hallelujah?
Anyway, Maminchia a tea for any producers na. Mejidi so bibia pomoye. You see, ade sabia no. Democracy aye practice for Ghana, it give it as opportunity to learn and to know MPP more. Na ade sani de esi bia so kire how Akufo-Addo aban aye curse to Ghana and to our democracy. Na every political case be a Supreme Court to be honest so echre na justify why Akufo-Addo package Supreme Court with MPP full soldiers as Supreme Court justices. And this one is a classical example vindication we are where we are today because there were a political party called MPP omonya principle. MPP a on principle political party. We are where we are today because there was Supreme Court. Any Chief Justice are on your principle. So we have on principle Supreme Court, we have on principle Chief Justice, and we have on principle political party called MPP. And a dear baby do pempenswa yedri. Nana nama eka MPP constitution. Okofa MPP or mo ankasa constitution. Eno no mudigina so edi o madwuma. Chapter 9 or say for feature of membership MPP constitution or say a member of the party who stands as an independent candidate against the officially elected member of the party or who joins or declare his or her support for another political party of another political party or for an independent candidate when the party has sponsored a candidate in a general or by election automatically forfeits his or her membership of the party. MPP constitution say to MPP ni na we ya wadwen say o ko content kro akopre aba e wo mreko a MPP fo akoto aba yi obi a wo ko gina o manam e wo sa abato no anaso ye MPP ni ba na ubie wa no ka se wodi wachitai kwa akoma amanyoni fufro anamanyuko fufro enye MPP a sabre no an wonya MPP ni ba bio samra we anomudi gina so a obi ti se hopes na doye MPP for se onye member bio obi ti se eye papa yi awo adentai lawyer Boabia Samoa and no mom Kawina Samra win MPP digina so. The same MPP Samra win no digina so. November 2020. Wade Andrew ayamra shebe ni emma o man for more for me na. Esu no digina ya odi na sia kunya e wo parliament. Ento ko hwe Ero Michael Kwe the then speaker of parliament. O reading the judgment e wo parliament. Okotu MPP constitution. Ano sa okotu eye Ghana constitution eye article 90 Ghana's 1992 constitution article 97G okotu. Esu no gina ya wade pamo no. Afenyo make ne nani ha hansa prinkin sima sebio ye wo fufuo wa na yasi wadro si na yasi ye wo fufuo na nia ya apotwe se a prinkin sima no 2020 not parliament ebra MPP fo yi Andrew formina MP se ko ya na afenyo make na wote ho e de no kan because when him say constitution clear at that time afenyo marking MP before anka say that part of the constitution there yemfa nko Supreme Court nkoje interpretation ebra can say Sarah Joasafo okuboni Sarah Joasafo court in America no ye TikTok awoma the same article 97 was so NMP before jina so no or more pressure bagbin say Bagben and declare Sarah Joasafo seat Edomiko Benya seat vacant, the same MPP. Oman ka say enko Supreme Court. Na enkoje interpretation say Sarah Joasafo awayo kuboni a wode na kunya ato ho for almost a year awon no. Yenko Supreme Court enkoje interpretation whether or not say speaker won kwan say obe declare Edomiko Benya seat in vacant or not. MPP were pressuring Alan Bagben. Can say Yera Smana Bagben speaker. Say on declared vacant. Or man can someone call Supreme Court according to interpretation. When it favor them, when they want to do it in their favor, they don't go to Supreme Court. Monte MPP for the air pressure Agbang Bagben. Say only Sarah Joasafo asia kunya no monko by election and MDC mom kra na eka say no we should give Sarah Joasafo fair hearing because ukofa constitution no the article 97 can say member of parliament absenting from parliament sittings and duties for 15 days without a written consent or anaso one trunk Supreme speaker and permission na wan tremu Wanakunya bond by numpono yen set up committee privileges committee Emma no kwano mechanism and that part of the act Emma kwan say wo MP no wa parliament for 15 days you need to be heard but ukofa article 97G ni dia and kase set up any committee if a member of parliament Aba parliament on the ticket of a political party or as an independent candidate. Now we do parliament we na if we say afraid on a party full kwa kodi adwuma wan kase munsin konya bia automatically we sit above we say declare vacant. But this same unprincipled MPP that they were pushing for Sarah Joasafo Domiko Benya seat to be declared vacant. This same unprincipled MPP November 2020 omujina samra we so eyi formina MPS kunya no and then this same MPP is telling us say Bagben and the parliament and ni capacity to take that decision nemum yemfa nkoma get through tokunu MPP full soldier MPP women organizer or Supreme Court or then yemfa nkoma na won declare. That is the unprincipled nature of MPP and Intina Rollins they be no bo NDC for koko say MPP for more character a very dangerous. A very dangerous. Oni mudie oni aniwo. Say the way no be no be di na emfa no ho. The be man ho atoni bia na emfa no ho. Oni aniwo wani so that's MPP. Then the unprincipled Chief Justice and unprincipled Supreme Court. Get to Tokono akwa kujina asori dem kuta pop percent ka kuru already empa ni tire ho. You see how when the Christianity na no me say mensa wuta be o ka say the we are here Christosum or Africa no. I'm sure in the next 20 years Christosum begu is true. Oh na wo can say mensa wuta be so bi hu abra bo so asum nyame asenka nyame sumagu. And it's almost like to Tukunuko could not mensa water by saw them cover puppet. Women I saw me as for me preach here. It tells you. No credit, a fellow no credit, a new mabra boom. On my own door, a new mabra boom. On principle, Chief Justice gets to Tokunu. What is Supreme Court? Electoral Commission said or quack voter registration exercise. Now the registration obey no the district office in Kwa. I am ra. I need it to a banner say. I was say Electoral Commission and making sure. Say, baby, a local creative registration center no. A be accessible to obi bia or person training. Yes, you to say the district offices and yet accessible Emma because of that, NDC and 5 other political parties went to the Supreme Court. Say omukwaje interpretation. Now Supreme Court answer kra no onfa a year injunction and to the Electoral Commission voter registration exercise limited 2023 so no moon deciding we omukwa get to Tokonu the unprincipled fake Christianity women egu nyamesum e Ghana. Say oni Accra and even cry to fix a date to sit on it Ramon Chen kosi so no be Accra. Get to Tokunu ba ye obesa T date so mo betena so whether or not say omobeji NDC for a year injunction to amunyitum no or fix data na sa date no e beba after say Electoral Commission registration no wawie. Na enso to wi aye kosonsuo. So the NDC and say when so afa anwadwen you are not helping democracy into a corridor case no mo frɛ kra wanko na mo case ni tuguye. I nim say Ghana ha nipa ye fundamental human right. One of our fundamental human right is our right to vote. A crime so be prevent obi a ye Ghana ni a owo ho kwan se otro ni to aba obe prevent a crime. But this Supreme Court and on principle Chief Justice get to Tokunu and making sure say Jemensa at this franchising many Ghanaians are one more opportunity to take part in 2023 year district level elections. As we speak, most of them enter any opportunity to and register because the Supreme Court gave them the unfettered access to misbehave and to fool themselves. Now, after no marking, no call Parliament what? Because when you talk about human rights, nipa na they are now affecting no or no and yes do any down in sensation fa. And it's all free say Speaker of Parliament orders no infringe upon the right, fundamental human right on the 4 MPs now. 4 MPs no omumu wan and na partner to party to the seat na the coin no. Omu bia anka ho. Afenyo marking sa for constituencies no oye constituency on kwa ho emfa ho wo die nyina ne say as a majority leader in Parliament no office no so sin wo bia and wo te Parliament no hu say wo ye president and intini ya say be san wo do akosa small office intino you must go to Supreme Court to defend it. Then na afenyo marke no etimi akọ Parliament yes can say court na less than just a day to call Supreme Court to sit on it and then grant stay of execution. One more phenomenon cannot call court and say court to a man stay of execution for just 10 days. Then the unprincipled Supreme Court and the Chief Justice said no. 10 days in the year and enough untino perpetuity. Because Supreme Court in him say on the face of the law, the Constitution no, sir MPC 4 no. Oma for still almost seat Supreme Court in him. Now on himself give his interpretation wa ebe confirm NDC stand and the Speaker of Parliament stand ama NDC abeye majority enti wonye enti wode injunction e to so the stay of execution e to so perpetuity enti 3 years so on himself aka just 2 months na afina kona wie enti 3 years no onwie ya and the MPP will still continue and hold themselves as majority in Parliament. When you have MPP full soldiers, get to Tokonu, ni kunuaku fadaba man appointment na quality control board on an open daho. Get to Tokonu 2019 Akufo-Addo appointing co-chief justice, and then Supreme Court. Then 2023 Oman Chief Justice, full soldiers go na call your record. You see them full soldiers. All the 5 justices or motna sa case we no eye MPP appointee Akufo-Addo appointees nkwa, including eye NSJU our contesting MPP prime eye ticket 2016 eye whole central or corporate MP on PPD we mu ene do makotena no more discuss ebe decide issues are involving NDC MPP in Ghana's parliament. This on principle get to now what set bad precedents. What set bad precedent? One kwa your chief justice and ne wutimi extra krata de koma president because yemfo bi Supreme Court no me justice. One kwa one extra krata de koma president catcher and say Supreme Court judge no fa numbers wo fa number where we are yentum yemfo bi wo president no na posterity will judge you. Karma will serve you very soon. And now Afenoma can say omo ye law abiding minority. And into omo de omo work out omo person omo benya confrontation bia. We ye law abiding since when MPP ni bia ni Ghana we law abiding. MPP ni bia ni Ghana we law abiding. Enra a parliament any statement by spell it out security measures omo de go. Asame no mka omo say no member of parliament to be allowed to enter the parliament chamber until say 8 a.m. and pay. And yes, I have a statement in it today. And then as early as 6, now Frank Anadon pray MPP minority chief whip. Now Ote chamber ho. We are law abiding citizen. Or no Frank Anadon pray or no. Our parliament statement no the ban say for security reason current no. And public equipment kwakwatina gallery hono ye makwa momo ma anti further notice na onu MPP no kono na wabasi MPP supporters with MPP colors edo makogu parliament ho obe catches we law abiding citizen e ben also parliament na auditorium na wuntimi na afa wu dwane no and na wo ba be play victim na akwa se wo no de wudi mraso ena NDC phone ni mraso. We are law abiding citizen and a Akufo-Addo and was suma soldier for go parliament. Since when and a soldier for and a yabamo for parliament? Because on the 6th of January 2021, the same thing happened at our parliament. They be me blaming back when say back when 2-1 amontino and now man is so easy. Akufo-Addo and the bad boys or military uniform. Echo parliament quietly be on some phone be on mope. Parliament omo no catch omo say omo internal security a breaky. Now some internal security kwa breaky a. What about the police? When they talk about internal security, police. Enya military. But now also a law abiding citizen who dia soldier for go parliament. Say sa MPs mako for no a omo call for independence no. Any other party or my aside baby no more no. Only intention or my intention no is for future and not now. Now who is our mutual constitution or my bodam? Say who be MP now 4 years in this one. Parliament for home bay. So be could be man and could be so be when and so win in the parliament for home bay. Parliament the order so ma mia wo. Wako election now are winning. Ned Waba 4 years in this one. So be call for re-election. So be winning and so win the parliament in home. And to see like I say, for future, the mere fact say, or more na declare more tension and so more aqua file, or more nomination electoral commission certify more as candidate, or more couple parliamentary seat, and no enough grounds for parliament to take action because official or more communicate to or more political party say, or my what bodam, afenomak wa bodam. Now I power drunk, na we afenomaking. Ne end very near and what shall see experience about winning. One go now no on MP formed in a chip, but don't be dinner temono. I feel my code them so we is here because I biano be an inquire or say chairman's abunsu. Ebe minority leader and the males and the Mahama be majority and the Akufo-Addo. Obianim de we are say chairman's abunsu. Eyan nyama. Ene ubeye majority then animguasie why a minority then win here Supreme Court to back you, to guard you, so that you continue to hold yourself as whether I like it or not, and that we a minority leader. na Chief Justice ene Gbagben empire oboye ni state one of the quote Gbagben a quote here was say, God bless our homeland Ghana and make it great and strong beyond any single individual or institution. Bullet to Chief Justice of True Officers Supreme Court to Hono, Ghana for in Naya Home, Domobekani Fana, Sebu, or Muli Kranyan Senimwa, Ghana for Yensum. To a Kufuado or free say or powerful because on an appointed Supreme Court Justice, Sir Ajaj for Numa Motana case in Naya Kufuado appointee, including the Chief Justice, and to freeze obey me, I used to the Supreme Court to manipulate Ghana's democracy. This is it. And the Bible natural say, yes, Constitution man no quine. Indefinite or koda. Mokas of Nano, you know when I saw Pano Beba. Na ene ye ka say MPP quick. Omonam no more pacho. Omonam and no more pacho. Sama mi owa Aguna West is Aguna East. Cynthia Morrison.
Cynthia.
Almost says almost the same judiciary. Saw me they stop no man to me. Quote to me catch Cynthia Morrison say on to me holding himself as an independent candidate. Because they were thinking, say, let me issue the same judiciary to kick her to or to gag her from contesting. And you know, and ne can Japan where Johnny campaign away na and I was so Cynthia Morrison sa and one near after no mark no metro picture. I feel more was a nipa a day. Omuhiadom. All right, now a basha or mosha or mono. Cynthia Morrison, you see, Cassia. So why you see can why you say oh to a baby ya baby position be the amawa opposition one kasa Cynthia Morris who himself MPP opposition that and when you see can now o chama de chiso sikano ahye wo se ebo akone kobusa asamojan de ye no na endorsement ekowi ase na opan ho so tro e woni fie obanyanso afo ebu ni be ye nka na se. All right,
thank you Tommy Akwawa. Mama Minia Solo so akwa movement for change. Solo akwa boko de minia. Sa me watch.
Na the woman na say sempe de efra sentimentum.
Yes, na no Kumasi nyagro.
Kumasi butu yi.
Ba me so mi hu say Ghana web for atre say mo work na Pascal.
Oh, that be say Ghana web de mo na agro na wo money so. You say MPP na go say ye work Friday and adjournment MPP spend 12 million Ghana cedis. Eye bulk SMS any number patch radio stations here you say ya postpone no and no kra ko nyane one we was sentiment mo mu ban omu gifi e ba ye no a ma and MPP hu sa sentiment mo mu ne nti ba o mi ade ne campaign afa ba bi foforo no enye work up anything I say the mind for name re wa nkokra ne mranche ne mabawa wo
asante sa video na hu ye no eye
hu ye video dala.
No, I saw it, but seriously, I couldn't believe it.
Sao, Kobna Makachro said, "La we are Santini, me Santini, MPP no moms is yan one no nima sentiment say, Yenia movement for change. Wodia was the one was what no nima sentiment munsemwa, ye dot Napa that way. Napopa the footings was after Jenny. Na no alanchamantia do a sentimentum, ye pobiamana canta Samera. How? Na Samera swako enti sesi de o magye atum se enye de ano a ombeto amala ti ni problem na sia ne de amomo omo ne na mo hwo mo be agents ye ne agents e beba no ye ne mu bi ne gina ho ti wo ko bribe bi enyi ye ne gina ya fi ye ne pempen ayi ko make sure se abana ye beto unya 2 unya 3
ever baby all right, thank you, but Tommy lawyer Eduji Tamaklo I write up B. So if you permit me, I'll just use like 1 or 2 minutes to run through. And I read, lawyer Alex Afenyo-Markin must learn to build concessions. He got a judicial victory but lost the war at the end. As the then majority leader, his responsibility is to get government business done. 2 major business of this government are getting the approval of the president nominees to the Supreme Court. And more importantly, the tax waivers, some say last minute campaign money. Has the Supreme Court ruled ruling helped to achieve the above. They were badly looking for the tax waivers. Now, it has turned beans. Next time, you will learn to build consensus. What is the effect of the Supreme Court ruling now? Can you compel Parliament to sit? We have a collective responsibility to ensure that this constitution works. Parliament has effectively 3 weeks to go on break until after the election. Effectively, with the suspension of Parliament indefinitely, government business is put on ice. 1. Approval of 2 Supreme Court nominees, tax waivers, bills and instruments. Who is the loser now? Speaker Bagwin is an old fox. MPP must learn that they can't always have their way, unquote. So this one is right up from lawyer Eduji Tamaklo. Mensa Thompson, director for ASIPA. So from Parliament to Supreme Court, back to Parliament, Abam Babin, and to Imam Morrison and Suhum and communities. The question is say, Yapon, Uniani Kofi, Uniani Yapon.
Come now, yo, but that's my main chat for an area. Come now, unim. In for any boo baby say, as I say, Unyansa baby, I away day. Oh.
Appointed now, good morning, you.
Uma Ponte marching. Unyansa baby, so would you say we are so dear? When we are singing Yansana, wo trima. Udanuko Kwananse. What a chilling Yansano. Na afi, o dia bow of food, now dia fruit dia. Udu dia ni fiana. Afi Yansanu free surabe who form see kim na pie. Na fi what can say more. It be natural NPP for you. And see, one must share no more. O can be biachro mo muntie omo hunu power da omo na hunu power ene hwenne party owa abamu kwabena 2 months to elections afina wo ko so kwabena na nienne say onimnyansa papa and you see in fact I was in suspense kaka. Because I didn't know which direction the speaker was going to take. But omujina ho no mo kasa bebre gidi no mo revisit speaker Aban Babu no so a lawyer with over 30 years experience at the bar. Apart from say he's over 30 years experience, their senior at the bar no. More as afenyo marking. What now we call Supreme Court say, the speaker back then, and they declare 4 seats vacant or Yawada.
Yeah.
And they say from Yawada no, more my than minority. And I also want tears here. And I'll call Supreme Court. We call the Supreme Court now order, say we're more injunction. But per the procedure of the House, no, Speaker Penibit Mama orders in the presence of the chamber. In this says, Supreme Court order no can the be Juma. Supreme Court the order by my speaker. Timona must say Supreme Court has 7 orders now on speaker. So speaker and Babeka say, oh, I have received this injunction from the Supreme Court. So now no, the NPP return back to your majority. Man train na mudi ana pakiti na mona mudi kan kwatena majority side ho. So sometimes go for say utimi Jenny say in the end pan and conform so monsieur Amra. Or mutimi a dinkola grobi or John Cra won't say. NDC for a majority. The Supreme Court declared NDC for majority. And your speaker. And this Supreme Court cry I stay order now. Now say, who per se will return it back to a majority. You wait for the speaker. And nothing or more got now. Getting that for one who say, I don't know, or mudifo. And almost sorry, no, the name was here. Epi ekoto to the elephant. You can see elephant. Oh, yeah. Oh, NPP I am more do.
But this half a team. We
are back. Ghana. The elephant.
What was it?
Party in government power who's true for majority. So and because minorities are doing and one on the case closed. I say, Omudu Fifiana, so Obiti Omanas say, Omujina Chiri. And Speaker. But Speaker applied very, very strong wisdom. What Speaker did say, okay, I am in the House to make a declaration. Before I can make a declaration for the House to adopt the declaration, we must have a quorum to take a decision. Now, even though we have a quorum to commence business, we don't have a quorum to take a decision. Into whatever declaration I'm going to make, I'm going to shelve it and adjourn the House. Okay, now the House stands adjourned. Who loses?
A car befie.
Sabi, me Mr. Thompson meti hey. Bo na me car me kwakwana parliament na ntina bi.
Na ye bio. Kobesi abetuaba.
Ne no ano na fe no sam omo last minute boni omo plan so be di nyina omo last minute boni omo
omo kwaje World Bank $250 million grant enka this week ya nkomo approve abet omo bechedi omo baba tuagum election no a omo awe no omo wi a na nkomo attack ECG via Rebui authority major no omo wi a unu ade kra ehuma emetan omo akobie companies e dey call for 1D 1F you omo kwaje approve ade akoyi scafree Eisenberg
so it's omo last and omo ye nyana academy come na me emfa me ho. So now as the leader of government business, you can't get government business done. And as I say, come now unim say NPP for bit me after parliament. Unim say they have the numbers to recall parliament.
Okay.
They have the numbers to recall parliament for an emergency sitting. But the numbers they have, they can recall parliament, but they can also have a quorum to take decision. What you say?
Yeah.
It's everyone say mudi bibi any breakra na say mudi gidi and recall parliament. You still can't have the quorum to take decision. And this MP so ma.
Obiama.
Mukwamo kotnawa asa. What you say? Kwabna the lifeline of this parliament. I got 3 weeks pay. Nasa. Na me bomb pie say. And to say 3 weeks, you know.
Yes, sir. Abamba be yare. No, too quiet.
So let's go to coin.
Yes,
or call for medical review.
The home back do kakra. By next week, too quiet. Be another week. Oba or party wedding be walk. Na Kwanduri. Obeke moko.
Enti no we are. No for back Supreme Court be parliament now. No far back, no Supreme Court let me be parliament man majority or so this
but Tommy me say NDC as a political party, they have been lenient to the MPP government.
Yes, come now.
Because MPP government a speaker in our parliament with 136 members in opposition. They will make sure so we move mine.
Yes, but you see,
and they don't care.
That's the difference between the NPP and the NDC.
They don't care.
The NDC are moderates. NPP for your extremists. They don't care about the country. Oh, say NDC for no. Even if they want to do the politics, they want to make sure that the politics they are doing benefit the people. We want either it benefits the people or it doesn't benefit the people. As far as it benefits them, themselves, and their party, they don't care. So that is the difference. And Obi bet me argue whether it is beneficial or whatever it is, but I think that is the distinction between the two parties. But now, me for ni be a coco social media. You see when people for ne Cynthia Morrison and got say na omakoka asem no enti no say.
Oga to Ghana we.
Say no or be withdraw.
Also I withdraw.
I withdraw. Okay. Mate say omani so hum ni so kasa.
Obi amfa ho.
Na kwabna unim. Me say MPP for we.
Aloncho.
Kwabna me say after the end of this Ekufuado aban yi. Kwabna obi bi obabaka kire me say NPP for ni mra bia no wan ho ya mekuta ba me bebo ni trim. Kwabna they don't know the law.
Oye nyame nipa menye sa.
Kwabna they don't know the Kwabna I am ashamed. Kwabna I am scandalized. Say NPP ni bia bet makatem so no or your lawyer ni wet a sort o krom ha. If they think they can interpret the law this way. Kwabna mamen ka asem ncho. What kind of constitution now? Kwabna, what kind of constitution now? Article 94. Qualification of a member of parliament. Kwabna, parliament, you know. And yes, sir, sorry, ya no one time bag solo. We a member of parliament, no go crew bag. Now the book as well much no akotena ho. Kwabna, there is only one way in which somebody becomes a member of parliament. There is only one way in which somebody becomes a member of parliament. Somebody becomes a member of parliament only through an election, whether in a general election or in a by-election. Absa? If the constituents do not go to the ballot to vote for you, you can never hold yourself as a member of parliament.
Yeah.
Kwabna, Article 97, so I provided for what can disqualify somebody to be from becoming a member of parliament or holding. That's the tenure of member of parliament. Or say, a member of parliament shall vacate upon dissolution of a member of parliament on the midnight
of parliament.
Midnight on the 6th midnight 6th that all MPs are no longer members of parliament.
Okay.
And that is why we are conducting new elections in December.
Yeah.
And because the only way they can come back to parliament is after an election, which will happen in December.
Okay.
If he is elected as a speaker, if he is absent without permission, if he is expelled from parliament after being found he was not a member of parliament, he will cause him to be disqualified or ineligible under Article 94. And so, if he resigns from office, if he leaves the party of which he was a member at the time of his election to parliament to join another party or seeks to remain in parliament as an independent candidate. So, the constitution has provided is through a general election, the second one is through a by-election. That's all. But the constitution, which people can lose their seat. Sir Cynthia Morrison, any to whom MPs no, and all the MPs no man file to contest as independent candidates or on the ticket of MPP no. The moment they did that and the electoral commission published the notice of post, they are deemed to they are currently no longer members of parliament. I see. That's what the constitution says, Article 97. When you file to contest on the ticket of another party, you are no longer a member of parliament.
So always they will decision now.
So when you receive of parliament,
I see.
it's only an election that can bring you
it's
back
like
to parliament.
what resignation is one resign.
One resign.
Yeah, jetum. And then which now by also.
Me also on social media say anything to Morris Akasa.
And also any time no gini sika.
Come let me say NPP for boom. Who were bluffing over us, thinking they know the law. Come now, we understand the law. Come now, this is wait, it is text.
the omu here ne say ye to the secret vote. Na me hu de ye na no pana me hwe video bia na me hu Duncan Williams do not vote for foolish people. And to also you to me a operation. Say Jimmy for na so for no esa so be say ya register for electoral commissions ya register for umkuta sound mind na de ya to aba man for eco parliament dia ya hwe se be to aba ama omadwene mu da ho ye be sere se Ghana for na mo kwa akoto aba no mo make sure se mo be to aba ma parliamentarians a oma Oma bebre na jimi hwe ena no pade adwagire MPA sa boy ni de se was be ajimi afa no minim be bi ofri bai why no mo brother no don president no wo ye kwa ka asem nya ndru bia na wakofa bus load of MPP supporters say omumra parliament say omumma ye de yi me hwe video no na yi
kwabna unim say
ne boy ne se bi ajimi minimum
yes asema wo kan enya asema the way I will canon I said here.
One year and how on you
so one quanko chiwama. You be quanko chidampare.
Dampare will not do, don't waste your time on that dampare.
I was so cochico for now, Muko. Omo any your friend is saying
na be chida mpare no
TV Simon once I have a shady peg one there. Yeah, before we are coming to protect our majority of the everybody. Why did we go wrong? Who fled where you downtown Yama, we too. Abba the travel catch up said it of your account. Dear Baumia division. Jamomia division.
Anyway.
Why did you see? Why? Where you secret naraka kakra. Now talk on so and Tiasi on the justices. Says, yeah, no mudium will come one and yet. A bear didn't say, you have a coalition, we know be a Benja a Supreme Court room. It's a fire and Sankai. You were mammy, and now was it like this? tomorrow ye ko di e bedroom o eno de wo say eno de ye nka ho e eh mama mo hwe de o sen for ne a lawyer for the issue ade omudu omutrum wa na akoya asem Moses baby a obi amechiawo ene di de wo mu ne say moye sa ne nkofo lusu ayi wo gidie wo but you see the 1979 constitution and I say a constitution there is a reason why ye di shame say obi e declare say or cross carpet and also or as content cra e was a seat ni declare the vacant as obi a na mo an bibi na party ni nyoma kono mo video so na se
ayi a friend say omo negotiate no ka ho
Eugene obi ana say wa be
yi so no mo na call Morrison
dia e mi picture o sa no mo da ko
Eugene no mo na call
wa mo frɛ Eugene say ye hwa ade wa ha ohun ya no picture mu on de omo ye be so
say problem on my way nyanyira ye kenofriata na ba
Can't we?
What? Saying
you did your catcher that I just bomb yenye. A dover that's a I
know you
Eugene, okay, like Quabre Japan's on Casa.
Oh, Quabra, there's so beautiful said the new Quabra. The member did a chip or snack can the new number compare Wapepano. And you hope you. I look up and I say, on to cry. Who Quabra to say the confidence level coffee? What do you know?
Yeah. Me ko chinchin somewhere around I said we might trade Hey, this is a Kofi Asante about them, yeah.
Also, what you trying to say, you know?
Hey,
David, also, I'm saying, I'm trying. And only base apartment.
Yes.
How much?
Hey.
No. Metia na ya meka na ka me bwana
me de me said you ko bugu da bi asem na da bi eja say ho chani ba ofia
omo chem omo me ma se da ko gina wa kai omo chem be em so omo ye be 8 people and omo chichi omo de be see apartment
hey China phobia sa
redevelopment for no there be omo de be see apartment
okay say omo wi ombe bubu asho moto okay kwabra ma men chat
it nidie bi a na nka ahwere ores speaker by obvious nneɛma bi a mene na anya adwen da ebi mpo a mene na anya adwen still a wɔ me ma fa no ene wasa ari 5%.
Yeah, was a dwadie. Nipadie.
Oh, because Cobra so that's it. Adia or de mraye ni nei obetimi aye ni fefefe sa impo madwen ye me se na fe muddy waters no what this idea ni ba se penifo se de odi ahwede ba fie no na de once na ba
Already got it by.
enti sebi se ahwede ama se bribra man ka manema enti na nka ye hu ba bi e de sobo ne beko religiously following them, and you are I'm not seeing very different shine all the leveler. Of say yeah friend is saying the beacon of democracy any longer. Not anywhere can we find ourselves. We wouldn't have sunk this low to say we are seeing a mile. Yena yenimnyansa chen o my 7 pe e wo wiasim kwabra yenimnyansa chen o yenimnyansa chen amai mako 7. Yes, and I'm not surprised. Senior Kofi. MPP has become this useless. Very useless. Very useless. And as a phone in every party, and I can't quite see a phone. And I can't so MPP PC. Yeah, Oko Janasi and Tune Swaba. No wonder so to make us say, oh, they are block rage now. You see a lot of more the doors. And this is how far. Who a friend of marking who na ya to say a kotokro who na kwa say back say no why you wrong adan ya wa the constitution on Santi. Oh, Jimia, they want to always the law. Sir, make us
So we will say we interpret law. Enti mpacho enti mo standing orders no. Any constitution na ya mujina so parliament na what they kasa no. Ade na ya amon kasa te say ne we jina constitution so we declare how Senedai.
Adai.
Senedai. What I say? So that you know, court as a speaker, we interpret the constitution. They say if enyewo enye there pudunshi na she say who calls him Cobra. Government business and to jina so court. And I say government business will come to a halt or a standstill. And for that matter, and kiyenyai omo nanka omo mra me ase bedwam. Afa ebe wi ase no. Wo decision ne wo nneema wo pesa wo play legal gymnastics no. What's a bon cramp our file wrong rate. Supreme Court so uselessly has followed suit.
Nemo Mahama visible and popular than Baumia. Can you hear this?
Omwani pano.
I am one pano. Say, election. Runoff. Na Mahama enya 49%, Baumia enya 49%. Nemum. Na Mahama popular and visible than Baumia. Who see the catch him say Mahama visible why popular than Baumia. Now all 49 Baumia no nya popular no 49. Mind's game. PR. But when you sit down and do your critical thinking with your common sense, a bachelor will say, "Want me make country Baumia say abanwolu so better than your scanny be ready." When you mean and Tiamaka 50-50. Na yanko so any muska nyina besa. See or modern market every district. Every district about the market. What about 8 years? Yama 8 years. Once what catch a sense to our manaba be so traumatic market. And Tinana
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV. The citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power. Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Standing Order 18 of Parliament, Parliament, Standing Order 18. Must speak no ho kwan say sa procedure we no and also number 5 and it is enya the interpretation be na we yes me ohin okwa himfie na chiame ohin kasa na dia chiame to bagwa anymore. Invitation bend the room. invest tioti tioti obi anye so onyene kasa wie na chiame ede to edwa se onyene ama ho kwan se nsemisa eni achia obi ambisa obi a se mbia ade achia ye bebo dawuru omaye nana se men se mo se nana se en so se nana we how they go Supreme Court so kwa ko rent interpretation e won ya nana kan no nti ade no politicians te be wo mu kakra yewura Michael Kwe Professor Michael Kwe ne de no obi an sorry na me ne ha me and is me MPP ni
I know
na adem sa same way sha say na me say MPP for enye da na a court na e be my 5 and daily graphic from yeah it's ankoma na lawyer for bi so NDC for yes enye mo de mo nko setting aside na mom ade ba ko a me aye de wo we mpa ene say culture bi pre ewo ye Ghana court onum Supreme Court true
culture be
culture say nipa num tra no be ko benkrom enye
eni kwa say yes
wo ho kwan ba ye nyina wo adwen obia nipa bia wo no angasa na adwen
enti ade enti na gidi so mo yes
say any culture na make can say enye no hwe ye enwrafo ajaja kese for George na wood num so fa kufu adinyira no ne wo mon keka ho ne yi no wo mo so mo tran enum saa o enso obia tro ne de
dia de na wait sir
ho any near ese oman no nyina ye baako na kwan a ye fa so de appointed chief justice yesisa no kwan a ye fa so inshisha ye na ye nim se dachi bi obi beba otise nanado a obeba be say court no o ja say
ojiri
president say on nominate no yan twin sign
yenko ye commission no
yenko back yenko yensa yen amend the constitution no na sesi ano hwa se woma chewa adwuma no ma senka position no ba ye de ma wom no yenfa ma wom enti sesi ano se judgment here wom ko ma me se me ko me kura se a na me nkwada ka se we de na lawyer mo kasa dodo ade no president appoint na mo da na ase nso a na ye o ya me ya pa
kasa
se wo mo kasa say thank you judgment
enkwara no na ka
o wo mo kan kire me me mu ama no the NDC for no me
no kama
what na eno na ma mi hu se inkofo enya interest e wo ne ekosunum nti eno ye baako yensesa no na anka be ye a Nigeria for ne o ye ne se eka defia na so be retire na edu so say chief justice a obe chief justice a one day no
I see
you eno ne Nigerian tradition system no seniority and a law no so yes some seniority papa hey udu court now senior why say woman wa no now transfer na oye ne case na oko yemfa seniority in your appointment ya the seniority ya appointment a ni aye wi eni ni aye ba be hu da che no yin
lawyer obi e di asema ko Supreme Court ada of file eno ada no wanya judge ebi no raise issues about
ni Supreme Court ye na nya judgment na nya interim order or a slippery. Kakrebi. What dog? And you know, oh, or tata. And I am say tata no, and now it is 10 days no. Our mama no, but near my chia cra, and say. Woman who says ni hono yeah constitution no ohwe article 88 1 and 5 attorney general sebasa in same way na onu no jina ho ma o man no but say 3 arms of government na say asama parliament na constitution no say civil matter in the say attorney general ne ko jina ma o man no wa hwe we a say and that because abina executive no and it is a problem yeah but internet just say ono na yi nti no say woman serve any general no mpa nanka enya na mum say no so ye twe ya adwen ba say so say attorney general represent every branch of government ana say ye hwe
ni kwa say yes sir
and say yes sir we actually me say and say yes sir if you say me na me advise the president me ni attorney general na me advise the president and they say me advise the speaker because speaker is part of the government. And Article 88(1), no, Attorney General, a president. It be 2 days by Friday. Monday ebeko back. So one yes sir. Now ya ma ofie no mo hwe se na ye ma chi wo pali and I yes go mami enti moko e sa na moko sa e entumi nsa for 3 days
yeah
and I entumi na wanya no sa nso na say temperature na mba form kakra ebia na degenerate em say ya Ghana be o man abe krabehwe nti wiase nyina e hwe ye wiase nti yentumi say emfa you know sebut afraje what man
say ya kan na otwemien sa na parliament etu asetena say they wokan ebedi na otwa na amoma ba what are you expecting
me me say enra station be interview me na I'm so me me expect some bubbles ma me use expression ugly noise me can say one be ugly noises kakra na usual parliamentary ugly noises some ko ye wi I know no mo ye rom ko fi nia me kwada adwe mu mission odarocha ho say yenye principled mission odarocha ho say yen wo conscience yen fa yen politicians enim so what I say ni nyina misua odarocha na say enye menko mampanyi nanado school okobi kwela bin wom ko ye nyina na e ko e
order dey no fine
ena make us say wom say beautiful fragile I thought there be na say to me can you know e bounce him na one manage no year you know sana e de okọ bribi dan bi we interview mo phone so na me can say e ka me nko anka ba bia ye dui o man panyin twi ne ho no man na be de kire baumia oni mahama wo slogan out o I say wo mienu e na o man no be fa
emrante mienu
Pinipa, enka me so nsem po aka on. So I say, na e de kwambe di akon aka na ye for. O I say, na e de
Ekwadongo.
I had a cough.
Na Ekwadongo e. O je Ekwadongo.
Ekwadongo de seminar na no je there. You know, one kai ba sa na ka by now no. Na do atwe ne ho. So, yeah, I can for am say onye foforo na oba no. Ono na ye sadishia no. Enya onye dada oko enji se obue na no kura na nkofo obu afu so ti ase ebedu o ti ase edu brace of twene ho na on twene ho a omde be ye no nti nka
Obi sending me message busam say me musa say wonyini say deliberate appointment na Akufo-Addo ye just to destroy the judiciary.
Oh, there be me you were so destroy bastardise judiciary no on destroy no ya bastardise wa politicize no na English abrofo no answer on beko no sa no mo ye o de use state institutions no protecting one so I say and I so ya ba ne asum ne ye na mum mase dachi no ye nya na adubi biom ye benya da enti den na se ye ese san kwan a ye normal so ti ase ye si anu ntem ba ko se ano ense se di 2 minute show ba ko for nsem se ono na on nominate chief justice ni ese ye ya ne say the most senior justice of the Supreme Court vacancy ba on or chief justice finished constitution akasa on or chief justice. Number 2 yen hwehwe nhyehyɛ no Emma Attorney General ono na bribia criminal offense so
organization. They support themselves, they steal their money, they sell government properties. What have they not done? But we are not able to say. It has become a criminal organization led by the president. Because what is he doing? If he's not part of it, what is he doing? Why is he supervising this? And that the Attorney General, the Office of the Special Prosecutor wants to prosecute someone. The Attorney General is defending the person. What is going on here? That's what I'm talking about. The Attorney General wants to tell us that he doesn't know what is called money laundering. And so a person has the right to keep money at his or her house. I agree. Nobody says you can't keep money at home. But the quantum of money is what we are talking about. We are not saying we are coming to arrest you. Come and explain to us where you got the money from. Did you print it at home? Did you what? Explain to us. That's all. And after you finish explaining, we are not taking the money. We are taking our taxes out of it. Now that is where the problem is. The moment you explain taxes, where did they come from? Who gave you that money? That person too, has he paid his taxes on and on and on and on. This is how the whole world is done. We behave as if we've never heard of it before. And therefore, if it hasn't happened in Ghana, we cannot have precedents in order to prosecute someone. What nonsense! What nonsense! Utter nonsense! Is he a lawyer? I'm speaking to you today. This is an NBC day. But if NBC is successful, it's a Ghana day.
Terrible lessons. We will learn a bitter lesson under this government, and this is exactly what we are seeing today.
Agavito, or say, or no party a movie from a Ponzi scheme to a criminal organization.
This is Amakuba.
Yeah, this is Amakuba.
Or MPP.
Yeah, Amakuba.
The president, I don't know how he can still get up in the morning and go to work. The guys have destroyed you. You have destroyed yourself. A self-inflicted destruction. Your own member, so you've turned into a criminal gang.
See, they have moved from Ponzi scheme to a criminal organization.
Just say it's getting worse. And the president can still hold his head up.
Because the way they can go out there, play music, dance,
and go and tell people they vote for us.
Yeah, that's.
Any business you're in the same cabinet. They were working in the Eastern region recently. They are in the same cabinet. What the Ghana phone saying? What's our cause? A Ghana phone to Abamo? Are they a Ghana phone Jimmy Anna? They should be telling them. Our people should tell them. But see, they go with monies and things to lure them, and the people are broke and they want the money. So they'll take the money, and I'm telling them, take the money and vote this useless government out of power. Seriously, none of them should come near the seat of AE again, government again. The two of them especially. Well, Vice President, how can you know?
Anyway, thank you for coming, gentlemen. All right, so that's a live in a crowd 1.5 pacho. my down kakra nti monfa enche menya various use a YouTube use a YouTube nti monfa enche nana akwaba
ya nu akwara
boko de
ehu anu mehefo
nana na blacko a birthday and a blacko birthday.
Oh, wow.
Yes, I'm a blacko. So, Pacho, can you do it quickly for me? Yeah. And I'm a blacko a birthday, and she's a TV personality. She was with CTV, and my friend's a content creator.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is Ama Blacko, and baby, Ama will be Ama, happy birthday to you, and yeah, when it means 5,000 years so Asana 5,000 years in a gigi, and Sana. But anyway, Yantuasuna, yeah. Okay, so let's go. Akwaba.
Emma, I'm a black so happy birthday.
Yeah.
Na me wakase bia me ka etre omo a me pese me hu omo mfie bebrea edi animu yi. Me can say, may they live to see the greatness of their great grandsons and daughters. Say, Uninia and Abehu, great grandson.
Okay, so this is Ama Blacko on our platform, and a birthday, and our Blacko birthday, and
so maybe we should well, sir.
Yeah.
Say, Obini, no Abehu, Nema, Enananum.
Yeah.
Enye ne nanan mo ne ma nanan
ne ma enananom. That's beautiful.
Me pese nyame mo ano na omani nyi
na baby a na so odi be shem bia no na obetimi afre asofo na
sese de
so
metimi ehira so
yeah me awe
se ne nyankopon etimi ama menya ne ngosira ibi edu
metimi hu
baby abasia bia ne ase
baby abasia bia yabasia ese no akaye come no ko bia ayedi o
enye din menyame
radibeye but let's go back to business. So you had your two great friends.
Yes, I mean baba mama nchetie for na memo abaso na memo era no mienu Alhaji Sinari and Victor Smith, Comrade Victor Smith. Na memo mumienu so abaso papa. I was very enthused when I heard them speak. Yebenina ne yeti omo. And kwabra enye bad say yebe edi omo nsem omo kan nyina be ye adwuma ma fa ba wo omo nsem ni bebre mu and eboa ma efomfo a sebio yedi wona wodi kan na chi no emetimi ehu the direction proper. It gives us the direction properly because and someone ebia etire ya adwen ya nama yebusa yen ebia NDC betimi SCP esita sa insemisa na ya abribia amanfo de ba ya bobo ano no emamuda ho. And I think say these are things it should be very regular, especially after very few months ama yakoto abe no I will say omuma na ye regular na enye ebia a one night stand say ebia omaba na omoko na they should be very regular and connect with the people as and when. And it also help if
they are able to also touch base with the many branches across the country. Sometimes, and yet, you think I mean, we should be able to visit constituencies. For example, our advocacy that we should let Mpenifu or Motenkra Hebia go back to their base or bases and then get the public or the community in their bases, also know say they are with them. And yes, omunkwa na akoye kontankura sebi omoko ewo from ho. Ntino many aje pa na area nyumre titu the aspect omo answer ya say is NDC able to protect the ballot. Kwaba unim say often times and Kamiya say a man for ama I say NDC bia omunye boneda ena omuwohui na kwabna ayana mihu bibi se entesu kokko ewo bi anum but ayana omugyae no matifufu na me no have been one of their critics in the past kwabna sebi ye kase obi NDC ni a adwe ba metrimu first and so to training. They have done well trying to, better their image in society. Say, yeah, boy, NDC, we find more, nice cities be than we used to know the NDC is. No, but Kwabna, as nice character, na me fedo do amana broso. Ade bia so dodo say adepa I say obi a sebi openam na sorry a wawe na ma we ahwe adako yem kra betim ntino omudi mpa no eyama aye say omo yasne nyankopon kra wodi mpa giem anu ntino yebe sere say omo nkan hu se omo ye nipa ntino se so esesa be ye Paul no ne nanso bi di eden a na bodam for kra bodam kra na se omo dam ne tikwa kakrom ni we hwehwra nkwala de.
Yeah, but
I was
you had Brian Champon and Victor Smith's response.
Yes, it is clear, but I'm saying say it must be encouraged, say positive defiance de papa. And yes, I can to anthem because let's resist the oppressor's rule. Resistance is the most important factor in anything that rears its head as oppression. What I say? And untina many aji enumere because until this time, I quite to say omada. Intino more form they are trying to mobilize themselves. But yes, but it doesn't look like as Mpenifu crying to umbe support you any. But when him say grassroots for ni here power nature Mpenifu no. Yes. And untino amo ma form ho adwene wo form dada. Kabra emrebi na meni obi din komo. Na me ka che ni say Samia ukutu mofo say omo party for say woman funu yenton. Yeah. Akwabra ade bi yeton ne bonzo nyadin tai ya yetu ya obi kuratu na
de dem krobo wa ashim no
ai akrabo ashim no so obi kuratu na de tai bona akwabra obi tuma jani tu adwane etino nobody has monopoly over violence. So same way akoye asema maka ka hwe yenso so ni paso say o wo muntimi nye da bi fa so trim say obetimi aye. Don't ever tell Ekufodo say ontimi en me say obema nkofo akodi ewu no fashion utrim say Akufo-Addo betima di ewu enti en target omo a apart from asojafoɔ ne policefoɔ na Akufo-Addo besumo omo say omo nkodi bɔne no a omo ye target no the most important target Akufo-Addo Bawumia Brian Champon no omo ye ministers na omo akeka ensemhunu no yeah omo pese omo ma violence eba no they should be your first target as a political party say ube preach it to onkofo a omo ye party ma say they should be very violent when they meet violence. It's important.
Yeah.
Any question we dream say wo koka kire party ba say there be your ball cry for hama no unya kwasea. Kachira ni say violence it begets violence. Anunti no enra no wa me yankun busuani no amese party fo ayi say yemra yi yempa yi aba. Ma onu na oba no na busuafo Anthony Funada ka no mu nkosie no na yen kogyawo se wo ye ne to tai ebo no na nani epaye e no afa mu awu ye na omo soma asojafo no so omo meboye no ye ne yebo omo e ma asojafo no kura mpo omo wuye ana posifo ni wuye enu nti no ye pa mo chaw na party fo adi manim na yakwa akosra busua ne se
ya onim de am ya pa with the okay na make bia to onim de am ya pa say kronfo aba me fie aba wia me
yes
ena metia mu kronfo na kronfo no ama me a metimi fie warning
yes
say oya mebo
ai me sa de beko ade krona ma wia no me de beko
ya do ma wo wia ye
wo na ma wia wo no wo sa ye de kra me sa ba be wia break the 8 na se kire
ai oya mebo no ma se be
wia wo
so me hu Brian Champon say me hu Brian Champon you know your common friends be and ye share recently also Brian you know ye dipa ba ko ba any ade nam so minimum so ye ba but you see se me hu say Brian kra microphone mu e ka sa asem no fine on microphone di nkomo say eja ye keka no o ka bi ahwe but you see you na wo ka no
oni mo bi a hye ne kutupa
and you know you don't give such statements room to fester because obeka so ya keka na meka bi but na was obi kutupa because you believe say MPP for nam normal threatening crofo omo na nkasa amrike so mo dwane sadam no
oh yes
they are threatening people
so they are being emboldened by the fact that say kwabna a leadership what you say nipa akwai te se wudi odwan baako edi jatabru anum anim what you say now so we say omo hwe omo kandifo no omo nsua no enti no matter how omo ni eden omo ye wild they would always want to operate say okay ye penny emaye go ahead ye nya hwe what you say now contrary to that no me who party people are womo ye to say lions or tigers or in that category of the cat family
wild cats
wild you know me who party for omo te sa omo dwen say no ye penny on kase yenye bibi party so no ye ne yede ne ba ya ono ne Professor Mills o ma be ma ye din hu aye atie but ye ntena ho ma ye nya hwe han ma opani ni behavior yi emma ye mfa election no ensa nkonkoche anu ntino ye bet se enkraman ya ye o Pentecost elder na Pentecost apostle fie obedru ho no onim say Holy Ghost na bone ho ban yes then so atro beware of dogs it yen no sana me mehu party grassroots no say any kwan say yetena ho say ne omoto nwom no say we no go say that make them fool us every day no any kwan say yetena ho na Akufo-Addo a ono akogina simpie so say ono be hand over to Bawumia ne din wa Japan mu say ono ne ba be di na ade sɛ ne bɛyɛ ɔbɛbɔ abusua agyapadeɛ a ɔma awia Ghana agyapadeɛ a ɔma awia no ɔbɛbɔ ho ban no ɔmo ntena hɔ ma ɛnyɛ hwɛhan nti no media me ma adwene me say we should encourage the grassroots to defend themselves. Because defense
and your offense.
Defense is not an offense. Sitting on the fence is rather an offense. Can say you defend your constitution. Yeah. How do you defend it? Yeah. So koto say obi butu yere kraso. Na wo kretuo na de bona. Unim say emra no be ma we franyra. Because you have defended your right and yourself. Self-defense. So uma ye kun wie. Now say me pay justice. How many people were killed in the last elections?
8.
Have they even filed for justice just in the name of Saudi Yenya Krana Enya to say ye bibi keke? Attorney General na no say ebuano. When was wako file bibi? Don't file it. Because who ni say enyan bi na aso omo awu. So tie o say wusu. So I was saying ka omo kum mo kra. Na wako fa ballot paper. Carlos ahen kra ne nam ho. Say can this your party na nka yenim ne dada na. I was saying ka Carlos ko ma chi na bu ni kom. And it would have been right. Per omo vehemence, the assessment of how any pair in an election, no. Obi etimi asesa ballot paper e parliament o cameras ni so di ase na num e di ase ni dodom amene e wo say ke ebu ni kom ni ekoyi paper no e be kan nenka by now nka wono ko aprokra nenka obi bebusa e ho asem a nenka PP for e bebusa nenka this for aka cho mo say oh Carlos wey ni hu be na hia e chen nipa nwotwe o mawu no including openfo It no NDC that we knew na ye bo machi say omo ye to travel no na de omo yas ni nyame wo asumdue pemu nti omo sa enkofa omo ntuma godada no emfra
no David I think David those are the issues are not Victor Smith raising
it many age ho pa but as I say Victor no he say no why penny e party mu no why penny in society enti no as a free France to makakra eno na me de me ne nya adwen ti na me
like what
free France say ma omonwe say omote ho kwa ne ne omanema me de e wo say wo man ye clear say party for entwem obi mekun bo ho ban kunu bi obe oba no bo trimu po se o ma mesen nko emekun nko tai yeton ne bo nya den e wo se otimi de ye adwuma obi kura tu obekun obi wo 30 man eje mesa kosa ko ntimi ni MP ne da wa we ni Christopher Bayern so waso den wo sori anu adwane akotra brochire besene ko ye campaign kromfo ne se ye pew wo sori anu akotra brochire na me call law school no community for no jenti o moto abama o ka se ko ye lawyer ansa no wa beto abama
a post position
etu mpa MP no na pe position na waje ato na obi fofra befa na o de ko
me problem na
because Martin J Mensa ko say wo ko we ni so Krono krasa atetia pansam. Krono atetia pansam. Nisu ni faso bia. Enso akum nipa miensa e de abedi MP. Penso usu. De akoso. Hwe obi te say your friend is saying akwai Duka. Why on the 5th count Duka had lost. Mi buma ketema mi bank na na mi sabeti says Duka win. Adia wa win with 111 votes. Obia na odi animu by over 29,000 votes in 2016 elections no 29,000 votes. After was MP because he was able to rig with a margin of 111 votes. Kwesikado Kitan. Professor Professor Kwabena Madam for your friend is saying. Ayesu. Professor Dr. Med. You say okay doctor, I also can you say oh medical doctor. Medical doctor. Oh we need Jogate even court to crown pass am ne kwa odibem. Entino Kwabena, the Ghanaian is very discerning. Oh, but we should be encouraged. Say it's not an offense to defend yourself. Neither is it an offense to say sebi obe can't say when you say resistance is the key. And your vigilance keke. Oh, can vigilance. Okay, my vigilant and I may share about one so. I don't quite keke. No. And what some woman who say defending yourself, no, it is only in the belly of being resistant.
What Yanana a large scenario no more can say. Sabi omuntu me bo amane say ye di abawe atoa.
Oh, Debbie.
Na one more twen one.
Oh yes, but me twen wo ne maboa me ho ense.
Oh, and I make us say, can you be a what say, Obabome? And I say, me twen.
Yo,
and I.
Debbie, catch her say. My boy me home, me chow. So babu me empower chow. Me say, ne tung uncle for me chow. And that is the resistance. It's good. It's very important. And that's the resistance. It's a key factor. Me because where? Ekufodo me yaw. Me position is that. Yeah, kotwa ba. Obi bia ni wa. Say MPP ni bo wa so jai no man ko. Emane nko. Emane mbo mpo oyes obebo na no watwa ne nsa. Say obi see akwase no soldier atare, police atare, because you see we are encouraging people to defend themselves because we kum nipa 8. So the tendency is obet kum 20 is high. The tendency of Rollins is so say we kum judge for miensa. Yes, and we wudi nipa miensa eti akwa akusi Supreme Court anim ho. Welcome 8. Enunti ententie we are seeing nyina ne headquarters Ghana. Ghana is the headquarters of injustice. Ghana. Oh, my me saying. Have you seen her tendencies? Say a whole Chief Justice to make us a me Chief Justice. Me person offer judge, a promote to a mobile Supreme Court. Is that in your right? And she is now usurping powers that she doesn't have. All because one and confodi a demon como. Ya boy Kufodo di mbone dodo say wa pack court no enti say the man nya wo recommendation nya te say nya Kufodo na na de ne peye enti ya tunefo we ya futu o ifre Kufodo trim etire we si nipa konso na wono so no a waya lawyer ne ma me tua school fees nya Kufodo ne tua ye no na wono so akoye judge fo nyina penny wo Ghana ha no na wono so si yo Kufodo sanse wo na wo ka ewo mu nti no me so ma fa nam de aye adwuma. Enti si ekokum nipa ne na wo maame wo papa a wo ti fie a wadwen ye wo se Kufodo ku nipa kra edin be court no nipa nwotwe wo ma fo man court hwe se and ade si otachiman na ye say asoja for na kotu tuo everything is captured on camera. Asoja for penifo se bepem na omunim kofo krom yes ade no because engrofo no se police atare bepem ne o omunim police force omunim kofo kro asoja force so omunim kofo kro enti minu abetena ho no ma obi abekun abraye nim nipa kro wabra tai ne boy dey say na that is why anya tai krampo a sabi say yes be nu so ne bia se kromofo mema pass ye kan ye ho abomu a which I can ever defeat. Yanti many large scenario adwene say SNDC it me map out a strategy. It's important that every polling station would need less than 500,000 men on the grounds. Every polling station 500,000 strategy 200 strategy be na chance say otu abagina ho na twen ne kan aba. That's it. Obi anyina ho, that's it. Emre bia no esi obi kwan say me anyina ho. And what they should do, they said they should encourage them
obi anyina ho aba ne wie so emra se returning officer ne say ya kan aba na wie fata da ho faade ne fam da ho na obi ahu de obi anya aye wo polling station fa fam da ho wan fam da ne ho a mesramo moma ni nsu mate na mon resist oppressors rule resistance no is an important word I was to be a the adjuma mamen komra mamene national communication officer for NDC honorable Sami Jemfieni in Komomra minia akwaba
that's your bro
pacho boko de
boko so nya boko
minim ye follow mon komodie ni kakra na ubie ensem bi so efa ekwaye a aban wei ni titru ni franka tufu a odi eya mayoko MPP animu ekwaye a omo na omo busua edi yen enam so me pacho minim se mre no so obetumi abobbo so kakra bia mu na omo ntimi anfolo no ate asemkra raise your friend the moment of truth
sure obi asem ni titia enne Ghana ni a wotie me ni bia na me bia dance ese o mai no enye mankuyi ye bre pa me ka se ye bra e Ghana fu nyina na ye bre aje se nipa kakre bia o menya ban boni mu adodode no ma pa mu hu enya o mu ho ato mu o mu na didi ame a ye bre na o mu nti but Ghana ni bia we adwuma na wonye adwuma na ukudum oba akofoma utua school fees one me be ya again say ne omani mu aye den o ton aye nto ofia aye tua adwuma ni we siteni ho na mpempi no okoka MPP for Russia Ukraine corona say sanse ni na no be ye hudu wada se no kwasem pa ne se ade ba ko a amampuntu ma boye se se de don so aba akoko anda akufu ado ne ba woni amamgo boni nwi na dia ho kire e dia be ni dia beto yen so no eye capacity se dream proye se selin kumunya kan ne krono enu ne ikunye because on mine yesika kakra ne agapade kakra ye wa e wo se ye bogu ban ne de ye de sele fata na o manfo nyina nya so faso no ni pabonefo kakra bi adia kintan so ogori se they have hijacked it and o mu ditika ni nyafunyafu e na ye de ye bre ene ye nkomo na ye di ye ni nyina ne tofa bomu nie because media ene kata se de toye no new angle bia akufu ado ne ba wumi ade aba no ya ade bia your friend no so soft contract
okay
answer as of mine isi agina yesi ye be adwuma die bia emrada ho emrada se ye mamu na obi bia obetumi aye se adwuma no ye kwan se ye chiku se ye hospital ye fasi eti ana goods and services bi ne ye fasi ye supply no emrane se bamu na obi obetumi aye bia emeprid na de obetumi aye ni yie na ne bo wo form no ye mfa adwuma ne ma no so the lowest bidder wins but emrana ma ye ho kwan se etole dia na so ye nchen bi asi ana o man na kwa huhia bi mu ahihia bi mu a ye ka se ye makwan ama nipa hodo pi ya be pre adwuma ebe ha nti eno no de yetini e de ma adwuma ye
o hyew so
so that is supposed to be an exception and not the general rule say emra ye wa ho kire ne ahuyenye mu a ye pe bibi and 10 social in one what you use so that's what section 40 of the public procurement law says MPP for one position podium what your man can say the matter to you
Dabi.
But when me and your kufu ado asema mo kan ya ne say so sourcing there e krono abaya o yo so sourcing dia no o ye so sourcing na de o ye ne say o bo mine krono because o ye so sourcing e mo mine boka project e was here no 1 cedi no o ye ni so sourcing e be bo no be 10 cedi nti e overpriced Ebonyi say inflated. And that is why Akufo-Addo tweeted and said the era of sole sourcing will come to an end under him. And that is why Bawumia said Mahama was overpricing contracts through sole sourcing on over became Obaya so 2017 or Katra Baimun Penny was a Mamun Koyo sole sourcing. Was also your first conference 2018 said sole sourcing for much almost and they have fulfilled it or maybe your mobile sole sourcing make them. Almost the truck criteria Ghana for the sole sourcing yeah the Pentino. Almost say a whole ministry after ya. Almost money procurement.
Yeah.
Yeah. About the young contract a cassia, that's a new year. And who tika a year ukikabomwa 218 million cedis. Titikano 2.18 trillion contract when you know. Bawumia Ediama. Company.
Me pacho, also contracts Marco say. Wow.
Time a Sunyane airport. Bobby walk to Sunyane airport that.
Yeah.
The Sunyane airport and one bro swap. But when we are see the amount on any new company, Resource Assets Limited. And what come quiet you are mono. 52.25 million things. It is kind of 525 billion. Then on my airport. Airport so you know my no one can say no one send the documents number. 120 meters of asphalt runway. 30 meters wide. And then you see what it is you crowd here for her seminar no. Or my plenty and then you know.
And it has enru America 100 in room 100 meters in po.
En room plane the point I not plane the same bika point 100 meters. And that is you almost my minimal renovation, your my answer my plenty dino. And there are parking aeroplane no. So now they are plane back on your parking or I was not port to or no to overseas. And no 525 billion. Contract is you are about Womiania so sourcing now, but Womia can't say not the pack. And your chrono or Banua became not dinner simple to cast away come to us here. And no, the net year, Ababaya the normal on any new companies, and that year this is a contract. I can see a matter. The way they have inflated the contract, no matter aside Sunyani Airport. Ejuma Trokan or my ID to 5.5 billion through social sources. But when we are transfer for cocoa rolls, we are combat Nimiano Crab. When you do and who sika 83 million cities, Titicano 830 billion. We are so sources. The way the Auditor General have done sending most to call for you. And then you can kind auditor general report, performance audit reports on cocoa roads. Cocoa board and mark cocoa road projects 266. Emu 175 for the so sourcing 87%. I buy a whole position so sourcing your chrono baby to appear. 87% of the projects now. Now you may 8 yama Bawumian. Auditor General stress ticket because the car years are final. A 3 times higher and kaya burn no competitive tendering now. And Ghana between save over 60 million out of the 800 out of the 83 million. 80 Bawumia the Adena Shayabukata 3 times more the price according to Auditor General. I know I see acquire one kind of KCA Bako and Crime Bako, Sunani, Minina, so 83 million. Matter, last year, Kwamba, Womian, you can 83 million. Minina, so road contractor, a bono, ya inflate you.
Now, and
contractors or my even competitive tendering project. 5 years, 8 years ni 7 years ni yentua dika ebi kɔde bank besia ewu si hu na wi omu sika nyina wie ebi afa ho anya stroke ewu ebi anya mojabro so awu adwendwinti because ba woni ali akufu adwintua contract sika
ɛhɔ na nka meba sɛ ɛyɛ dan na ɔmo so ɔmo ni sika etua contractors ka na ba omi anua de ɔmo nya sika more than 80 million Ghana cedis etua
in 1 year 83 million payment adwuma no so kwa na nya adwuma papa bia wo so source contractor ye dey bo main no koko roads de maaye airport de maaye why abusia ba kwa dey eti awo aye o ma be say o ya fufu adone no for penny abusia sie nkoana tete mo ye japade akonfo mo boy kro no masa bawo mi o ye later we sua adwuma kwa chen ne masa driver no awon bon akufu adone de nu ketwa enti na o ye campaign no se sika na man for ntiasia yes hand the can free and we are no be pana no why no digitalization not insane master this is just part 1 and the person the party has here they said this is why we are suffering because all the time general say sika Cocoa Road project no 83 million yet you are ma ba wo mi ani no we could have done it 3 times cheaper. Because the company they say no 600 billion OCD no matter the demand ke bet nya biama na bunu ni my boy nya biaye the contractors are ke bet your worker amasika abafu kwenye mapark ke bet mi se sikeli nyina ya abusua ba ko o ma biafa
akatre
mahama ena ninwia ekoye krono semu ya enka dia na ba wo mi abeka embra Ibrahim mahama nua onu fa na fidie say o you to expertise e dia she odo webe yi mu amaye na nsuo to nsuo anyina mfa Ghana o ya ma you 3 bontu onye ka
wanya ni easy kra wanya ni easy kra wanya ni easy
na wo there you are grabbing every project the abawomia ni nua no every project and all the projects so sources all the projects insulated why won't we suffer because we asem the talk abomu ano no ochina o frame a ye be do mu ansuko ye
Mate, honorable Mdasi Bebre, Moni Ajuma. All right, so thank you, live on 100.5. But back to the studio. Listen, so this is the situation. Hong Kong, any Gusua Yedi. Say, baby, or my neck, then you have Baumia, a brother. And I think, say, what boss asking we should say. And you're one as I gold for oil.
Oh, yes.
And you're one.
And also another one.
Different
ninia bako gold for oil no no na we Abraham we
na so different
omoye emema be se enum na oba bako
oba na ko wi asada
sa oba no oye cousin
de ko wi asada
oye ne cousin
tricycles no
yes oye ne cousin
for we are.
Hey. Oh. Now you cannot qualify to be close when you are not a thief. Ninu ya bako. Baumia na nkasa ninu ya penny. Just because oni wamonya adwin nti no. Me say kwabena this is public. Ekomu ja no kra ma na wu. Just because oni wamonya adwin so omonya bone no. Komu jana manewu. It's serious. I can't. The details are just a kakrankameyaka but. Komu jana manewu. He is more criminal than Akufo-Addo. Bawumia. He is more criminal. You know how criminals behave. Look, come on. I'll use Ken Ofori-Atta. Many people don't know say Ken Ofori-Atta or you addict. They don't know.
Yeah.
Obia nim say Ken Ofori-Atta has even held anything, even alcohol. They don't believe it. People, do you see how he behaves? He is able to believe, say, and the best person that described him, the best description, Minua Adongo Ekayeno. Adongo cited, yes, the Piccadilly thief, no. Banyum, always make sure you use the Bible as your face, but behind the mask, no, is the criminality or the criminal himself. is the person or no or doing how to make sure so we put the nation off. Everything they have done in the Ejapa book, no, Ejapade document, no. Ken Ofori-Atta knows about it. He is the one who edited together with the Kufuor. I'm gonna edit here. Everything in that book, no, they make you sure say, oh, you're very mean, except to say he's very cunning. He knows how to win your soul. And to say, oh yeah, Christopher Becker say, oh, Papa, wait there, or Brennan Wasi. Or be anyone more we are see way more, or you're criminal. Now, or be portraying who say on your criminal, or be man the tendencies, aye, bibia a religious personality, religious for Bekwa attack, no. Ono we can say waka quotation, you know. But, wo mia pensioners and our pensioners, I'm on mawu. Wasa wo baby a ton funadaka, or baby a mochre, or funeral grounds. Uwa ya do beko ho transition ne dia transition na wo hacho no Ken Ofori-Atta dia na nti wa ma wanwu a beden wa nya efunu sika di
woti ase odidi wo ho
na ka mi di sika koto e friend sen aban futuo me di akoto futuo mkra na wo aban wo se o pe bosia nam si yo aban de me bone besia me sika anyira enti me lifetime savings no me di ama aban se aban je nefa bo wo ho bra na da tv ni adon na ye na o man ho donti na kire bi unya sika wo de ma de ama me onu sa nipa kro na odi ne sika bo aban besia no Ken Ofori-Atta hwe na nim sa wo sika no mi nya bi ntwia ma sika ne wen so e hye ne mpaase because wa first na anya o man we ho adwuma. Now I have told you, sir, they cannot account for 10%, even 10% of their accruals from 2017 till date. They cannot account for 10% of the monies they have accrued over the years. They can't. In fact, any auditor that tries to audit this money, and come close to 10% of expenditure, will have to be audited. The auditor must be audited. They cannot get up to 10%. 10%. They have not spent 10% of their accruals on this country. And Kagana ye krabeshe. The whole of 2 terms of Mahama Mills and Mills Mahama Emisata, the 8 years, they spent about 248 billion on Ghana. Akufo-Addo nyandru 8 years old. Sisi amino kase some laws are pending in Parliament. Yeah, omo pese ye pass him omo no mokoje. But they have crossed over 981 billion. 981 billion, no? Kwabra, omunche they are 10% of 981 billion, no? Which is about 98.1 billion. 98.1 billion, no? Omunche how they have expended that money in this country. They can't. 10%. So the amount they have as stolen money, over 90% of the 981 billion. Is that not a national security threat?
It is.
If Nipa Kobobisia is almost getting to $1 trillion, $1 trillion, necessarily we're keeping more than 90%. Now, for the 10% Accra, because the whole free SHS now wiring for almost 8 years now is about 7 billion. The 27 billion is the flagship program, is the most expensive programmer Akufo-Addo aye ewo Ghana.
Yeah.
Which is about 7 billion Ghana cedis. A 2.7 billion free 98.1, which is about 10% of the accrued monies over the years. What you free more? Ebeka 91.1. She be radio station cry. Why ne beti 91.1. And that 91.1 no, so your calculation, what your arithmetics near. There is no flagship programmer, ne board in free SHS. What are their flagship programs? Is it Plenty for Food and Jobs? Is it government communication? Because they made government communication as part of their flagship programs. So what is it that is part? Ni moi. And unto betimi I make accounts a betimi drew 9.8 91.1 billion. And even with that, Kwabena, they cannot tell us. So where is the rest of the money? So I'm not surprised. Sir, obetime inflated costs of projects. I wasn't a cost to Ghana bear say about
20
million Ghana cedis. Or the no inflating it to about 83 million Ghana cedis. Better than when you start their campaign. So you now can tell why Alan Martin had to flee. Because he could not have matched him.
No way.
Because obi a ono kra national executive a ono oye bia fanise bia oye CEO ana oye DC ana oye MC ana se bia oye government appointee a or what that stature say was otimi hwe ne ho no. But we had to pay them $120,000, 120,000 cedis, in some cases some were dollars, in some cases some were cedis. Yeah. Fremont Parry had to come and explain some of the things. She couldn't come. Because at what and I public you say Omukra delegates no crown CEOs no they have to pay them money to vote for Bawumia. Emma almost more from so kwajibi. Kwaji can be
say so delegate me ask yourself 4,000
yes
5,000
hey how much money put all that together the over 200,000 delegates now omoko to Abama Bawumia no. So at some point you could tell, even when Kennedy Japan had lost, he was all over saying he said "Komu bring $800 million." Why? It you shall send on the man now or J and it's on no more year Jumano.
To almost says Canada them.
They have that man now we see crown a bola across see da powerful no Cecilia da powerful. Onu no crown poscasen and send them. Onu na ye bola no. Na Cecilia ka se kufa do ani amana pro from obenye bie.
Bola bed ni
Bola bed impo ewo sika in excess of millions ama
in
foreign currencies, different foreign currencies ama ni housemaid had to steal up to about a million ansana yes ansana ni kunukura no who says sika ne swati. How much money do you think was stashed? What you say? $1 no where dollar to cedi no kwabenya bibia o eye krono no ma bo oman no e no ma kwosesa ni into dollars e no mde akwose omon paase enu ntina fiscal inflation no akọ that fast no because the monies they have put in their bedrooms and under their beds and in their safes in their houses or airport hills or anywhere else in this country no the monies they have touched no say scan pie babe kan Ghana sika ho na say dollar no ebia badwaso ne ye to a dollar can come as closely as where it was left ebetimi ababe 4 cities or 3 cities even lower. What I say but because omo wi sika no no omo wi sika no so no omo jimi ne say omo timi asta governor of Bank of Ghana ho because omo hwe na say they have always put yes men in the places. And the yes men no eyenkofo a omo kan untimi nka bi because the next moment no is either you are part of the syndicate or if you are not then please walk away. Now sebio when the person be walk away when there is milk and honey where the president Kufuor kan honey what you say so adesen no ne neck na ahomana somu ne say he wants to enjoy the friends and honey and milk. And until any sanity there, Kenoforiata will give you order to print as much as the family likes. So that ya dia no babu bobo ya ho bra na ya dollar ne de ya mfa yen sanka. Because sanka dollar no mo de omo saka. Ebi be abegu system nim na dollar no your friend is saying na ho de aba from na see the ne kosoro ba omo de akosie ba omo de scanner sie se omo ni se scan no dollar no de utwa wo de apply crown so ne hwa akra oni ono be di cedi na ye twa ama no eno so de hyperinflation aba no enti sa sika ya ye ka cocoa rose ho asem yi kwabna kobusa say opunina oma koko board enya amfaso ya emfaso no ema koko board ejina abrane ya ne ojina court no sika sen ene yebusa no question ewo ho kobusa. Now how much money was spent on all the cocoa roads omo ye Ghana ha? In fact, a big crampon when they were your friend is saying doing construction, no, they had to stop them saying say omo ko audit. Auditing now omo ko ye no. E ba ye no. Na omo di for. Omo fa document ne kra mra na Ghana for kan bi no. Bepem ne sa KPMG report no. Ghana for obi ani copy. Kwabra baby ayete no yete amanfo so. Hwe. Me pese china wo ye adwuma bi ma me.
Okay.
Na say adwuma no me pese akufado ene your friend is saying akwaya ne na say jotu yi mahuno Gabi assaulted akon ene akwaya chain smoke yi kra friend is saying Kofi Asante be dey atu me pese omu meyi omu ho ano together with omu kro mu hine no omu friend is saying amoetia omu meyi omu ho ano akwa bi kasai enchaye na no me hodum na omo family member bi try to remind me of menen and komobi kwabra kai Angel Oforiata ne tape bia boldly obek
just my friend.
Okay, so please try and talk to him, and beyond talking to him, kwabra, please play that tape tomorrow in full. Na etiefo nyina ntie ne yehwe ba bia japade no every buy.
Thank you. Bills microcredit omo ena na ye quick creditor womo din ho te papa Seahorse 5050 engine coolant wanyi bia o se wo ka no kwam kwa chia to Benz mu sa na so bi di bre wa nya pam cho so de wa nya nto o se ka ru nya mai Grievous Scientific Herbal Clinic, the Bright Soldier capsules and a Bright Garlic Plus capsules, Tango Prime washing powder. Ambassador Victor Smith, and thank you, Alaji Sinari. Yeah.
And I think they should be coming regularly.
Sure, it's very important. Good evening and enjoy.
You are loud all over me from Adabraka, me circle, me continue from Adabraka, yeah, baby, and I am loud. It's almost in the voice. But Talendis was member, beautiful and handsome men.
Yeah,
The Paris 2024 Olympics on GoTV is for all of us. For every lift that ended in failure, for every basket that rebounded, for every goal that was just shy, and every stride that was a little too short until it wasn't.
That's the first gold medal.
This is for the gold in all of us. Get and stay connected to GoTV to witness Africa's athletes make history in the 2024 Paris Olympics live on Supersport and on the go with GoTV Stream. GoTV, love it.
Sumika Emma Bills was here. If you say, Asumja, when you were in Bosia Bonshaya Hoodie, Educhum, Obi Biawe, and it made dear Biara Woody. Bills will be Bimao. Won't hear Susu, won't hear our Nana.
Jinawa, who play a bang and no Casa Windy. Ye ko wan ye de ne koy.
Omanphobia.
Omanphobia jama samwaja nkwana me hu se wote ho. South Africans no uhwe omu old players. Chabalala no nyina te ho. So uye bibi and uhwe etofos. On TVIPO what stands no. And even Cameroon tama ye show mo a go no. Uhwe ni dimina ofruit mu se what TVIPO nya kwanko dress. O free ho awko and look at the way the Cameroonians came back. Sani team niti. Look at the entire team no. The entire team ni nyina say it's not about the team no kwani here psychology. The entire team ni nyina here psychologists. Psychologists no kra Black Star team no kra here psychology.
But with here they are you. Jordan are you. Was it enne ekwa bias no they are going to win the match.
Here only one ever winning. Because the Egyptians have it here Kwabna since
Kudus is playing today.
It's not about Kudus. It's about you getting a strong man on him. He cannot do anything. Share the Cavarians, no chances Omunya, Omunya 6 are Egypt's nya 6 or 6 in. And look at Egyptians, no Salah nya 10 or 8, Emma 2, no yes or what or Boma goalkeeper, Ebia will be saved. He will score and Omani Mohonina from midfield attackers, they defend the square, but Bokona Crombe had the bullshit. It tells you the mentality of more. And as I say,
but yes, you will defend our call head the boss. We have Jiku.
And Jiku ever had the ball, I say, whereby he's stronger than Nipana Ujinao. But if Nipana Ujinao is stronger than you, how do you head the ball? That is a question we also have to ask. Okoshia.
Moro, so you want to tell us enye yana?
Kwabna, enye me na meka na obi ubebu obi a ushia no kura hu se akwa we mabono. Eti na oba ni kunu odin de bia wona ma na no den because onim se ni kunu odin na se me amete me yire kopento kwa ba me me da ko
ti ya yire no ayasoma aye kunu ne ayasoma no akodi bu ano ahodi
ni ho kwabna enye se me enunu ye ho ne ensre because uhwe Cavadians na ho odin a omo boy a chances omu nyaaye a omu no kura me fan se omutumi because for how long na de bia yes even your ball qualifies in no 10 minutes no bia no na Comoros mpo na okoshia Egypt we 1001 times stronger than Comoros, stronger than the Cavadians. Now wo no na such chances na Cavad nyaaye na almost say no Egypt player bia be she. And so we are going to play against a team or yeah, relax or no, despite Egypt so because and let your bellu so be can go home. And let you because Egypt were one.
You see the nail.
You nail Cavad 3. It you know, and then no Cavad to me winning him he's out. And Egypt in him say so obo or share Ghana na obo draw
of him.
It you know, and then match you know. It's the same thing like Nigeria and Ivory Coast and one of the toughest match in the tournament.
And then you better.
So, inti kwabna adena here kono ye ko say we should have been for a cycling. People are going with their own players. Ghana ha ube kwekura be catch us ube ji obi adwuma. Hwe say polo ndum din Tony Yeboah num ne Serentina fa na ko abrochire na to Ivory Coast ya fa VIP ni old players wom na obi ti say Mohamed Polo the players bisa say who is this? You see he's the driven magician. They ask you, do we have a driven
what friend what busa na what
obi ani ho my friend mixtures no nyina ho mo otuo wa wo otuo nyina ho che say omo kura nipa na ogina ho no kura obisa na asema wotumi nka players no eno a utie Jordan kura ni ni komodi kura it was a total failure. Say the referees are not favoring her. Che say de bia mu di obi kokumase no wakosisi no wahye ni ti no wadwen ye wo say ho va ho entina wo she go na enye papa na ya nje no bakumase ake beje because bibie ni wa hwa wo so eti de bia wadwen ni say oh the referees are there, the referees are there. The referees are not there for you. It is obejina ka say when you look at the game and everything, the referees
no
kwamna obi bebu anya bembuye kwamna hwe Kevad me catch moro ya be she wo me catch one of the sister stations say se Ghana chef first goal Kivet besti asho mu 2-1 se Kivet chef first goal Ghana into minti otikura before the end of the game Kivet besha wo. And similar thing o catch him say me see it wasn't abambuye obi bebu a ushi ano say nipa we obebo me kwabna ye me ndada ye ho we have a bad team
tomorrow na ye shepa wake aba Accra FM ha
meba because of unti meba mama say me see but ni she so ya another big question mark
enti yetimi sha obeba ha
oh so mama kura akọ no ho ameba
me kwa hiva no a me see it ye sha obeba ha
kwabna me see muntumi nche the way uzika no kura o kama nkuransha manipa ni nidi no on relax omo a ekuo mai omo ko relax baby mi no omo enye yi omo free cold room omo so omo ko bompa ni soda water ni ice room ni omo so bonfire for no omo nyina should go and relax because Egyptians no were dreaming at the back of their minds as 6-1 no ena match be honest the way we omo tackle no yes empabo kra de yin frim because kwabna me tia me hia empabo pa it is all catch him say ahode kakra kan me sanfa ko bompa ye ebedin eti asofo ni no manjai omo ene emu ye mompa ye mumye nkofo nyankopon acha wadwene wa ma onyansa wa ma wa hoden kokobobo anu so san fre nyankopon eno de kra de yin frim the Egyptians 6-1 na akosi apia show mo kumase no kwabna omuyure mfida no omuyure mfida kosi Yeshua Mashiach ni coming back ni second coming back it immediately make can say kwabna ebedi because o hwe chese coach na question mark won ho players ni bi krampo no se kwabna the way I see shishe players no hwe the Moroccans team omo de call World Cup no
yeah
nipa tupe na ebeka ho then the third team ni nya ho eti uhwe ye team ya kwabna as we speak say main supporter
and we free
players
no for the last 10 years
yeah
Ghana yet we are maintaining one squad for like 3-4 years continuous
uhwe coach Afrane no team a ujaye John Mensah John Pencil ne Sule Delboati numne Stephen Apia
say after 2014
grumu team bi and because we had a proper under 17 under 20 under 23 no they say graduate omo koi eti graduation no ekoye say every time no your team bi wo dada etuhwe from 2006 2008 2010 2014 2012 2014 nano that call of the Michaelesian Sule John Mensah John after them no
yet me am maintaining squad before like 3-4 years
never because akwesi apia nanka build team be say anytime anybody takes over from him no we continue ni achunum odiomo or starting say or building a team mama the national team no but at the end or no I thought say CK was going to continue what akwesi apia eja no or no so is like kwabna udwene ho kra wontiase udwene ho wontiase say the only be baby wo bi no kwabna untumi maintain what you say minim say Abruchire, I don't want to compare because I don't want to be different from her because our top player manakwa or kofa play this player or you good than him or equally like him. Now then I Black Star no a beef ready outer the air kofa nabani a disaster. How we ye be predicting mama Jones to confuse to me catch the GFA president say look team no foreign players mean yomundi I'm going to use Accra House of Folk 11 players to play against Nigeria. Yeshemia mumpamome. And we used to Ismail or Sekufoni Chastela near Jam. Your point even if Chastela utilizes that chance now, Ghana would have beaten Nigeria, would have qualified. But no crowd drawn on Nigeria point, we share Jejo Kucha Mokachi ni those guys canon one ko canon ejina terrible ways omo bisa say Black Star nini. I said no, it's a local team by name Accra House of Folk. They were shocked. So that your coaches are adwene no so. To me, she said the panel say yes, yes, show. Then yet look at from a yiba besin the DNFSA, Akwesi Pierre Kono, or just a historical something about the national team. Anybody who takes over from him, no, goes to the ICAF. Okay, Uja team say, way team, ni strength. Every player has ni strength, ni mentally, ni BBR. But as we speak,
dear Morocco kind of Mr. Baby, I'm all that easy at Mamino. Mama from the Namni Dintem.
They should stop deceiving us. Say, by hook or crook near the bubble. By hook, beginning, you should have used the by hook or crook to win the Cavadians match. No one wash away, you are going to football logic in him, BBN, but in Yansafone, only on Mokobono. Salah, despite not insulting the integrity of the players, but with the player to player to Salah ni mnyansa si omunyina or experience si omunyina. He's a mental toughness on the pitch. Bigger than the whole the Black Star 27 players. You know? So what are they telling us? We should tell the people the truth and stop lying to the people. Say, oh, ye bibi. Ye to me ya one day ye nyansa. The Egyptians are coming with a different mentality, with a different strength, with a different everything. Because Ushomo player to player, omu team have been there for the past about 8-10 years.
Yeah.
So what are they? Salah have been in the team for the past more than 15 to 18, 20 years. So what are they telling us? And you know, Kwamna, they should stop deceiving us. Oh, ye koyebi, only one ye koyebi. Ya shas no more Asante Kasa was here to Tabitian. In Fitiasena yet to no idea because it drew 50 and 1 day for never. No. Cruise no, I can watch ya. And you know, Wakoko room or Ban which one was ya. Only one 1 day say. Oh, Quack. O Pia Munina go what time does no name kind of grassy quabbing time.
Na fans no Obia send him a message. I have a friend in Burkina, Saatu Wadrago Yakubu, and was sent me a message. Was Burkina Faso supporters left Ouaga with 14 buses, each bus carrying 50 occupants.
No, Kwabna Unse. When you follow a strong man, you have the zeal, the power. Say, look, we are going to look at the way the Bukanabis, a boy, they run the whole 90 minutes. Can our team run the whole 90 minutes? Because Omugani even diamond, they had a penalty and they won the match. Make Uzi match batches a ball or more boy and any answer. I'm telling you, the president will add more buses. I'm telling you because I want their team neighbor who said, look. Let me add some of the supporters.
Abraham, 1 man supporter. Area Basama.
And say,
MPP from an uncle.
Oh, say MPP a man uncle be so MPP ni.
And was what Jai by NDC.
Na Sani Ja party co party.
Nanya Yankee Jan say.
Ye Jano with. Ube criticizing the Panadia, but you don't just talk with your mouth, say, because Ube cast at Bonnie or my and Nutina Ujai.
But my or no bonnet.
And I make a won't come Bonnie or my into a Ujai.
Or also more doing in a choir, Mamma.
But Ocean as a mouth can question mark on energy because question mark can because this same person, a Chinami and Freno, with the I say, journalist, a cock of our match, Bina, will be born assume. Ye nyina yesi enko police ni enko fa ade kyen ye hu se panyino afa chiri ama ne fa
enya Samuel Jan
David
ana onua ba ko no
onua ba no me pese me because obo na sum no ye nyina ye wo se enko police ni wo se okay wo de enya abotre o collapse media fo no nim e wo tema wo de let me mention the name no kre tema ye bo na so ye kuku e friend yiri ba ni sa ye ya na friend ko nya hwe de 500 Ghana cedis was ye idea chiri ko fra police ba so akwana sheda no ni sa bonnet ko no hwe hwe yes we police phone bisas na nipa ye be report no say akwana sa bonnet ko so that is the adwene wo mutintim kwabna the can say me and that die ho the Egyptians are coming with a different mentality because has ni Olympics anase bie boa adwina o de be bokotoko is different bibia is different enti media make can say uhwe Egyptians no o ma ho odin eni o mu bi although football and follow logic sebi ball e kwhye ne ntro ntare ho say e kwhye but who are holding ni no di wani mu ko to a you don't care because you are proud to say you have a strong man leading you. Blaster was the strong man. We don't even have a ball juggler. For how long are we going to rely on Kudus? A whole entire team, 27 players, relying on one player. The Egyptians, they don't rely on Salah
alone.
If Senegal, Omoko World Cup, no, look at Sergio Mane. Upray went to me, but the Senegalese proved despite you are going to play against the superpowers, the best among the best, and everything. But they did not rely on Sergio Mane. Why are we relying on Kudus? For how long is a whole country like Ghana? Near you, sebi Nyansen near you say, oh, player bako, who knew why into me, into me. Ah, now, someone who talk, or you so trick out to see any Jimmy Papa. Nyansen, Titi, they make can say, me and I die home, me and Yashi, football, logic, luck, bibia, Bobby Wardia, or luck, oh, yeah, Quabna, Obi also, Boliba, Adina Edisha go war, Moro. Yeah,
sir, and a boy, me no never heard wa.
I ever
heard. All right, thank you.
Yeah,
you must see live at 100.5 Citizen Show. Mami Muramu, Maya, and Yuma Bakumi Nubi. Ghana Nibia would tell me after na me baba ye, me Juma Kakra. Na Kwame, me the idea be mount, Mr. Follow me. Kakra. Akomiasem no yem fan tonchen. Na Ghana for Ewen me Kakra. Na menya juma we Kwame me the two stories been at two. All right, so Class FM sports desk head Kwame Jumo Ewo Cote d'Ivoire. Kwame Onia boko de
nyamia domo na also
radio dom boko wona wo Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana Egypt Cote d'Ivoire to say what to say Ghana camp what to say
yo ni ameda so ni akwanyi ya hade bibia boko yeguso ICC ho anyamia doma in the next 4 and 45 minutes there Ghana bisia kan sam ready menena mabija ye de ni e stadium hodoma ye hese nyame adom ene ebo no wotwe a ye boys to be din kunim ama and also aboa ama team na konkan nti sam re amene o kasa de bibia edadin
Mami Musa say Ghana players no mood at say camp what to say eniema de daboko
yo mami shafin free niema mienu a isi emra di kan press conference at team the year coach Chris Houston any Jordan Ayew and omo be address sa press conference no na won sa kwakwa say first match na kwan aye fa so lucy ani tu no as a man for abemu abukakra even before the start of the AFCON no crown no not just we Black Stars matches unia na enseda enku yi sa if coming into this tournament no na man for film crown po enseda eni su biasa and akived in su try in first game no if you ban say even Ghana for mu krom ha obodo so pa any Ghana for so mu free no han so ba ye ebe kan ho no I say obi abo to kakra but no na your coach no any Jordan Ayew can say say omo ama me hajan say bi omo ama me hepo and I say bi say bi omo ama me ji omani na omo di omani afa ba bi omo befa na omo ba so omo ba be bo mo humodin say yi na ye be kaya the last two AFCONs na ya bo no shedan ko yie mai 2019 you move free move round of 16 2022 crap dey free move first round na iti akwakọ say enti na win so ba be enti tie coach na say tie Jordan dia eno na twem dia twem no so dey say dey fan carton dia da ye nim no ene doso enti omo ma ye vim enti na ye so ye pese ye hu bibi enti ye wie training ye wie press conference na say yenko yo omo training no say dia coach no ene Jordan e kan no sa pepepe na tia you call training no so not just a pepe na tie oko hit training na boys then ya bre papa because send me kind no last one first round last one no round of 16 we so you ba be free in terms say dia na nya de beboa it's training no kakra no right me here no not just someone ya bre pa omo here nim say at least you bet me a three or 5 for no so say the Mozambique for so kan ho not just say you call any man sa
Mame Musa o yase kudus or you half fit no kre
unia the tie ne say won say before team no ba be free Ghana kra ba Abidjan hanom na kudus ne ho fa no enti o say yina ye be kaya even a few days before you free nkran e ba Abidjan no e no free abuchi ba because now ho dey ni said that ni ho na we pra enti no first match aye boy no kra wa mobi but no ye busa coach ne say coach una oni omotie ye de say be ye nsentwefo kudus ne ho tsen ye coach catch ne say eye enra training no obeye bi na no so training no so eno krampo di oyi bi but the see ne say because say oyo bi asebe na we plan sa na team no ba be pie mo Abidjan no omo betwen ya kosi ene edru ene na say bi edru match ne time na say ebi a doctors ne say ebi asene na ho de nsitie no obetumi abodi nyina ene ojina ebi asene na ho de nsitie no ebi obetumi about 10 minutes per ene 10 minutes no bebo ebi asene na ho de nsitie no ebi obetumi abo ebi a 1 hour per ene 1 hour no obetumi but as to the number of minutes obetumi abo 14 ne de ene me say just say you twen e ma match ne shaft here ansan ye hu sa brand here no na ho de ne ebe kwa kudu mpempensu bi a obetumi asi akan no ebi a minute dudu say na say minute dudu say
but money technical team ni din koma information manya free eye omo physio for ho no et say obetumi abo 90 no ana say ontumi mo
I want to believe say as obika and asem psychological warfare be na coach no o play ewo eye Egypt for ne so say o say player bi wo team a o team ye niam abebre nti no say bi a omo plan na omo say bi a kudu sinka ho a omo bebo ni say ana so omo plan na say kudu sinka ho a omo bebo ni say nti me sure say no na o the psycho bi na area omo because no training na me ko here no abrante ni na de na so training na me here no jina de na so obetimi abo but normally no what's our bro for no say upra na say wo saba ye ma wo mo ni na prekope ye ma you introduce kaka ba uni abebi a yedru ye hia na kaka ye hia no boom e tesi etimi wini it so betimi abo 90 ni na ade a ene medical team no me ye sure so mo be ye de mo betimi aye nyina ama brandte no abo 90 minutes
anyway Mosaka aye first 11 no
first 11 no they normally about out at least be 1 hour to time into some radio or release here.
Okay. Now supporters what to say you say na almost say sikabi ma ntie bufu aba.
Supporters that some radio me sure say some radio Bronica and say all the issues have been resolved. The TNA say once the supporters need be free in kind and as all free Ghana by and they be so find you on the way to this place and they be so harder that now the TNA say or free Ghana by no. One said there was a package from the ministry. I had your motaya when your first time. In Tibia, you call Cameroon, is almost in Coco free in Cran, you call Kata, almost in Coco free in Cran, Kata, me homo, and just to be see me homo. Now, don't want a buy, you know, MSN numbers no, I was so kakra. Into no more, said your mudi, a work at so our ministry, your mobile, no. In Tiasia, you and say, or mobile, and I hear but a coban say, I say, Ibinum. Ebe kan was a 100 Abidjan de kwan wa otina play mo 55 minutes but o fa for mo so ye be 7-8 hours no about be if fans no ba na eba if you say no na be say budget no extend enko omo nyina so but enra press conference omo ye ya ye call e say fans are seven na ye kasi bi omo ho ento mo na so omo nya omo adu no adi anu minister na man nyina no ministry no ama omo bibi kakra omo de sort omo it is some radio issues concerning the funds no there I think say is an issue of the past Samri Amedoka say there yin na ye hwe nim say omo beba be good stadium ho no say too na omo aboa ama ye dinkuni.
All right, Kwame, yeah, that's it. Ye nyina ye ho good luck. Ye hwe emmo be 10 p.m. Ghana no na bia nyame apagya nensa. Yeah, that's we bre.
Me so me that's.
All right, okay. So but bro,
30 seconds. Uti Kwame Jumo, unia Kwame Jumo.
Kwame asemo kan nyina nhengran.
Muru.
Hwe ade a wo hwe kubisa Egyptians ni se omo ba no. Omo de obi a na ese ne satea kra ya. Na kudus bebobo na yen.
Was it psychological na but the onu ko hu yen de kudus
psychological nyansa bi anim. Psychological ye de yes psychology obi adwene no wo form. Now when no adwene baby adwo yes this how we call that and then modern day Ghana we ye this
first but I said that ma be the advantage
I know and it's no and kofo e dey o ba no kwai say ordinary to be kwai so le and we tell you be the pra titi style no Nigeria for do players that say that be the advantage in nice ave do do pack so no yi manage yeah to me say we pra wa ma yes be pass no pie fitana no bia titi style come by the me no enye ne say udi kudusu ko wa unim say we samfo no kra no no mo mpene wa ba wo say it's ridiculous. It doesn't make sense to me say obiare for a whole Ghana near team say awodin for say obi a yare still on mobile ni bi why didn't you?
Thank you. All right, so that's it live on Accra 100.5 Miss Now mame anya sa adwuma we awia we quick ansana member mo throwback bi but after me interviews na me but mame nya we no adwuma me wo sa man for kasa and I will not waste time. Some me bought tapes near the day. Almost John Muhammad say NDC we near Ghana for mano friends honeymoon. Kwame botape no just to me press me man for TB biase. Ye ka na akomiati PCFM no okabi. Me nkrofo a ye ka Ghana asem a omu bi omu ano eka bia na bufu ye metan ayi obi o support Akufo-Addo omu anum kasa ye metan hi sha bufu ti ye ka oman asem ne ye ka se ebi a pani bi aka asem na ye scrutinize asem no a eya na me expect so obi o support Akufo-Addo ebe bie na no akeka nkwase asem. So when I heard Akomia sitting at Peace FM, Keka you are talking about honeymoon. Na Abujinapo. Sa kola Jimmy Fono. Oni Abujinapo. The OMPP no. And another mama is not ready. Say, honeymoon, you are not ready. Now they also he is in hurry. No, the catcher say he is in hurry. Mulida noa reckless, useless man noa. Or no catcher say he is in hurry. No, I don't know. The catcher say he is in hurry. Oh yeah, they. Obi Kenyans are smart to say, look, the damage caused by these guys, and you see, they are refusing to understand John Mohammed's honesty when it comes to governance. Why? John Mohammed Kwanus met me to toy plants Libya for to toy no. Yeah. Oh, I've always said this. The MPP as a political party believes say adia your friend and memuo no intricacy. Yeah, omadwene no. Hey, we obi a fast and antimi politics. Omunim say amemuo ye de no kura chichire oman to enchirima ho. Omo agimi. Onipa da se ne a wode atare blue, white, red. No so no dem be kan body. Wagimi. Wajimi wakwasia onipa da sani a wode atare blue white osono dembe kan body wajimi uye ndi a wajimi odi no kwa so dem a wajimi wakwasia to them ayom say politics and trekese enti ade no onim no kra we de yemfansie ya the man is being honest to Ghanaians. because the way Ankrofo we are damaging country, no. Nasa John Mama buy our show. Akufo-Addo kwasi akeka ni bi. Within 18 months, or say Ghana be say Ghana be say Japan o say ehio. Oh, kwaya o mo fa so ba power no. In tricks no me trick Ghana for no. They think John Mahama was trained like that. They think NDC for what is NDC for you means how. No. NDC people, when you watch them carefully, yes, as far as the Omuya in Nipano, they are very honest on certain issues. They are very honest on certain issues. John Mahama say, look, call me Dumso, call me whatever name. Let's take our time and solve this energy crisis permanently. Or build the plants MIA. Because none papa your friend at Tamios a giant Ghana gas. Inti a good father Bejana no fa adia. That was no when we are going back to doom so then profile bomb some or see from high and our castle with your one. Where Jimmy say, oh, about one. There is nothing MPP can point say, yeah, dear, when ya dear solve doom so one, Ubusa MPP ni say, dear, ya know did you attempt. Ubusa this ni MPP ni say, dear, na Akufo-Addo aye to help say, no, did you attempt. Where did you attempt says, yeah. But yankwa bonten propaganda nko cancer man crofo ensre de yankwa de also 350 obesi 350 schools yano so akomia ne kokan yo akomia de kokan se Akufo-Addo ba oberrent diama yufo ni nyina mekasa wajimi a yana nkrofo ntiase se mi didi natem wajimi. We say that say I'm the bonus so small cocaine about rent no or see I want to no or the assembly sumano no cocaine. Where Jimmy so papa and muti sell the asamo sumano and say yeah Jimmy sem and yet feasible now coca just for power per power about the Wieska. So you are tricking people. Oh, me not make more. Yeah, John Mama the end say yeah mono. I'll change Ghana in 18 months.
Basic education is suffering because funding to basic education has reduced sharply. The capitation grant is not coming. And yet we are spending most of the money on the secondary level. Meanwhile, the basic level is the most important because if you don't get it right at the basic level, when the student arrives at secondary, however much money you spend, you cannot change what has not been done properly. And so we will look at all that and see how we can restructure our educational system. And I'll plead with the teachers' unions, NATS and NAGRAT and UTAG and TEWU and all of them. And all of you are clamoring for allowances, increase in your allowances and so on and so forth. Let me caution you that in 2025, inshallah, after we take over, we will show you the books and the finances of this country. And you realize the harm that the MPP administration has done to Ghana's economy. This country is broke. And so we would beg you that when we come into office, give us a bit of a honeymoon. Let's put things in place so that we can bring the economy back on its feet. And when we have done that, we can accede to your demands again. And that's why I'm being very measured in the promises that I make. Because we all know the crisis in which this country has been plunged.
So obi kan na so nyansania se obi ka sa asem we na we nyansania. And you see They are not speaking to the fact that John Mahama say about power. They will take time and show Ghanaians the books on minor finances. Baby Akufo-Addo Kromfono awia or minor kwakodru. They will show it. Now to PCF and now can kwasi asem. Nana komia. Meanwhile, you are part of the looting brigade. Muna mo awia or minor sell or minor or minor baby Ghana dresses here. You guys are the cause of it. Onyansani John Mahama can smart say, look, and I don't know why people are worried. And no NDC member should be worried about this statement. Ayakwasi ankwan ntiase we ase. The wajimi nkwan want ase. John Mahama is not like Akufo-Addo. O maame no papa no man tete no entro. O man tete no a scammer. Akufo-Addo was trained up, brought up as a scammer, a froster. Ayabusua moja. They are frosters. The man is telling you that looking at the situation, John Mahama say, TUC, any for me buy first 100 days, obia me mano, metuna katuemu 1,000. Now they are J power, or the J power we are matrikim way. John Mahama, yantetene sao. The Mahama family no yantete almost sa. They are not like that. Yantete womo saa gise wajimi mete use deputy secretary ninka onim nyansa onti asem ni yie ti asem ni yie. The man is telling you that the country is broke, and indeed the country is broke. If the country is not broke, I then Akufo-Addo program media for busa ne say enema wo no be da fix it or see just the next president ba. The sitting president was transferred 7 years. Now, or catch the whole country say, baby, I do not know on to me yet. Now, just say, or no graduate 1 year honeymoon, so on to me yet. Into order, young train another president. Now, as our president today, catch will say, look, NDC bad, they need time to assess the situation, the damage. Now, Bank of Ghana is was an agu. Bank of Ghana is gone. Agu. Ghana near UTM here. Bank of Ghana agu. Bank of Ghana agu. Addison Kromfono Omo Guno. Bank of Ghana agu. Bank of Ghana is gone. Now, as we speak, there is no state institutional function. Cocoa board. Go to Cocoa Board. Go to Cocoa Board and go check. Go to Cocoa Board. And Yama Tantaya Kosu Cocoa Board. Over fit. Port. Nekoshe and Yama Koso. Or more destroy state institutions. As we speak, say Ghana need one public fund. Say fund way asem to ya dwane akwa yiska say o man free media ya de ye ni one Akufo-Addo na busuafo de ni nyina ye collateral a discount ni nyina ebi ho a ekọ as far as 15 years 20 years. Omo discount ni nyina omo destroy our mind no. Stabilization fund omo di bobo all the funds, the public funds, you know omo di ni nyina omo claim muska nyina. And the person is telling you that look, they will need time to assess the situation, show Ghanaians the damage. Because you see, and John Mahama make us say, Obaya 1 month pepe Ghana jumeni bia budget 5,000 Ghana. Yeah. Oh, and you're not Ghana for that is why Akufo-Addo to be a president, and that is why Cheddar
ejiri so betua be di president because mo say Ghana nipa bibini na dwene wo fom oh yan kwankwa treke wo mo Ghana ni pesa o treke no but say Ghana font is you I'm telling you asama jomama kan no about 80% of Ghanaians na jitum 20% ajimifo bi na ekasa 20% ajimifo bi na ekasa wo de ya hwe omo ya hwe media practitioners na ya no omo kasa no jimi wajimi onim nyansa wajimi onim nyansa ni nitrim udi ni jira sesi ontimi nya hwe ma no watra radio mu aye radio adwuma 30 years konso okura onto obi da konso onto obi da kwasi ya de no bosu ya kati ya video bi do ni apetese na wo ye probiam na ka joma ama asem a e odo akobia jira ne ya na red udi ba omia concert boy we udi dachi concert guy we wo hu ni left to his right oni ma de kwa koso wo wiase very useless to even his own family oso onu kura udi nachi ope asa yeah mama fa de bintu for 2 stories now o screenshot to you no quick fatu na omo metranses here ha ma obia ndadamo yes John Mahama will need time. The man is very honest. He's been honest with the situation. A very horrible. Yeah, for the first time, Munti di atachi yakai was say kenoforiata kromfono every yeswa on my numu bejo. Finance Minister Ben on one party for any nibusu and yaka same way be a fan holder. Tell me. Finance Minister Ben. Because the damage no a kufaru ni kenoforiata I the one must say damage you on my way no. You people have no clue. They are today there I the mao. Yeah, I'm telling you. Papa bi ka kire was bobie MPP akufado no omo firi akonwa so ho wan hwa omo bebre omo abanum aduru awu because eniema omo aye no ebe piepie no omo ntimi makrum ebinum be she da ko exile self imposed exile ombeko chief directors no eniema omo asensan Kroma, and your mama sense. Chief directors no, ebi su, ebi come that the Ombe Koje because of my year, woman, Yenema 26th October, we are Joy Prime 2022. Okay, so Kwame Odia drop way no kra na me drop Joy Prime there na me use way. Give me more time to select ministers Akufo-Addo. We were December 15th 2016. Into Odia drop way no na me use way kra na me de me nkomanim. Akufo-Addo o ton no a omre sesi ana obi ato. Give me more time to select ministers Akufo-Addo. City FM online. Okay, so this is the story. President-elect Akufo-Addo has asked for more time to enable him name ministers who will serve in his government from January. Akufo-Addo. It's okay. Bibi Eba. No, what is the story? Akufo-Addo only. Yeah, appointing ministers, keke. Ministers keke Akufo-Addo so ohia more time. What is the difference between I need more time and I need honeymoon? Mama ye honeymoon kakra ne mfanto to de. What is the difference? Just making appointment. As at the time Akufo-Addo we need no new ministers kra no mbe ya adwuma. You know na ha akomianom. You know ha akomianom. You free so. You don't know. I don't know how you. There's the fact that John Mahama mentioned TUC.
wuni adwene anyansani kasa won te ase. And we will support John Mahama. And John Mahama can send BT or say on se bo basa basa tantan. Hey, me this it was so refreshing. Nobody can push John Mahama so on se bo. Oh, he's not a liar. John Mahama, he's not a liar. Yan tetene sa. The Mahama family ni yan tete almost sa. Akufo-Addo no mo ya kronfo abusua. Scammers. Yeah, who you know more trail how to lie. No more trail how to position yourself in society. A scammer. They dress, they come like, but they are scammers. Look at Kedofriata, a scammer. They be yourself, why they do so? Or kasa bokon kwasi asem nyina won edi. Kwasi asem e wi ase nyina won edi. Sa ne ya train wo mo. Ya church wo mo fie say we young who say ya be say we young who say abe say Gabi o freeland buy o ko wi ade o mo pam no freeland o ba Ghana na obetwa rasa no guye ena osua say so ye ni tiri ho kwabo no se kales de here so anya books agu dem no akai wa hu brofo kama eno ano no ena o said that no nkobo kwaku ba ko no another scammers ena opposition hu ye Joy FM for ya mon frame me. You know, that's the Jimmy, wow, Jimmy, Kwasiafo. No more man Kwasiafo will be to might to Ghana. Scammers, fraudsters. John Mahama is not going to lie to the people. You can't push John Mahama to lie, and you will never lie. We have a challenge, we have a problem as a country. They have finished the country. Omo wie o mino, omo say o mino, omo destroy o mino. Go to Ghana water. ECG says here, ECG is down. Go to Ghana water. They can't even do expansions. Omo discarding ina. Omo discarding ina. And John Mahama is telling us that, look, there's a challenge ahead of us. The challenge is that, look, as I mentioned, Franklin Kujo, Netwetino, was so suma any government after Akufo-Addo. There you go. Now, MPP for no to be busa say, into John Mahama better bu o mine no. Bra, mumusa sase we bi da. Say John Mahama obeda bu o man no because ade a Akufo-Addo aye o man no or confesika no we de bu o man no. Ah, na mumusa say no ti John Mahama kra no collaborate ya question no all catch Ghana for say look, ade na we yanim no nye. Entu on person be se bo sabe o tumi kakra wo penti na o hye nkwase abo. No, John Mahama broso. Miura John Mahama wa broso kwasi akeka sa wonka onye bodamini onom drugs no sorry ya no abeka anything no aka mesiketa pot esi etriso ayi your friend say ayi we ayi port no no so Jamestown port no almost here we obia Ghana ni bia wo tiemi bia no eye fiu abodamfo bi na kasa mamon fiu omo nim nyansa nti John Mahama nyansa ni kasa ha they don't get it nyansa na wo mu say on my way nkrofo na Ghana konkon ho akase be bofom and onipa no awrade fa no so abeji wo my way no it's good say obe lower your expectations that look there's a challenge, there's a problem ahead of us. Everybody should slow down slow sky train what be the sky train avege power catch the Ghana for so be train then them wiem ampa na Kumasi kwase bi wo magazine no say ye de oma ko ba bi mo ko hu sky train ni bio say de na say train so ba ko fa ensu ase enam so say na be pie wo bosomtwe lake no so meboa Kumasi for ya Asante for dia mugumani mu ase o kwase akeka saa Jimmy Akufo Aduwe no mu amana B2 no ati bia betra radio so MPP communicator was say train so mba ba ko enam asase ase saa na pie wonsu ase na afedi esilek busomtwe so ye we nyina ba keka de age power kwase asem we nyina mu akeka de age power krofo ya momo wona na kumia se nke yesi so bu ball ma pa se kwase asem se wutimi gidi ye boy e me de power se krofo se nsa abo ma ba be se o mind te Ghana kesi ya ball ti ma padi fo momra na yenya adwuma momra na yenya adwuma Your mama is not going to lie. He won't waste his time lying to Ghanaians. And we should lower the expectations. Your mama bad, then we assess the damage. And I'll show you the books and our finances. Me say that day Ghanaians will weep. Now your MPP now support to Akufo Addo abe dwane akɔhye dem. O ka se de be ntina lanche matinu mu dwane. Omo fere ene ma eba no omo fere. They can't stand it. To omo twe omo fere. I said dan boy twenu nyina e free politics mu. Me nko bio. They say me retire. Omo fere. The shame no eba no hu me say MPP ni ntimi for 4 years MPP ni ntimi shirt t-shirt and nante Ghana street mu because would try will be how boni omodi no boni omodi wo kroma pa boni a nkrofo we di o man we no omodi o man we some of the things what tia na wakoma ye wo ja omodi wonim say yati Ghana has here when you say British government, Afrizi yesika over 500 million pounds, including assets. Omo Akufo Addo no enough for no omo nkrofo because they couldn't prove to British government e be your bank accounts. Omo Afrizi ni nyina akodi British government wo the American government also. And they say omo to be first came free anko. Ana skana ka omo nsem wo krom ha. Enti na skana teteto. Na nkola asesa bie no obati ase e bi de egu barrel mu nkrofo bi akofa yes say omo ntimi mfesika no enko out bio oh say the way real estate spring up to omo di sika ni invest in real estate esi adan to onso omo ni abre e grabon sase si adan gidi sika no gudam egu omo na sika no kromo mu ba bi omo mfamfa I'm telling you say you better about 20 December 2024 obi dan si sika be dwirabo kwasi afosa over 500 million pounds British government a freezes cano including home assets mu yes ka de 500 million pounds there was system no man why are you doing this to us? Nobody is telling you that NDC has not bought for. There are similar criminals in NDC. NDC for the crowd there. Omu Jimmy Ntino, omu wia, omu ntimi nkodinu abonten. Omu dinu ya. Honestly, for the igbe for no omu nim papping. Na chim for the asan for no kwasi asam nkwa. Trinidad and Tobago man omu du omu Venezuela. Omu swa omu ine na do omu back club no omu ko Jimmy. Say the NDC for the ya omu ni gon for ni US for ya boss sa. That's Caribbean system no omu chisu no omu bom. Ye first cycle boom start boom start boom omo ni namu sa na scan wo system no de mu wi am mi ani no ha mo bone ne nkwase asem tu mu wi ya na mo de ko Guyana asoa omo ye street carnival na mo se condom na mo na mu fucking boys na mbe tua mo ka mo and this the omo wi a no okwai ono ayi gbeni ojida pete sika you can cool no cause for alarm now he say who is an MP before the Victoria Hammer tell say who cash $1 million $1 million is car $1 million pet na no of why and this woman is there we are $1 million pet why you know here why them now you was also crom for ba no and was we see e bititi ne sini bititi so sa no and also wa body braces ne sini braces so there ama ni nyina timi agina yie and also was asle no atu abom se football no amudu o my bonesa ade o my na demoka state lands state properties just say left right center everywhere mo club bia ade next kada come on some na afi the real estate wo de o free power real estate de be hu crofo mo chechire ye be hu enanajo ye ko ba bi ko ye adwuma bi on the ground. Look, the guys behind some of the real estates e wo chado yeah modia we aba obi antwa aban o me se nkwala de bulldozer be bu amanfo real estate egu fom wodi obehu me se amanfo de bulldozer be bu nkrofo real estate egu fom e okrom a ebe ye pipe pa ebe ye pipe hard one no soldier no police muni soldier muni police yansu ye ni soldier ye ni police afe ni ensia proper afe di ensia proper na yan kira o say nkola boni wo kroma chen eja kwaba
Major so commander.
All right, so Ghana Road Transport Union of TUC Ghana 20% upward adjustment on the transport fares. One of the issues are and let me quote it quickly. I say this has become necessary as a result of excessive taxes on spare parts adversely affecting our operations due to hike in its prices. Spare parts. And that you know the reason why Emaya Tonsa Efre spare parts. Just to ask you, say what is happening. And in the studio, Ora Techiado, head of communications, about so kind spare parts dealers association, head of communications. I was say, Mira Akwaba,
Major so commander.
Fache me some farmer time.
Oh, and
okay, so Omar raising concerns about 20% lorry fare increment. And one major reason is about spare parts a boy. Safedie, you don't do a frote gare dene. Mona moa boso kai. The omo kan no kre. Give us the breakdown. And if it's so, why? What is happening?
Commander, me ma obi afishia pa na ahwefo atiefo bi ma obi bia afishia pa na even say me nuanom na driver for no some mo kan no they don't know legitimate because spare parts no ebi mu wo ho a ne bo no ekosoro pa ebi won so abo no ahyedan cost 2 months but ho ne ho na omo no omo 20% no increment am ka no omudika esan say spepers adwuma na ye na ye ka ho asem no ni nyina ekoma dollar exchange rate port issues and port issues so no dollar no every Tuesday bia na review port wo the forecast anka every Tuesday bia
Tuesday
na review dollar rate no
port
it the for no do na na kasanka omon pege no e be 3 months e be 11 cedis nti dwede ni so otu kwan no ba dollar na 11 cedis for 3 months nti ono no
that is quarterly
okay because no ye near the assess it say e bit me pushi asan call 6 months so I say up to now no still no in fact and now share cost of duty is another problem. Duty akosoro a shitu pa ni nyina border two things: exchange rate, taxes. Exchange rate, taxes. Na ubahwe tax bi e buy na yo no akasa na eye aban no anisa na adwuma e covid issue buy. Even though na bi wo ha na yankasa e bonjo so. Me akwa be ma say 2015 wa obra panyi Joseph Obin Guta president no a Guta organizer na awon me to stores mu Ghana nyina say di me bi we say Owura Mahama nka onye den onyi free so eye special import levy no eye 2% anka onyi so 1% onti no ene afofo bi e ka ho ye kan no omo afa anya adwuma eti aban no we opposition o share bo say ye support nyen to ma no adwadifo na oba obeyi sa 1% na eden efri so amadwadifo commander me no ka say 2% igusu wo components duty and levy say form duty no makoma sa 22 ba ko de na 0 nti e fa count 21 components. COVID wo ho COVID-19 health recovery levy, COVID-19 levy, get fund wo ho, yes our network charge wo ho. It in o kaka ni nyana de boma close to 12%. Yes aka omuti nyi bibi fa ho na madwadifo ye ho hae up to today egusu wo ho.
Wow.
Etino wo ye den a niama bobe din afi we se ya hwe ne anyi bi afa ho a price be sa kosoro ene penyima buso kan ofre me na ono no batteries ototoye no o hwe na consistently no price otono no nya the same in shoot year
buses
no car batteries
okay
15 plates nya 15 plates in shoot year ne etia na etie eti mi bisa ne se bia na omunnim ni ntia na omo yesa ma no so da bi anye sa na tie nam se mi di na chinye but 80% items wa busu kan no price na shutu kosoro da bia meka me say o hwe coal na mkroma aye 2016 manufacture date ku 2016 model na commander engine jabo so no ne bo 47,000 coal na o to esi ukemu 47,000 last week ye customer po remember back on US wakoto Highlander 2020 model no ono oton 31,000 commander and I say me check duty ni mano no washepoka no duty no check no ekodue close to 300,000 also can of amba Highlander 2020 model
2020
yeah nti ase o catch me no ase me pona na me body ti na ma no
oyi 2020 Highlander modeler 300,000
close to 300 duty no oton
3 billion
oton $31,000
okay $31,000 in cities will be how much
cities no because $10,000 in close to 160,000
okay so maybe $30,000
maybe 40 45 or there about 47 there about
yeah
but say, I say oh you
no
bro bro mami su me wey ni wa ha mami su me ni wa ha
say 160 crown no
ento no de mami yen 12 cities crap
320
yeah ha ento no ono buy na 31,000 crap nti kwa mna wo hwe ye kana enye se obi bo ni tirim o obi ene obo ni tirim eye 372,000 me su to 12
okay so Aquaria is right
Aquaria is right enti ono duty na chempe frete mai oh yes enti won say okwabrahe o ka asem na wo ha onim a obefi se bia obo utirim anase wo dintu na ompo bi asem commander ade ama wo de pem masem say my very consistent e wo say issue
sharp
7 years ni asema me kan ni nyina bam commander baby a wo pepper so wadu ayi so ani etie wo baby a wadu mpedifo wo interview omu o Ghana ni outside and you be no man opportunity sir esa say ye de no kwe na nam wo hwe sa di wo ya kwamena bede o de aba o famba na nye ya ba ko ne say sa demorage no demorage issue no aba no
e o port one
no o say demorage scan no enko GRA ho ship line for no first scan no
o boa
kwamena
eye practice e wo dada na
e wo ho demorage de wo ho eti
you are talking about scan baby e ko no
e ko ship line for dia say omo ship line no mo dia verse na ba wuni mani sini container no so
to obeje
awaje. Now don't forget say annually demorage $850 million any friend capital flight no mo de call etina adwedifon ye pelida obey bold say sa policy no on ship plan no be kana on ankasa waje ni nyina ye utimi yi uniama obeba no na duty na shoot utimi yi uniama
okopa bosia wonya
okopa bosia bank facility e fama ye the man so interest that so no you can't 7 days and 14 days demorage na uniama ne ko obeka ya 2020 no owe ma manifest free be say the big push or bibi wo mu so kan say wo ye dwadini na wo kra wo ka ba na say wo nya access ana say wetimi anyi a aba ne mon auction o aba be ma wakwanya say ko pe buyer no mbe to say to gudie pepepe na aba te tax free etu bo hwe ye ba bote be ka say that's the best nke bo dwadifo ana wetimi amba sa policy no eso mo hwe na mo hwe ni biem because ocean policy no chairman emoayen obi akobo ne bra ato ne card aba wetimi enye sika that time na fanji because of say bad governance intino ditna kosoro okopeska wen
na wasi afa chairman nkola
asa akwakoto
na mo tono fofo yes wo mti bi to aka no bi 1000 Ghana
oh yes na no mo ye ono ye panyin oto ono no wa mani ni na fo abonte mo nkoto car no na wa fa kira akwakoje frɛ mu sem ndo ko ni fio no na kasisi ho etikasisi etisi wankasa obi akoso eti ni nyina ye sa policy no ese o mo hwe no mo hwe ho ene ha dwadifo dwadini panyi bi obesa board say sa demorage issue no obehwe no wa check ya I think say dwadifo ni beji pa dwadifo kese dwadifo eti no say adrofo no ka say omo niaman omo cars no omo cars dinti no omo pack esi wo omo sesi a omo dika but sometimes so omo kan hu too much sometimes
oh yeah sure
sometimes omo kan hu
yeah commercial drivers
sometimes no na me ka say 80% you are right but the way omo ka say price na shoot akodu percentage ni 150% percentage wise no too much because en shooting do sa
and I say items ni bi
it's me ka say items ni bi no demand was soro and 80% nyama de ne bo akosoro fact 80% nyama bo akosoro and the umpu akosoro and command don't mind you say edwadifo no obi akwan ofa so yi ni nyama o port wo obu ha no links wa ban mu eti de wa wo uni links na obebre yi no ono mbre bibia na onye exemption eti niam na opa obetu ate so enti se niam no niam bo ofo a obeje bia ka so say we mu ni niam bo ofo say ko na tase na odi agina so enti wa wanya exemption so e wa uni links uni connection so e niam na bo be kosoro because detail no me no kasa we member ba ko ene ne car batteries aba 20 feet container and then 3 days due to the buy no na 220,000 adechi ene akodi 229,000
tobo e ba da be
container by last week
na say
duty no yɛ 220,000 ɛnɛ 229,000
ɛnɛ wo ba ha
yes
na say na abɛka ho
because
say na beto so
because Osha
220 and a 9 and I say 229 so which means
229 na sisi ano now 220 it's a 20,000 difference oh yeah calculations na because of say dollar nitira dollar should to be now they don't care
say dollar you say no say do 12 cedis
12 cedis and a dollar so no how will be an there Bank of Ghana catch say a loser
12 cedis 50 pesos
Bank of Ghana catch
12 cedis 50 pesos
Bank of Ghana sana obedu
really
yeah
so Bank of Ghana unya bi da okof unya bi gal for na obenya dollar no mo sem gal for na come na sinti no so obi ka say spare parts ayedin na obi ka say enye enekwe ni ba bi en pa ko nu okeka yesi ye dibi sa emission no eco levy commander no ma go tell ma sa wisi ni epificato no omutimi to engine no it obesha rent bearing obe service engine sa for so many years na engine no e break it down only ska beto no pack this go o pack this go enti adwa for no de omoduma no de adi mo eye din pa eye din it is purpose no duty ni de sa aba ahwa anye bi afa wo de a and de kwa na beko I'm telling you now nyema ba when yes can you yes call demurrage ni ona me kan wasem no who say na won de dem call demurrage did they all come wasem say see of the call demurrage
oh
yeah
oh
who say you wa kwa ho mi money di
oh
okome boni di achiro call demurrage o fi the ultimate no usu
oh want me entua
because duty ni buy no na afede most of the document o de nyina ba wi nya na ebiti no ko de mo 7 days or 14 days it is sa policy no sa demolish policy no so mo hwe na mo do mo saka tim si aban obey board ana political people obey board say me ba sa demolish no ese me hwe na me yi free wa edwedifo o me pejawo abo dwedifo fo pa na COVID-19 na etifie no na opoman onimu no opoman ni kodi ne siwa besiwo e say na mu da kodi
opoman
na mu da kodi mortgage convenient na mo say market dem no ni kodi na buy na mu da kodi mortgage
how me say dem me dey
mo da kodi mortgage yeah because unim the form penny for them can omomwa.
So tell me about so current business situation to say
very terrible, very bad, very Mr. Academy, very terrible, very bad, very bad, very bad.
Really?
Oh yes, very bad. Commander, ask me Mr. Matonim, how many years he? Hunto Maton how many years he? Asema mekan ono na meguso keka ene ni nyada ho mene kwa branti yesi benchmark yama ye discount 50% ni 30% benchmark no was say yin afro biom yesi obi no enjoy discount bi biom
I see.
Yes, you see, so on say meka so we dwedini na we panyin na de dwedifo anu a wo de ntro ene dada sa na beba no so ta say aha and this time dwedifo no yesi anu bi ahye be kuta ni semu and abusuka stores be da ho munya obi akwa so mitimi renew bi okoni krom
the wo abusuka
e say so no time no so be no onye skapa okoni krom o so me kodo ne man way skapa no be renew skapa no be fa ni megu store okodo o fa tax so ko be so ko se me mma ko se ho e choke this time enti sa o
onamu yo
eti new chairman no aba no Henry Oche no ona up try say o be so send mani because anya sa abusukan 5 years a day anymore. You're careful. That will be the end.
Egu.
Oh, can you? Egu. Empany for a beam, Chisan Ukrainian empe. By the Beco Swaka or Piptama, a dready, a fun to my day, a fra. You see, I know, what share verses now, careers and I did continue mana. Do 60% Emma Ghana Beam, almost say port or Ghana port is too expensive to do business. What share the whole Africa, Ghana port penny the most expensive port. And the Kakrana Abano, and abiding no idea, or either so. 2017 containers zero on Memoha, 1 million containers. It almost to $1 level $200 scrapper. His car band be annually. It's in a port expansion, you are Mama Sanka or Yano. Nanke between 2 million containers. It's the only cascan boma and his car by Benya annually. It's huge. It's almost a monk like Cote d'Ivoire. It's a monk like Cote d'Ivoire.
And it Togo.
Until Ghana for your honor medium Yamafa. Where there a fafa? Etino a banny dreadina. I say more almost say almost tattoo almost only a phone penny for no. Omoka. Naka how on earth say you was beat Maka say Ghana ready for your crown for. Or can boldly because you're the taxpayers and man, so Uncle China. Or when Okoto for ties in the buy no ties not toy and when you're cheap war. It's no nothing. Ghana ready for your crown for good, on point specific. Or see good for ready for no more cabro for no, only a crown for.
Any politicians no cabro for bro for no see day.
Your best. Omo kan edwedifo no amwatin no shake you omo o sa kwakoda ba say obi for the car say Ghana edwedifo yakronfo anka ba na eguso kamasem so that say I say omo so no mu di edwedifo atem commander nti say ubisa say edwadie spare pass port ti say ya port ne de say ya nya bia fa ho a e say one day no I say ye kasa ye trust in ye ka ye chi say Matis those times the car duties na ya he and net is saying
but they will tell you that if we are say konanim no bibia konanim
if we are say konanim bia konanim so no ya grade say o port nkwa na expensive or was Africa and I can say o port nkwa na expensive commander.
Right, live on 100.5 Citizen Show. So now you're hearing Musenki Benya a drivers union. You have to say GPR2 for the Ministry of Transport. Meeting. They are proposing 20%, while the ministry is saying it's a more BMF or more. You are not going to cast me maybe better so as me more BMF. But I heard said they are in a meeting. After the meeting, then we will find out exactly maybe able to say. Thank you so much.
Yes, you can drive for no from some be by.
So
somebody are saying say him boarding. Indeed, I'm also
but why wouldn't him send any man so
what I make I say I need my boarding no around for no so on board so baby almost this is a make here no trust na you making no trust who is just new and you before too choice na you make here no and who just new I say I accept it.
Okay. All right, thank you.
But that's it.
Yeah. Now, quick comments here. Jaga Purify says, I like the statement that my brother Hunter has been using about Tongo Sunsa. So, out of my test says, these spare parts dealers are crafty. They made their bed, they laid their bed with the MPP. Now, Omujiwa. Okay, Ni Saki says, Mr. Answer, yes, demurrage charges goes to the shipping lines. Reasons. Sea containers are needed to transact other businesses. This makes the container short-term storage facility and not long-term, hence the charges. The terminals also charges ground storage rent for same reasons. So which means, the business here, boy, Vivian Upon says in America, cars are affordable, but as soon as it comes to Ghana, it becomes a problem. And the Anokrapa, Tia Moon said that I affordable among the Mumremibi. Makako, who a Gabi, obey Yamame. We are more of almost apart from I start for 1-3. Kwame, also. Anyway, sorry, Akwaba.
Ofa, enyamia mejuso na boko de.
Enyamia dum boko. Sabe mimbiemu mawa na se Okay, so maybe 2 tapes now, but I think we are looking at a Akufo-Addo statement, a for a Kumfi, but also normally I know one Yaman Kitibia, personal restrictive, Yana Peso Clay Free Home. Timpacho, 422 Anthony, Mema Wino.
And I meant to anything, and I need 3 days in Banam, me why GP Hunko Mobina may fear. Mr. Last week, a Banam may cast me call, please, headquarters. Now, Yamianum no cranny.
Oko.
Yeah, me call police headquarters.
Almost happy.
So we will be the over to my cousin now.
There be so Okosra Obi.
Yeah, I'm could you me boo.
Madam, call me.
Company been a boo me brother faso. And I have caught near Dibim. And now, into a per se acquire execution of the judgment. Then no, you see a free be 5 feet. And tis a court mark when we also call police headquarters. Can no nanka, tis a crass a woko GVR. Judicial Service New York, Greater Accra Regional Police Headquarters. Normal sign a police officer's account, number call execute a year judgment. It's a nipa name Tiao causes an anyama. But Yera Kufudam Paris says you saw the bar headquarters. Okay. And Sana headquarters is why I'm where Juma and San you push their call back to a year Greater Accra Regional Office. I didn't them a call. Nanyamian Ukraine. So you'll be a fan of John Dramani Mahama. Will be a fan of John Dramani Mahama, be a dear fair and fair. Oko said the police headquarters. The view of Monsieur CC Honor Nana a white fair. Car park one more, public car park one more. Nanka in shooter Ukopako car cries who see from now with Tiensumono and ne were going na was CC or more entrance na to me say, Ama just say, what then age of Mahama? That be mean Cassage or Mahama. May say, so will you be a Messi McQuaid and me who and many so. Now, so you'll be a fan of John Dramani Mahama, dear for your far. Okay. Obekamfo, a year. Now, I dear friend Yakufuado far and Kakufuado time no my year police service, and one of Kamakama. And it says a Kufuado by, you know. Say, ye damper and quani IDP or fano. Damper it was saying, on to Cotos base and me and Sassanai. Ah, and he said, yo, what police service, Nasa, wow, she see in your far. Oh, a Kufuado, a baby, or my Dabby. Say a Kufuado a buyer. Dabby Nanati, a Kufuado a buyer. What buy what for IGPs do a saying? IGP you are didn't buy beyond the Juma than the buy. Okay, so open so cassette Dampari, dear, but Kufuado, anti, them pessimist and say, Dampari Pensy, as IGP no, was CC headquarters, so I'm in Ghana Fire Service creation. But don't be so because Nana Yakufuado Bia. Over so because Yakufuado Sikano Modieno, and yet Akufuado who free by a police for internally generated fund of music or Mojie and Omodia, and Yakufuado into even. So when you are all Akufuado be president, Akufuado president, and the Jubilee House will be said you'll be caught in a Jubilee House or a drain to Ejan in a go. Oh, Jubilee House. I win him. Dawe connect no so say yes obi ko run ho drain to ejane na Jubilee House honoma bebia dawe o se dabe kwane obi ko yes Jubilee House obi are ya bon grofo didi onu Akufo na kata ka say oba beye rehabilitate Jubilee House enye Indian government and a $1 million and or this is here. Mr. Jubilee House will be cocked. Would they just convince you? Oh, I am. May say, okay, in the course of the show, I'll get you the picture so that we see. No matter specifically. So if we can. One we say some talk I dey be see me bida and say we dey throw radio so yo okay yo Mati yo but who they say in the course of the show be here listen oh God Monfanto no Monsieur Kufuado be a president.
Obi su odi ba gudi ku ba ja kwasa.
Una oka. Ti so ni mu wa obeho onu akasa ne de. Na da hai. Hwade enie. Man openly defecate at Ghana's Presidency Jubilee House published.
Inside one is here.
Na why then? And for in that on ji na we. O se me boa. And me yama o ji. Away Jubilee House pa. There be akwa no kutu awa. Wa dwe ne to dan. Eye he. There be eye he. Enya Jubilee House. And it has been published everywhere. It is a coup for the University. And the Jubilee House na confederate a bomba. On a kotu on and the Facebook. Et when you coup for Adrasem. I'm in a Ghana National Fire Service Force, so I shall see almost so. Down Paris, do I headquarters?
Obviously, Ghana or your bodem, yes,
say, yes, a coup for the papa. Ebe president before akunya ede ni basis on bodam ni kokotena so enti ne ba so aba be president o mampani atena ya bodam for ede hwa ya janabia
omene ni siwo
omene ni siwo nyaram kana ka ode ya janabia so you see it means a kufuado oh no bana mamodi a omoni abodam for they have something in common
obisi akwari security amo.
Anyway, Nana, I mean, come as any. I'm not going to really crack. Now,
if you so that's where the other
and Penisia come food you are from. Nay, come for chacha. Yes, you're a kufu down Paris. West is a police headquarters. I'm my neck. Fire service for cross wash as here. Almost so, Okoya is almost was the CBA when him on painting camera. Now, you're a kufu down Paris. We are not to China. I think say obey IGP can be a petty pa. You go down in the history of Ghana Police Service IGP say we petty.
I'll see.
And Nyama enka a year below IGP no. What in who for him. Wouldn't watch him address.
Yeah, come on see.
Ne bana na bi. Na
you know some who do their body to us.
Udu ope bia ya from ope bia dan no before we do a year 37 sa Sheffield station no say as hasibi dida ho sans hasi ne papa ne dia
I see
na ye ka say ni mamienu etwe ho manso ba ko de Gerard ba ko de Boache na Boache no chese ne papa eto asase ne man cause ono a businessman ne papa to asase ne de man no ansa no wo free mo ofiri mu no ne papa trust fund omote ye no omo pese omoje sa asase no enti e kasi asase no nsem o Supreme Court a court crown for a year judgment mai na papa ne mana omo aka trust fund ho no omo akoto fence wall e dey fa asase no ho
too bad
ana Boache ne se da bi onti ase no nso kobubu fence wall no enam se Gerard no obey IGP no ni IGP why on kufan to nim say IGP asuma post for amen na anaju da suma post for ti asase ne so omoka omodo
on what basis
on what basis omoka omodo call me woni pictures ni na wa ha eti asase ne so
say
because a brother no ne brother na etwe no oni IGP e why on kufan enye no nko a sa papa no ananu list we bo ni din a wose on na IGP this kama no yes on fanko bribe police ni on IGP twi delegate no no
your adjust no
yes sabrante no boni dina your boni audio no a wose ono na baomia on na Ghana Post GPS map e ma baomia free of charge o kan sa akwan
yeah
wono nso so ni nyonko pa any IGP wono nso so ni papa awu a ni papa ejapade Emma etwe ho sagai no na dan na ye abusiafo de omunyina de ano wono no pese ode ho ye ne personal office enuano no monti ase essence wo ye ne yonko pani IGP nti no asoma post for mo bodyguard fio how can it be so petty
damn very easy there oh ye bi akwa was wo jimi os wo ye bi
and the details no ha abusiafo no bi ko share na asem o kan me kan oti radio so a mobo
dampare
yes mama so many brad obi ne papa wuo na japadom nyina pre ho no ba akofo no de wo asma post for mo de akwakoje ho ba akofo ne de okache so na ni brad
wonto mama mfa me first win a quick one oria Eja abom afa your friend say Robert who are infa
can it defense like
wow and who did say
25
no like what did say
500
and we are them all right okay so congrats cause one and CM just catch it here and all right so that's it star 413 hash yeah check 1000 yeah check 1005 yeah check 500 ubet me the 1005 we need the 1000 every is star 413 hash on say oba 5 cities pay we try 5 cities now with your 500 Ghana crown what's that say when in na 500 Ghana cities abegu phone so pom hey ebiom enti me next draw no the next 30 minutes twadentem no anka se kwabna menya bia ni star 413 hash wonto
na mi wie ni sa na ma menchia eyejo NDC communication officer ashama abato pesuaso wone wodo madwuma mobo yankopon hira mo pa na mesha say dey free abuso can spare pass ene okay we dey bom esha na wo kan sana maba akufo ado asem okan ne so you see political party bia won ideology ni nyina ne se trimopo enti political party bia won trimopo de na adwuma NDC a social democrats for no mo de ne say yen gigisika yen nyo ma no kakra ebenya no yen kyem obi anya bindi titiriw ni wo mo ni bie eni ti sa wokofa NDC under Rollins a ye wo nkrase bebra na ensukrogen no mu ni bi Rollins person no mu nya ensukrogen no ye mia kasa makrase ewa Ashanti region offensive north Seseko Rollins 1998-1999 ena ombesi agric post omobesi primary school 6 unit classroom ombesi ye ana osa etu boreholes miensa edema ekranase already no wasi kuku shed
police ni bia say ni me say you see that pare ni constable for okra kontokwa
why you petty dodo
anyway let's go
uko faga na bakwasam Rollins pencil and most of the polyclinics and regional hospitals we see here in kronkro bebre ho no ma na nyina mon kanea omuni bie ti se srim ti sa from place Rollins person on the coy because NDC trim for say ye nyama obi bia woni bie no ye mpagya na system kakra that's a social democracy talk of a professor Mess so buy no or buy no trans we say no ye school ya ye ka ho asem enkwada bebre 18 years ko school even secondary school mampeni ku for be from 3 years e dey call 4 years no o mampeni ku for single secondary school those of free a year 3 years dey call 4 years no add anything infrastructure professor Mess buy no must make sure say yen sense more and the schools under trees over 2,000 of them we nyina dey free ho and the school under trees are policy na professor Mess dey buy almost akoko ekoma seseko esa ko CJSS wo ho enti ene seseko primary school and Rollins ne see atamas so ba no so be CJSS mahama penso enkanea enso so ewo ho ade aka eye kwan omobeye ofa Ghana nkranase a ntu be kɔ no ubo nse be bia ubo hu se NDC o meka tro na nukumawu ni o ma na edi adanse ya kwan eye NDC we that is NDC trimopo eye social democrats MPP se omene de omo no eye property owning democracy omo de ne say ekwan amefa so a menya sika eno na me wo se me fa so because ba dwene se so obi anya sika ye o mani na anya sika mpenu se ewo me ene ye wo yen ense ntien this MPP policy no most at times in favor the rich and not the poor. Nana do babam 2017 when my dear Odika taxes are not that domestic flight as one what teso set and crofo moko kumase kwata maleko sunyane omufa wi mhye to ane da so no what teso de ma omo ena petrol boa eno na trotro for efa no or two mu na se wo mentality ni se obeboa Ghana fo a nana hwan na sebio ne ho kire no a okokuma se obekwa kofa flight when tua kra no me se be me le mam nana okokuma se ofa flight
bo bisrew
nim se when tua kra between 700 to 1000 dia obetua
bisrew
hwan na ne ho kire no obefa kuma se obekọ obi a ne ho kire no obi ofa bus sa woni kro na ne ho kire no watoto petrol buo mu to ama transport akosro na obi a ne ho to no ntimi fa wiem hyen 30 minutes 45 minutes no di kumase no wakwatete wono no to so it means wo dwin sikani no ho unyi hia ni ne ho chena na do ye no na saa no di atrasia first year second year babesi ni last year ena woko o wie kura no yesi no si wie no ene wakwa akoto vatim 15% no wan fa nkwa nkoto omo a omo yusu enyam nkade no for commercial the same field nyuma omo ma biebie nyuma mo de adwuma je mfa so wo de akoto residential ni ye fie mu na rate na wa set no so no quite ahiafo say lifeline no from 50 Ghana cedis aircraft yes yeti Ghana enim say ahiafo e na obekọ efie ba akom nipa miensa nipa 9 sometimes nipa du no mugu 1 meter so enti 1 meter na nipa 10 na wo so a are you expecting so mo be consume electricity less than 50 Ghana cedis? No, they will consume more than 50 Ghana cedis, and so as far as we consume, so long as we consume more than 50 Ghana cedis, no more fall within this a year 15% VAT now what they are abano and to money betia. This is how Udija Ghana here for. And ne aboso kan for said him na dey be American na but what dey hu sunsan so
almost a flight no 1,200
from here to Kumasi. More and a VIP as you say 100 cities. And one and a what chile no or be kwa 5,002 instead of 100 at the Kumasi. And it's a word J or man do one Ghana has say how many times and a flight? DVLA. How many times in a flight a 2-3 Accra to Kumasi no? How many passengers and a day? Na yanko VIP any oe na yanko new plan. Ni yanko we nipa dodo a every day omu free Accra ko Kumasi ni free Kumasi ba Accra. And if so ye bibi di bo man for na be the larger population. But in this case or the total eye fan go boss ma ashantuade bo kosoro ene wiem hyen de no teso. Because he came for the rich and not the poor. And the policies are who do di be nyina no e favor the rich and the poor to what tax the poor no they share the rich. And it's a 15% tax we are no. Ye here for no and then say be go omoso. Amuba betua. Why? E dey na dey aba Akufo-Addo IMF conditionalities no e bi eno no. Na aboso kan for ene Kumasi Swami for. Obi nua buro enkotwa enkoti kube o. De nipa go na no an wo twente na bia am kan Ghana for say abato hu wonsunsuanso. Abato hu wonsunsuanso. Omampani kufuo beye omampani. Aboso kanfo eni Kumasi dwakese mufuo. Swamefo omotete omoniama bo so automatically. Na President Kufuor first budget kura no ready ye. Omotete omoniama bo so. Omosi yedie ne yaban. Professor Mills taking over about 2009. Ghana the first sheda holiday dollar. Ewa Ghana ha said the beya bema enyama bo shutu akosro automatically. Already no man peni Kufuor the single spine pay policy no or the Mills kon omu making sure say omu ma o man na you ungovernable for Professor Mills. yaso nyankopɔn ahyira no no onipa da sane bi otumi de me no Professor Mills maneuver way implement single spine pay policy successfully enne yeda so kura mu Mahama be your mampani the same aboso kanfo yi ene adwadifo a ewo kan hyi makola ketia ene swami omo sa tutu omo nyama buo mu yekoka omo so dollar no kosoro na se abani timi ma dollar no stable a omo beti so Mahama buy make sure say dollar na is stable o man to ma de bo so da ye bi so omo ka che omo say oh yes dollar ni dey stable na so se nyama na ekofa ba ye na nsan ye enti ye da so turn aboden sa esan ansa da ebesine Ekufuado ba ye the same aboso kanfo eni kumasi adwadifo esa te omo nyama bo so sa ka so ye de ne abani enne monte mo nyama bo so bi mai
ayaka aka ba fi
enne monte so bi mai afi kura da ya bato afi tinka monte so ne ne mane nyafo na nkrofo wo say yes Ekufuado eni MPP abande e ba na nyama bo aye fofofo na o ma hwe so ato abama ba omia mo monte so ene Mahama na motutu nyama buom maize na motutu nyama o man from akromfo ene MPP for na from samo akromfo keti amo samo akromfo jo why samo akromfo adwadi for samo akromfo nti na nyama bo wosoro sa no
mamimra DVL na memfa ehwo no so asem no mmow ne ne de eche kuri ayi Richard Ampadu Anson Richard.
Yes sir.
Okay, so uko DVL ko pay services, right?
That's right.
Tell us what is happening there with DVL. Tell us.
Last week Monday, and I'm a reporter because of my license. So me call na my replacement. Me call I check if you are my call me I test say if you are failure. Almost say just here upload. It's me call headquarters. Now me call 37. Achieve on cantonment inside door. After we be kwa ba say we be marie process and say the IT4 be just omo na be upload no. Omo nya general fault binti omo call rounds. Maza fiti last week Monday besin me. Ye na ye ni be school. Ye ya wo force so ye hwema. Me nkwad ma metifi nkan bra bo ye tranka hanu ma ye nya djuma be 2 weeks trafi. Oh, okwa Cobra, even fair in and out cries. Kwaba, Nessie, when I'm free to say I be goofy. Yes, I for my one bit sabri will be a me do it, and I'm sorry and I'm by me fee. Oko up and down, sir.
Now,
Ponia, no one some more general photo. At the end, it's some big announcing. No, mamma, a note. Yeah, I'll be ready here, baby, you know. Mamma, a note.
Or license. Hello. Or license. And I will call renew.
Because when you renew, we replacement.
Okay, to call replacement.
Okay,
no. I for office now call.
Medical call. But the our license is a car. The first time I make a license, me call. Nti me call far process ni mu no and almost say omo check almost say the license ni aim belong to me nti me call headquarters and I me dey call and almost just omo upload and the process omo dey mama me from no upload ne so a almost say IT phone ni omo be upload ama me almost 2 weeks ni.
I see 2 weeks ni.
Yeah, me call last week Monday. Inti say share from last week Monday. E be sim na 2 weeks mu ni e master. 2 weeks mu and you ready. Because and Wednesday watching Thursday and Thursday watching Friday. Weekend me nya sure so mo yejuma. Inti na me san retina fi next week masa ko start biem akwa ba sa ana. Oh,
a general problem and I say a bibia there.
According to almost front desk, almost a general problem, almost call rounds. Into IT phone in the office from a hall, the almost canon. Into almost new office, into China don't have almost more China, they hoping. Just almost crying, sure, say, almost bad, that's almost yelling.
But who busa, apart from mono, the almost catch on what do you think sir easy
me dey minim omo say dey say online omo so omo ye online dey ben nyina company issue nti sa omo nim omo say IT ni side name why omo fa o system ne man ye nye adwuma yi ana no so omo ato agu abra omo hu say adwuma ne ye ne say ana ye ne sen on say foforo na ye ba ne ye hu so a ye fa dada no ye nye ne kakaka replace man na ye nye adwuma na sakura sa nso dia dan we dey bone ne yaye
Wow. Okay, Richie. But Richard, what do you say? Obisu, me no can say. Obi send me message. You say, good afternoon, Bobby. I've been at the DVLA since 8:30 a.m. trying to register a car. I'm still here. They said their system is down. The manual system is faster than this digital one.
Yo.
So which means also
they should know say ya wofo say ya wofo kra na ya djuma nti assuming say company work na me ya nyimadi masa sanya say me amaduma na me dey ye na ya company work nti nyimadi na me nkotena fi.
All right, you better get in touch with the DVLA and California at the cry koso Kafra. Right. All right. Yes. Okay, so another issue from the DVLA side.
Yeah, IGP asaman boss. Nya boss here na message eba.
Na bare dey open one smart here. Me message wo dey papa obeti. Also no dey Pentecost. Me Pentecost asori no am hu ade
kra. Bank enya kra.
So ko di polo.
Hey. You know bo.
Oh my we dey say the we polo. Mami beer 2 days be mau. Okay. Mami beer 2 days be mau. You go to Akufo-Addo on Ekumfi. Quick one. You go to Akufo-Addo on Ekumfi. Let's go. You go to Akufo-Addo on Ekumfi. Christian Council for Nunya Omo. Peace Council for Nunya Omo. Omo why no omo na so wan fra na so omo nkasa. O fra omo anfa. Fra omo ama de anche.
Ekufi-Olo. Na me na ye sha se ba kakra atokujo. No, yeah, MP war. The man be a minister, or a deputy minister. They need to say when you say a Namson, so also be shall say BB, Amamo, a Kufi. Now, unquestionably, election for by a year of free hall. Then you now come with a crammet, you can miss me, Manika Crass of Freedoms. Man can't cry there. Yes, so mobile, material worker. Yeah, I feel so. Something I feel as I say. The work was here, I feel, maybe, very dear. Now, who there was matter? Now, I feel so. Ekufi-Olo. I mean, you shall say about Kakra. I took Kujo. No, yeah, MP war. The man be a minister, or a deputy minister. They need to say when you say a Namson, so also be shall say BB, Amamo, a Kufi. Now, unquestionably, election for by a year of free hall. Then you now come with a crammet, you can say, Miss Me, Manika Crass of Freedoms. Man can't cry there. Yes, so mobile, material worker. Yeah, I feel so. Something I feel as I say. The work was here, I feel, maybe, very dear. Now, who there was matter? Now, I feel so. Ekufi-Olo. I mean, you shall say about Kakra. I took Kujo. No, yeah, MP war. Man be a minister.
Honorable, bra, meba. Me I say me very sure o. Enkomo bebre o wa say me be hu pa na odi enyanya me de meba pa meba. Papa, ye man ben yakodi nkomo bi. Batansa na no pacho ma me musa Ekumfi. When we talk about development in Ekumfi, to say what to say, situation to say.
About development, me hunya men kan wasa mumbo.
it's like for the past 2 years, and Nanado, Danko, Akufado, One, Mahmoud Baumia, or Fagana Kitaizi. We confused on other friend development, Abu Hen to them a Jones Abu Akukono.
Really? Roads, water.
Water, they are now, fortunately enough. I am in your opinion, work on 2 ransom. A brown oil and Beshibu, and Mebano. That time, and this are my Yaku, I joined to a man in Mahama Kuyara, an ambassador. Into some of the honor, Adonanko Akufado, His Excellency, our tree. Into some of the into something.
What about health facilities?
Health, previously, you were health facility, but on shutdown, hospital type. I can hear head post, yeah. And should they need hospital? They can attend hospital. Whoa, I'm Fantaman. Oh, yeah, man, Kituna, non quadro. I came for an unquadro. I am Fantaman constituent. I promise so. I had. So yeah, can development. Never what the means they made these honestly. The confusion honestly. Yeah, move.
Straight to the point. What's your president ne comment on the conflict? Honorable, tell us, how do you feel personally?
Unfortunately, my second tea, and I'm not quite an enemy. Mirror away. Me who am missing Fananka. The Kusibu Yibuchin is in a gagenda. A very unfortunate comment. The Oman paying the power. A politician, even assemblyman or crown, I don't think the original academic. I'm not paying part to academic. The major many, Amamo, and Puntujuma, and Padamazaba, all because what 2 are bit of a candidate in we are listening for. Very unfortunate comment. Like I said, I don't know.
But Mamim Busao, when you confuse traditional leaders nakasa about this issue?
What you will say?
When you confuse traditional leaders, what do you come about this issue?
About your hand.
Pachai.
Oh, and come some development.
No, about Nanado, a president's statement, no. What discuss about, because definitely a kumfi a crony a bedroom the same way, whether MPP, whether NDC, mobile what do you come almost say, a man for say,
and no clear Masterson, Namini Ubima Casa. Never be waiting about the president's comment. Nananum is even call one Abuano, but Masterson. Namini Bibri Akasa. And now one saw also a summer also were friendly. The young president, and like I say, easy. Oh, more to get crack. Entry Cassan in your day. Fantiful like a Cassan Yacho. Cassan Yacho. Oh, one. No, I say. Any action be how be taken and as I won't be joining, sir. Nika no crying any. We I'm a confused in general. No, we when oh, na son, a big cancel. Number ya, or baby, ya may be going. One brought today being in Puntujuma and said, I'm called away confused. No, from my opinion, I say, in time, we have indicated. na wasan so wɔbɔ yɛn akyi dɔm dɛ sɛ dɛm dza ɔno no coming election ɔbɛsan wɔ the ndc akɔbio wabere a wɔnyim dɛ john dramani mahama edwuma ne wura n'ɔrebe wabɛyɛ ekunhwefo ɛna ebi sase ebɛyɛ anama yɛ.
Anyway, ɔno minim sɛ wɔ nnwuma bebree yɛ mɛsrɛ hɔ a na wɔso abɛsa yɛ wɔ studio kakra na yɛ ane afew why
tobi menu agye papaapa
medase bebree nua medase bebree nyame hyira wo yɛdase. Alright, so that's it. But I want to nana ɔno abɛku cranes aka asɛm bi wɔse campaign akufo ado awie ɛwɔ constituency hɔ because now they say no more be ati ase say enya say MP no na MP bibi aba ho na say sisire kwabrafo bi free chebi forest na ogina kwam mputu nyuma na ba no
ana say adwumbone ba abu akurati mu a otongum na kama kane na kama me say we take time kakra
so
bakufu ado pensi de kama no chese o ye ni akufa hye no de ama kwaku anyi do ho any MPP ni akufu ado agenda o mo set again John Dramani Mahama na hwede do ma bewie
akaba obi send me message you say kwabna acquiring a police report in Kumasi is now like cocaine. I have applied for one and it's taking me more than 3 months. Now though I was assured of 2 to 3 weeks, what the policeman keeps on telling me Dampare must act on these issues and stop the trivialities. Okay, so this one is coming from a friend in Kumasi, Edu Jemfi, who is monitoring us on Facebook. All right.
Yes, it's also the Mumba Kwakua. The Bubowa Kwakua, you the whole free say, Obit my issue, Professor Mills, Eddie ye. Now, when ye and Mahama person, Kufa the last minute, also ye. And into one ankasa ko recruit sebi wa recruit kobolo fobi se obi so your hema aka no akọ Jubilee House oh atamas wo ne nkọ hwem che se yensa yedu abato so no yensa nkọfa atamas wo ne mbra yenfa mbeye ene hwede akọ wie pepe popo afro pe banchi de jem pe popo ene da hoy na onim akufo ado oboa
asai
enya atukujo bia amanfo no to abatia no eya kufuado no ankasa akumfifo to abatia no eno ho yawo eno de nemu manya atukujo bia hu nana oboa akufuado boa akufuado oboa Muhammad ni pioto sanwea 2020 wadi koto cross to mu o man gap 3000 ene she no enya atukujo bia hu say ya tukujo dia enti na mpuntujuma nko akumfi constituency a yenko Kumasi Ashanti region ne nko bisa se bant ma vote sen ana omede ma MPP candidate all MP so mo we ni wa Ashanti region including was HM
na say ne nka say joma ma ko Kumasi ko tu ni kejeti afri ho
mo enti wo da we nya Mahama akufu ado na fi yemfo no ankasa na dwen se akumfifo anto aba ma atukujo nti ena wase me sheda yi mani se sa na tie dia
kan yi ma sheda yi mani mamo
sa na tie dia yenko Ashanti region out of 47 constituencies wa Ashanti region MPP was saying 44 yenko busa say aba omoto both presidential and parliamentary vote omudin ma kufu ado ni MPP MPs no emputujuma be na ode akọ oboa anya atukujo bia ne ya so ma to obatia no na nyankopo adaroma ba omi ade obebro ba omi abebre papa Solomon Wusu eno ye movement for change me say the last statement to make about Kufuado and son na cross carpet MPP for antias o catch him say omomo Kufuado ado omomo na nkasa bio omomo na nkasa nipa mu bio
Solomon Wusu
yes Solomon Wusu futo de ma Kufuado no
o free no
before mo be kwa mi akobu omo be to omo ho no o ka say Kufuado omomo na nkasa wo nipa mu bio
na enu de bo wa na
omo namba afutu ade ma no ene abedadi ama obi ahudie ntia empotuma nkoso ya ngunafo ekoka ye yese ye angunafo e kire Kufuado ne ye de tribal politics ne ye Kufuado minister can offer to go redeem budget more than 3-4 hours jinane naso 16 regions ni nyina wo kire mpontujuma akwan ya yekoye all the 15 regions ye voter region free Kufuado about me ye whole region voter region free mu say ye baba ya akwan ye see year of road na year of road no ye bobo register region bia akwan ye kwa akoye region bia ne de number of kilometers aye kwa kutwa voter region was omitted ye di free mu ye koka omusi o ye ni paso nanu akosombo ensuo amuko bie mane yiri fa de hye ofra mantamu Kufuado sa akoko gina kan say mukura monto aba mame enti kanse say ha se nkranka me ba ha because monto aba mame enti kanse say hampo no me ba ha enne MPP4 ena twintwiri mokomu say yanto aba ma atukuju ntina manfa mponto djuma amfa anko onu Kufuado omuto abati ano intia ene ye na bufu upon the region Rego Ashanti region as a parting vote over 300,000 they count by Kufuado ni nyina nso nani Kufuado free say ohia bibia wo Ghana say Ghana for the man because any birthright Kufuado doesn't even understand why I was so contested election crowns in your position. Because who say any birthright. And to do pebiano, I was sending Saka. Said na mamumu. Sebio awade fu woman name my and
Obi send me a friend be sending me message. You as will be asked Kufuado whether he has seen or spoken to Atukujo for the past 3 years. Ato has not been well for 3 years now, but Kufuado has not made time to see him. So what is he talking about? Anybody know the near politics against the Confederate or Yarabe?
Yeah, oh, you soon know the near Kekena and Macano Cranamacatro, and ya Tukuju Bia. And ya Atukuju Bia man for no to a betia nuntia, a Kufuado no more to a betia and a presidential vote to a wenya in Tia, Winima Tukuju baby. Now, so what say old Atukuju? Now, so a man position a deputy minister and Adabamano. Deputy minister and Adabamano. Atukuju. Yanko go to 2020 election crowd or constituency and you grown. You grown ya pamono. And a different one. Tinya Tukuju be I know a Kufuado no. Na a Kufuado na a Kufuado who say a birthright. Said the any matching for who say a your birthright to lead this country. Because Mufi say Ghana no a your motia. Tinkense ya to abampo no amona babelidi enti se mocho the more moto abetia omo no the more mo prolong omo way to become a year president and as MPs no mo take a position and they use that time no just to punish you because I don't know mama bressa ade media asembe na Kufuado before 2016 election chebia himfie omuko yi apaye no empire ba no mo boye
so was a video no Homkogun nsakankan bi no
omo se akunya ne omo dia na kodi awoho nsem
video no mamo ongai
is their mindset and they have no respect for any Ghanaian so you vote and I say why they have no respect because omo say ade ne de omo dia na apart from no bibia kwakodu omo nsem bia no ya hoho nsem enti ye de ade and inti ena eslo so beka say ye giye man. This is their mentality. Nanso so Ghana enam tribalism na na free pen inti no wo bie ni pen kra na wo hu wo ka no kra kire ni pa no hu se etro na wo die because no kra na wo ka no enye de ewo na sum en confirm the beliefs and aspirations until they will go ahead and vote. Yankan tire Ghana for se moto abama Kufuado a wo de Ghana be ko achi nya wonya wota maklo wanka yen kwadan nketenkete ya esi se bi ye moto mu kura nya emfu nwie mpo no ya ntena radio so ni TV so anka yen kwadan nketenkete ya moto mu nya emfu nwie ya ntena radio so ni TV so amma Ghana fo kokko 2016 samu to abama akufu ado Ghana ya wie ye no yanka musode ya musi ye nim nyansa because ye nafia kesiem ye nti easily gone ye ndravikas akesie enti academia professors experts omune nimu ade enti ebekọ abato a the expert beka na yefa ene legal lecturers a omo ebo akufu ado achi no we don't know the same people no mo kasetia mahame kasa akufu ado NPP ewo superior policies. How come say ye na ye nko school mpo ye hu ye wo foresight hu say akufu ado e disaster e ma Ghana future sabe ho we dey no mani efra tira ka cho say ye ko school ko sua nim de ye nko sua nyansa e wo school mu ye nkyere nyansa e wo school mu ye kyere nim de obi nim ne de bi kyere wo nyansa de nyankopon na de ma
general mosquito si school pepa jimi
dabi wa jimi ana wa jimi emfa oni emfie na woni nansani ni pasere nyankopon bo ni pa no wunyini na wo nyansa enyini nansusu jimifo na wonyini da emfa oni ni age
what up
yes TV president Akufo Addo bi oko 80 years fiane kasa oni timi kasa na bodam ni kura kasa akoya timo kan yi nyansani obi a wabodam so nyansafo a on kasa sada because wunyini na wo nyansani age
ma me ma Akufo Addo throw back obi also all right hello Aja
yeah lady work me
afa
edem kei
you feel say
the phenomenal Y2K was synthesis
kai any blaster match no ne hwe ba ye de ye ne hwe ba ye de
Allah bibi
bibi be gu who dey say
because you might come na ko trouble na me be Ghana almost Ghana 10 crab found me media
who dey say
me ya 5 million
ha
adelo mi cha mi so na amfa nti na se ya lam so ba me fa ba ko timu he
o ye ya bia pau
mi pia 20 Ghana gum tesia ma pon kra mi ko fie nam so ma me pe akukọ nsa bi na me fa ko hufu
that's right me pa so uya twame de breme me bo line me bo touch line Mate, congrats, congrats. All right, so that's it. Live. CMG sketch there. Kwame, me some more another draw, mommy. Star 413 hash, star 413 hash. And then me check 1,000 down, 1,500 down. Emu bia wait me a D. Pau, una o chrono. Okay. Onto uni mame ma throwback bi on Nanado Semwa okeke ho. So yanko eye Peace FM studios. When he was asked about a year school dying and year bufu sem obi ani di watem omni ya kutukum sane buafu pacho ni nyina ho dada. All right, so yanko Peace FM studio yanko tie no we are just giving you just.
Let me just take one, Mr. President. The one in Aflao where the chief himself has complained. On here, Aflao Pacho say e-block no oba yenya hoshi. Into all my education minister up to February say ombe yehu bibi. It's on the say.
Ono no ma minister. Alternator.
Also abre.
And onko ye.
Wabre. Into obisa no there abeka chen. Ebi out of frustration ebi okasa.
Many bi wo ho. When bia so no. Yeah, as much as possible. I've given you these examples to let you see that, on the contrary, despite the propaganda, because one of the things that I suspect there's a deficit on our part is our ability to counter the propaganda. The propaganda takes over the reality of so many aspects of our national life. It's a pity, but we will continue across the country.
Let me just take one, Mr. President. The one in Aflau where the chief himself has complained. On here, Aflau Pacha say e-block no oba yenya hoshi. Inti my education minister up to February say oba yehu bibi. It's on the set.
No, minister. Alternator.
Also abre.
And you go here.
Inti obisa no there na beka che ebi out of frustration ebi okasa.
When biaso yeah boy as much as possible. I've given you these examples to let you see that on the contrary, despite the propaganda, because one of the things that I suspect there's a deficit on our part is our ability to counter the propaganda.
I know the propaganda. When Timian complaining about Confanochi, Nemondo any so la sulala because on so this response in tia. By her obiti said Kwame Sifakan, here were ye Jumache, Fenifie. But one who's a president as some kind, say we were due in an atom. Edu no Kwame Sifakan or ye Angunino, we din atom. Edding Crawford more from Antam Watem. He was laughing, that frustration. Maybe out of frustration, cause Akufo-Addo tinanim. Who as a president. Sometimes, and like when we talk, people say, "Oh, and I'm not radio, so I'm not." Enya 10 years, nana. Because Bible class what in Sempana Hintanya and Safon way yatra and kokwa, young cookway. Tina young co university, a mode, ya moto mufu ye. And so it's mission depending Casa Aqua in Subawi. Do I any need obey no chinany? Nana yemu yanyati yemu one aqua so for school. Yemu one a gina property say ye gina property so for wedding for. Nancy you will catch the Akufo-Addo ne Ghana for say San National Cathedral na oba besie no. Enko siaga eyeka. Duncan Williams also timigina na so bompaye. One now that they were white. One na Nyankopɔ bɔ hwɛma wɔte ase Duncan Williams. Wa hunu swadi hunu Holy Spirit emie nani ambie na adwemu amana hu sɛ Akufo-Addo scam. National Cathedral na fraud. Wa hu ba ye hu kan. No nyina kyerɛ the same Duncan Williams abedi Ghana for cry atem sɛ ekra kasa dodo adan ye dede sa National Cathedral no enye Ghana for taxpayers money ni di kokosie the church and na bejeje to body asie and where is Duncan Williams so ni nyina kyerɛ no nam 1 and nam ye sure say nam 1 esa kasa oba be ye men's gold bi mu a obi anu obekɔ so enam sɛ eye esumunti no Duncan Williams fraudulent fragadam oni Akufo-Addo ye Ghana fo nyina echi no enkrofo mo so ma ko school nim de ye sika for da so kotena ho se ekwa akotie nyamesem na Duncan Williams
second video. So the second video no yenko Kumasi omubusa no se Rose no Otek say Otek FM no koye say omubusa no se Rose no
se kwa brefo wo de hwe voting pattern omo to abadodo pa de manana omo se men kanche yes omo se men kanche president so omo kwan no se president anya ma wo mo a na se be omo ya pa na 2024 omo be to abanetia NPP.
No problem.
You do it.
I'm saying people make those kind of threats. Me, they don't frighten me.
Okay.
It's somebody votes for you, somebody supports you. It's because they want you to do things for them. So I understand that. There's no need for people to go to my say. I don't want to answer. But of course, mayor. But about to decide is over to my NDC. I won't answer. I don't know me myself. Will be a song and in teams baby. And they wow. The important thing is that we have a responsibility. I understand the responsibility. And we will deal with it.
Fantastic. Right. Now, the last time I was Bahano, now you're a candidate. And
as president.
As president.
That's right.
Now, maybe Opewa Sempa, no send a question way. Also Baha as candidate. woka say they will take aye sɛ wobɛyɛ president a wɔremfi da nti memusa wo sɛ saa bɔ no a wohyɛɛ no wadi so anaa afei na wobɛyɛ
can you imagine sɛ mahama akɔtena Kumasi na yɛbusa mahama question na mahama ka sɛ mobɛtɔ a mo ntɛn yɛ mo amasɛm mahama kɔgyina Kumasi
dabi na nka gonjafo
ɛbrɛ mo yɛ demonstration mahama yɛ mpontu dwuma yɛ asphalt na ɔka sɛ o dede na nkrɔfo anasɛ nsɛm a ɔmo ka no deɛ yɛntie because enim sɛ asante mantam yɛ wɔ nkrɔfo bi a yɛde sika kɔkɔ kora bɛyɛ kwan ɔmo bɛka sɛ yɛnyɛ hwee yesu wadi asantefo atem enso ɔkɔtena hɔ di ɔmo nyina atem sɛ ɔmo bɛtɔ ama me di same Akufo Addo 2016 na wɔnam ɛpa kyɛw
wɔnyɛ sika no bi awia
sɛ mo nso menhwɛ yɛ ka ɔsɛ NDC fo sɛ me pa kyɛw mɛkɔ so ama pa kyɛw ɛne onya obio because wa Jimmy baako wa Jimmy wompre no yeso onim so obesa Jimmy ne prince aso e de amaba omia enti onim wo hu adwen wo hu the strength of your your intelligence. He talks anyhow.
My uncle third one no third one kra ne yanko ketu enso do for mo no aso ngwasi aso ko ka kire wo mo no yanko. Okay, yanko, insu ofenipa.
Avec du prolala, mekede amesia melegana du kome ben kome.
Of all peoples in Ghana, all districts.
Amesia melegana, nutoresia de melegana.
And whether they voted for me or not, once I have taken the oath, I am the president of all the people.
Ta ameyo vote na imo vote na yo katala.
So Togbe, you and your elders, I want the people here, you, beginning with you and the elders, to understand that when something like this happens and government acts, government is acting for Ghanaians, all Ghanaians. I came here because Ghanaians are having difficulties and are suffering. And it is my responsibility to try and help. Because if it's a question of counting who votes for me and who doesn't vote for me, I shouldn't be here because you don't vote for me. But that is not my concern. And in any event, one day you will vote for me and my party.
But the color, Togwe Clever Mukata, wa vote na Tigrini.
Hello, so Tom
Nyambetu Yamokano. Nyambetu Yamokano, your last one. Papa Peruko, present you watch it. We want to work as some qua, so Nyambetu Yamokano. For a young a friend is a kufi. Young kufi. Will be one. Send you the Kumasi now, last one. The Akari, maybe Friday we can do it.
So. Kufi Olo. I mean, Yesha Seba Kakra. Atukujo. No, yeah, MP or the man be a minister. Or a deputy minister. They need to. So when you say a Namson, so also be shall say BB, Amamo, a Kufi. Na unquestionably, election for by a year of free hall. The new now can't be like a crammet, you can miss me, Manica Crass of Freedoms. Man can't cry there. There's also Mobile, Matilda Mokano. Yeah, I feel so, something I feel as I say. The work was here, maybe very dear. Now, all the others matter. Now, I feel so. Kofi Ono. I mean, yeah, shall say back.
I'm the chairman. Come on. Oh, Diasro.
In spite of our present difficulties, which I know will be overcome sooner than later, I continue to be excited about the future prospects of our nation. And I urge all Ghanaians to join hands in building the Ghana we want. We can realize this if we all work at it. And I want to number Enkeka and Papa, a family who was at Jemelu. Baku, when you know, and him able to blessing, every then, in spite of our present difficulties, which I know will be overcome sooner than later, I continue to be excited about the future prospects of our nation. And I urge all Ghanaians to join hands in building the Ghana we want. We can realize this if we all work at it. And I want to number Enkeka and Papa, a family
Democracy is the weakest link for any idiot to lead. It's democracy.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
You don't have idiot leading a nation.
Debut.
Democracy
no, but Honto. Menu na kufa da 7 nyame yawo. Enti bebrebe no a ne free 80s 90s especially in 2000 no mu a na kwakuba kunumu hadi pa adwene ewo kroma kasa about good governance ene latter part gabi ye ne nice jot na as a joy from hu nipa da adi so adi straight na muni ni deal me obada no nyina adi na mu no nanti sade de no mo ye ni bebrebe no enti enie we ni nyina ni
nana me say omo ma di Ghana nya ayo omo a Ghana is like ye judge in kofo level of intelligence with the ability or their control by English language
and how they dress.
Sorry ben or call or sorry opinion. And tis a winning nyansa crana or can nyansa some chini pa. Usasena we braben our bo and hen or tear what is gone. Na japade say ne papa one ben ye
you ban Jimmy
and sanity.
What about them?
Mrs. say a political party like NDC. Yenya ye mo brebi yen samo etina radio suka and proud to 2016 election. So come for more even 20% can NDC and lose elections. Can NDC and lose elections. Your best is come and crop for so monquana research a bay. And I will bet me who the course or Ghana more than a journalist or show host or a concert or a political show. I will be a full lines to moi, will be across the country, will be afraid. Research a bank. Go to NDC headquarters or any political party. Is there any political party in this country or to free number? So, political party member be an answer be who here entry no inquiry call this number. This number will take you to NDC headquarters or MPP headquarters. Say the bear obetimi and who the cost so it been what's or more my boy now crack party headquarters call say the end some crack or you receive you more. But who was our producer one casa would say every day you can't count number of calls and crossover from messages and for the information what grounds at the amount. But when you say information na the man penyimfo no a ye hwe atade e hye wo car wo drive de ba ye ehemfa na wo tie wo kreska be se wa bobra ben wo papa ne ho ajapade be na wo din mu ansa ne hu se de wo ka ne nyansa wo ma na se nyansa ni ye nyina se kwa sorry si nyakopo nim de ode ma nipa hu ade na wo ka osofo bi di se bi onsamfo na akoka ye se touch not my anointed ebi ni wan ya yes obi the Lawrence Tete ono see anointed so touch not my anointed say ni frafo fragadamfo we mo say omo na ye nyame nipa when we were telling Ghana for ne Kufuor aban say priority Ghana ehia national cathedral entimenfa Ghana for sika ayeni binu nkosi cathedral Lawrence Ejata ba be katre Ghana for including yeni ani make suggestion say Kufuor de pekro break Ghana won bu ada won kra nyina no break Ghana account on fankosi national cathedral na no to aka na num sem say na onim sesei na be ko oni friendly way atrofo we nom people believe them because almost sorry tade the reverend atutu omudi ho obi onu nim say asori dan na ya de papa na so te Ghana high of friend ho sofo a na be boss etwa Ghana enkran nyina hia no obi nche be bia Lawrence Tete na sorry si so free say asori dan any ade so nyankopo ani na mom nye se de Bible ka say ni pedua ne nyankopo aso dan tie ni no a mumusa Lawrence Tete say o ka kire say yemu Ghana enkran dan nyina ngu ne fancy national cathedral say because nyankopo aso dan yemu Ghana futuo no na yan hwie sika nyina fancy national cathedral mumusa Lawrence Tete udu enkran ha se ya junction bia na billboard si wo say Accra ha ehimfa na sorry dan sie Ghana ha ehimfa na sorry dan sie atrofo we nim na when we telling a Kufuor ne PP about say don't waste taxpayers money on national cathedral they were telling and ginger and Kufuor pushing so do it because the Nyankopon pen no and now where are they dark he would mails mensa water best on all these people say bi omu din some phone now what na radio so call omu out somebody will call and say warn you say touch not my anointed omu ye Nyankopon crop for the Nyankopon no ye Nyankopon no since when and the Nyankopon cast mo sesana no the Nyankopon no si enkosi cathedral so for poko nyamu nyina di atire so kokosi ye beboa Nyankopon for provisions ama monkonko bisa monko Bible na monko we Solomon sha se wo si Nyankopon aso dan monko e be onyinya resources ni di free o si ye one beg but because of stupidity jimienti nana uni nyansa sometimes enemy just adwuma we ye because who can kwache unua no fa obese di watem kra but ebekwa baba be bono ya bogana fokoko say don't vote for this lunatic or a special child na jimu no sa ontimi mu aman mani nye ye though democracy allow any idiot to be elected but mama ya jimu na ho ye come sit da and na mu amosa to aba man no we say dimu atem because fidie yi abo ani sunko eja no so ani sunko do hwe no wanya wie odi atem sa de akọ and this foolish born again Christian voters and they will still go and vote queue and vote for this political party or hine na beka say nhia mpuntu djuma na udi na tem chebi man hine eye demonstration against John Dramani Mahama
say kwaya tutu
Mahama ni na tem o Mahama ye Cocoa Rose wo de chebi kwan ka ho
esa mamu water plant
esa mamu so kroje mo nom ye Kwame Zuko kaya no fo so ampofo akekere ne se odwan a ede ne kwama yanka akoyi musuo ede na akogina chebi ahifie se munjojo no ni ajojo no because ofo so ampofo ye chebi ni na Kwame Zuko asema kaya na etia achemfo guna ni mu ase Mahama ni ohini bia tem obi nkire yen Mahama be yo mampeni ohini ba ko a Mahama no atia no then so Mahama pen so ohini mu a demonstration against Mahama
even Rollins crown yes wo ye basa even Rollins chire wo hini ba ko a Rollins didi na tem promo
Mahama ye Kumasi akwan AC Retro Park AC Ketia market na emabo adeja eye demonstration etia Mahama no entia omo da oye mpuntujuma edema omo across the country woye wo baya wa anya hwe wo so ampese nkrofo beka se wa anya hwe na omo number wo frɛ professor Doolittle what have you done ede na watumi aye ede ama wankasa wukuru anu pom pese nkrofo beka ho asem because matena se so momo HD4 no what they want is not development.
Kwasi akeka no mpe
ade o mpe ni se obi o trabalist bia no ade o peso hu ni se yes me kinsman me yanwrani anwrani na lead se kowe asa
ya ka ne mfa no ho
mpuntu djuma anya na sem enti mahama kogina manhia so ko bu akonta kire sante hene a wosenana konta me bebuwe ajana bia anka ho because an India assembly adjuma mina mi see Ketia market way efe pa abibrem ha nyina na number 1 retro park mina mi see ye mamponsuo no ananya ne mama ade hyensu anom akwa we maye no de nsasisi so akufo adu kogiro kobu akonta no wa frɛ napo na abegina nana wo fasi mama na juma so afọ nya the Greek minister abegina ho nya the alantremante abegina ho because when him said the nkrofo no pen said they want to see their kinsmen say ye trap men say ye nso so ye ne wa bam wa ebo asanya mpuntu juma and he did succeeded. To go for 2016 election results were Ashanti regional. 2020 there was a massive improvement. Akufo-Addo got almost 2 million votes because Akufo-Addo approved to Ashanti say ye de mabamu no Ashanti fo bebre omu a omosom na okobusa say akwan we a was nanane de bebre ni bobo bidi a omo
ba uri nse bo ofia bitu bi say nyame say adenti na ye penso no ma ya de say why
I will tell people
why
people won't listen. Ghana so mind did you deserve any? Ghana pass or mind you deserve any? And Crawford so Marco school your professors your experts. Yakofa economist. One and Ghana economy more than some amidra did not take Makola. Kantama or take Abuso kind, Kantamanto or take Abushi. Why the name economy HS Amamino? As we say, when we are discussing economy, I was a colleague on near Kofa professor.
Nkumsa.
Professor now or no the professor na di what the government bungalow. I don't know Tim Nukra won't rent. We need economy na economy na bitino and to what the government bungalow. Na the real economics of mutidum. Na me be for one co school da. Now so what the 100 Ghana cedis Emmanuel woman afe obeko no kuta hundreds of thousands. Yan from mu nyu o madwen kire because if so man go school da Ghana ha kire me 1 billionaire a o ya graduate mako bi na didem ya kan nyina koborofo nko a patomu wa adwen a edibu man na ya masa nkrofo no mu frɛ ni ya se nkrofo bi so omo de omo ya middle class say occupy Ghana for so omo de omo ya middle class omo de omo call demonstration omo wi a pizza no mu die ento omo ne die so omo kasa ho kyerɛ wo Ghana it means ho kyerɛ wo Ghana and people fall for this and where are they omu wu mako na mesi abato wo nsunsanso abato hu wo nsunsanso papa na ye wa nyomtofo sinitwafo agokansie footballers politics people don't want to talk and now some blasters Pieto na dey from no asamoja adentina won kasa blasters are here say nyina ya asamoja and politics with the blasters camp ene but they are not talking anyomtofo a omugina simpie su ko record nyom again John Dramani Mahama and omo way wache abusia for mama yako o kasa sinitwafo a omosode a na omudi Mahama ateme demonstration eye movie against Mahama ni end
hospital bed kra wanya bia na so
won ko wuo no hospital bed mpopo wanya bisu anna empa wanya bisu anna ana odi wuye empa wanya bisu anna abato won sunsuanso Kofi bi ana na ojusu ni wo wuye kwala kwa 2016 woni dada kedi ene dada kedi wonu ankasa wontimi nko back to Germany bio oso wade ka 40,000 euros wontimi ntwe na wabeka Ghana ne ma ena busiafo wontimi nko Kofi bi the late any that kedi ebonyom asa osa grocery eyabro asa grocery eyabro dum so Kofi B na kuma ya de ba ya omudundu hospital no wanya ba bi mpo anna first attempt and the koye. And where are they? These are the people and Crawford so we are celebrities. When we are telling people say Crawford we are liars or madwum ye shallow umunim nyansa do mu bedie no mo dwen ho do mbedi ne ne enye ochina enye nchirima ho no ye kan Crawford nyini they believe these people because wabonyom because we twesini Kumawood for say Mahama de bekum Kumawood adaya was dum sa Mahama de bae no and bekum Kumawood and then can you so Kumawood na way when you were telling some people for a fully because man kasa ma chese mo jimi ade ba ko a entime na me pese me ma be hwe local stations ne bi no kofa Kumawood movie lewen mo be di attempt sa aja kumate nie sa omunim the difference between comedy and we can say real story cry yeah abakwasam a wase de kire mofra no na ye de jimi aka ho ne ye no comedy ne di attempt sa ne the politics ne ye sa and now where is it mo ye campaign me MPP 2016 against Mahama MPP win ye no Samira Bawumia ba mu wotimi fra etna ehwemhyemu fria ko India ekohia kunkum bag ya actors no mo kohia e Samira Bawumia de kunkum bag ya actors and actresses e bank na ha ombedu kotoka terminal 3 ye the V8 motorcade and ye kofa omo hwe to their hotel ye celebrity omo meanwhile Kumasi ya Samira Bawumia ntimi anko back to Kumasi to go and meet Kumawood actors and actresses. They say mo na mo ye adwuma movie mo na mo ye the creative job wantumi anye and they are still there. Acrobat who knows tomorrow not all dum so nyina kan ho ene mumusa no enen kan ani gina so adentro onya acting bio ene o she ma besia kaba and o she dit TV so and o digi pay onko ye movie bie man. These are the people and until say Ghana for ebe just say a judging for level of intelligence based on number ni school dudu awako degree dudu awako no ene
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinics been control say a bright soldier capsules and a bright garlic plus capsules. When some bua a Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic ko jia yarisa e de friwo. Avena listo abeka yensa na emre na so. Listo, what's the traffic you come?
Too much traffic. Me, I was coming from Ajingano.
Okay, use microphone now man for TV.
My deep traffic for more than 2.5 hours.
Whoa.
From Ajingano to here, I'm telling you.
Really?
You can't believe it.
What is happening in town?
I don't know. Maybe I'm a first one. May I found a bridge. Now maybe I be PA action anymore. Na maba. Kabra. Me diwa be 1 hour. And I'm saying there be. And let me use the 37 road. Kabra. Bobo from East Legon to maybe your friend is saying South traffic now maybe National Identification Authority or Gulf House. Gulf House. I feel the BBM say but it's all good. It's all good. But I really even though I was really enjoying the show.
Thank you.
But it's sad. It's sad. Oh, baby, me real who as a Ghanaian. Hey, baby, na mo discuss nipa or ye man penny in the person of Akufo-Addo.
It's terrible, eh?
Me dear, my research will tell me why I shouldn't be sad. Because I keep asking myself, why should it not be so? Set me the idea about the IQ averages of the world, and it identifies us amongst the last but 10 omo Jimmy Pa we asim list of 199 countries.
Ghana thousand.
190 out of 199. A list of 100 and Obia funny phone on Google. Just go on Google and Google IQ averages of the world. Then Shebebia Ghana da time and President Kufuor hono. In fact, almost Tatisa ASR research somewhere around 1997-98 and almost 30 years. No my research na President Rawlings time na Ghana wonechi up to about 160. That time no we use 187 countries na ye. And say Professor Mills ne President Kufuor no nyina no we were hovering around 141st 43rd between that time. That is how Ghana ne say Kufuor Dubai the 190th. No mo hwe nipa odi wo oman because nipa odi wo man nanim na be kire wo nyansa odi yeden ebo bra as onipa da sani ya wuti wiase eti Ghana Akufo do beda Ghana no ye de agimi na kwa kodu 190th se wiase nyina unim Japan no mo amode da no sebi America crampo ekoto so 129th or so no 29th America that 29th. Ye hwe wiase nyansa eni emunim de baabi akodru. Eti me no se me was her research work we ni nyoma na aya na enyam nwanwo. But how do we get away from 190th? Say you be free okra ba be di 141st. Professor Mills ne John Mahama baabi anom de aduro no. Ebe den ye free. Imagine no. Rwanda say Rwanda na 151st.
There's no
countries ye ni nasa chamo kitwe bi makuma 9 countries 9 pe na we wiasima Ghana fo ni nasa chamo.
Yere kura ba ye kura no bia
Togo kura ni nasa chen Togo.
Unfortunately our time is up.
Me there Emma who say me Ghana ni at this time say ye wo omanpani say. But how we got there no enye wo enye me eye Jimmy no na di yakọ Jimmy ya obi kwa kasem kire say Akufo do wait me da o wo ma ho kwa me Akufo do ene ba omi anam o da nkofo.
All right, so Wango energy drink me pa cho eya na moanum bi eboa nipadua ma onya hoɔden edwomfo ma mo a mo ye wiaso adwuma adrobafo amotemenka ewo Ghana fa na nyina yes ada eye Wango energy drink wanum bia o ya ka akiri o se vitamins B3 B5 B6 B12 ahyem ma say be FD agiatum ai o post ne aduro imboost herbal mixture ai a boost immune system ma utimi ejina wona so a yare bia mebon hwefom say pokra Ghana phone code dankes People's Johnson na naboache eba o kanhye ni tema Ekus Pharmacy with Dama Pharmacy mubenya bi de afriwo quick credit for some kan kire mo se ene abrabona yedion into ade eyebosia bodwumadie bebre aba omuguso om se de omagya ahomachi fie ba no no miensa no mugina okwa no no omagya no omagya fie mu awurawura mo nkwai tu efa mo hinu mu dodo na waso wobetimi 1005 kra benya bi yes benya bi yes